ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Peter Lusted. The 23-year-old man accused of shooting dead a Victorian tourist in New Zealand in the early hours of yesterday morning has faced court. Josh Bavis reports from Hamilton.
The local man, whose name has been suppressed, was arrested late last night after police searched a property on the outskirts of Hamilton. He was charged with murder, aggravated robbery, threatening to kill and disqualified driving over the shooting death of 33-year-old Victorian man Sean McKinnon. Mr McKinnon's partner, Bianca Buckley, managed to escape at the scene of the crime near the town of Raglan to alert police. The accused faced court this morning, where he was remanded in custody. Mr McKinnon's family was in the court for the hearing.
A court has heard a man charged with murdering a woman and attempting to murder another in central Sydney this week will defend the charges on the grounds of mental illness. Liv Casman reports from Parramatta Court.
20-year-old Murtney appeared briefly via video link from Surrey Hills Police Station, where he was charged last night. He's accused of murdering 24-year-old Michaela Dunn on Tuesday afternoon and attempting to murder 41-year-old Lynn Bowe less than half an hour later. Mr Ney's lawyer, Zamari Katiz, said his client has severe injuries to his leg and requires pain medication and medication for mental illness.
He's going through a very difficult situation at this time, but in relation to the allegations, he will be defending the charges on the grounds of mental illness.
Ney did not apply for bail. His case returns to court on Monday.
A man's body has been discovered and another man found critically hurt in a vehicle in Melbourne's west. A passerby discovered the pair in a shopping centre car park off Neil Road in Deer Park just after 5:30 last night. Homicide detectives haven't yet established what caused the 40-year-old man's death and have urged any witnesses to come forward. The second man, a 47-year-old man from Darley, northwest of Melbourne, was taken to Sunshine Hospital in a critical condition. Police moved on a group of pro-Beijing supporters from a rally of pro-Hong Kong demonstrators in Melbourne this morning, just hours after there were violent clashes at another rally in the city. The pro-Hong Kong protest at the State Library last night turned violent when a group of pro-China supporters turned up. There was pushing and shouting and an ABC cameraman was targeted. This morning about 100 people have turned up at another pro-democracy rally on the steps of the State Library. It's been quieter than last night's protests, but police moved on a group of people who appeared to be China supporters. Overseas now, and authorities in the United States say computers are coming back online after a nationwide network failure disrupted customs checks at airports across the country. The glitch affected international passengers. Staff at airports in San Francisco, Seattle, Washington and New York were forced to process arrivals manually, leading to long delays. Many passengers were forced to remain on board their aircraft. The Hollywood star Peter Fonda has died at his home in Los Angeles from lung cancer, aged 79. This report from the BBC's Peter Bowes.
Peter Fonda co-wrote, produced and starred in Easy Rider, the road movie in which he and co-star Dennis Hopper played a pair of long-haired bikers travelling through the southern United States. The film touched a nerve for America's youth, the first counterculture film to be a huge hit. It earned Fonda an Oscar nomination. He was the son of the Hollywood star Henry Fonda and the younger brother of Jane Fonda. In a statement, the family said, "While we mourn the loss of this sweet and gracious man, we also wish for all to celebrate his indomitable spirit and love of life."
Turning to sports news now, and at the AFL, Brisbane takes on Geelong in a top-of-the-table clash at the Gabba this afternoon. 5 matches will be played today as round 22 continues. David Teague will coach Carlton for the first time since he was named as their senior coach this week. They take on the Saints at the MCG. Adelaide and Collingwood meet at the Adelaide Oval. North Melbourne hosts Port Adelaide at Docklands Stadium. And Fremantle takes on Essendon in Perth. And now to the weather for the state. Scattered showers over East Gippsland, clearing during the afternoon. Dry and mostly sunny elsewhere, although cloud increasing over the west during the afternoon, with isolated showers possible over the far southwest tonight. For Melbourne, this afternoon should be mostly sunny and we're heading for a top of 16. Tomorrow, a windy day with the high chance of showers in the afternoon, a top of 17. The week ahead, Monday, showers and a top of 12. Tuesday, afternoon showers and 16. Wednesday, showers, windy and 14. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. This is ABC News.
And he's driven powerfully.
The Ashes is just a tap away on the ABC Listen app.
For 6.
Every test, all the rivalry, live and called by the best in the game. Uninterrupted, in depth, in the palm of your hand.
And no hesitation.
Pulled in the air, caught it short mid-wicket.
And he's out.
The Ashes, streaming live on the ABC Listen app.
Shrugs the tackle, gets a snap towards goal, bounces home. Crushes a tackle, snaps towards goal. Outstanding performance.
Grandstand.
Kennedy kicks inside the attacking 50. Big leg from Haney. Up in the air, he controls the sky.
Grandstand.
It's on its way. Is it on target? It's through.
Grandstand.
You are listening to ABC Grandstand. It's a Limo here. We have a massive Saturday show for you. And Melbourne's Year from Hell reached a new low last night as the Swans flogged them by 53 points at the G. We'll be chatting very shortly with Jake Lloyd from the Swans. We'll also be joined by injured Blue Charlie Curnow, injured Saints skipper Jaron Geary, Dr. Sean Gorman. Now, he's written extensively about Polly Farmer. He'll share some of his thoughts on Polly Farmer's legacy today, and we look forward to this super Saturday of games, and we encourage you to join the conversation about any AFL-related topic. Our SMS number 0437 774 774. Please get involved. And taking off the sub-vest and stepping in for Ange Pipos today, Emma Race. Hello, welcome to Saturday.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Ange is just being kept fresh for finals.
Yes.
She's got some kind of awareness, and so we're just going to keep her fresh, and I will be here for the day. But it's very nice to be here. Thanks for having me, Lima.
She's out with voice box awareness. Just resting her. She's being managed.
She's got opinionitis.
Being managed, and from the age, Michael Gleeson. Hello.
G'day, Limo. G'day, Emma. How are you? What a week.
Oh, what a week. I just couldn't love footy any more than I do right at the moment. We are on the cusp of Super Saturday, and can I tell you what I want to happen today?
Please. I can see the accountant in you salivating over what is possible mathematically today. Go ahead. Come on, give it to us.
I love it when the season stays alive for as long as it possibly can, okay? So if today, or this weekend, if the following results happen, if St Kilda beat Carlton, well, that could happen.
Yep.
That could happen.
Yep.
Right? If Collingwood beat Adelaide, well, that could happen. Yeah?
Mm.
North beat Port.
One goal last week. Bit harder.
That's a bit harder. If Freo beat Essendon, that's
Likely.
in Perth tonight, yeah. GWS beat the Bulldogs, that's a giant stadium.
This is your own choose your own adventure book.
It really
isn't it?
is. And then Hawthorn beat Gold Coast. That would mean that into the final round there'll be 6 teams on 10 wins and 1 team on 11 wins. So you're going to have 7 teams vying for the last 2 spots in the 8. What a great round 23. That would be the best round 23 in memory, I believe.
Some of them would have to make up fairly significant percentage, I would gather,
Yeah.
on the basis of that in the last round.
Look,
But you're right.
The most optimistic, there's probably North beating Port, given their both teams' current form. But anyway.
I'm pretty excited this Super Saturday to see the Lions take on the Cats, because the Cats have been sitting top of the ladder for a really long time. I can't remember how long. I can't remember a time when they weren't sitting on top of the ladder, to be honest.
This year.
Yeah.
and that could change today.
Yeah, I mean, this
is very exciting for a very young group, and we've been keeping a little eye on those Brisbane Lions for 2 years and thinking, look at this ground they're making up, this territory. So it's a really interesting day for them.
They're proving that anything is possible in the AFL. Get yourself organised, and you can drag yourself from near the bottom of the ladder to near the top of the ladder. Why don't you tell us on the SMS 0437 774 774? What is match of the round as far as you're concerned, and why? Michael Gleeson?
Well, mine's Richmond West Coast.
Yes.
Because I think that they are the 2 best teams in it, which sounds silly given that there are teams above them in sitting in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But also, we just haven't seen them play. Like, they've been the 2 most recent premiers, and they haven't played each other all year this year.
So you had an interesting stat.
Well, I was going to leave this the other week, but I'll mention it now because I've introduced the idea. Since they played last year, which was in round 9 last year, so they haven't played at all since then. Collingwood's played West Coast 5 times. And the 2 most recent premiers haven't played one another. Because obviously Collingwood and West Coast played each other home and away in both seasons, and they played them twice. Richmond and West Coast only played each other once last year, and it was early in the season. This year's late in the season. I don't think there's ever been a bigger fixturing anomaly of number of times that the teams have played one another.
That's a glitch in the fixturing machine, surely.
I just would have thought that that you would still have the most recent premiers playing each other twice.
Do you think that these two teams will match up in the grand final? Is this your prediction?
I have to wait until I see where they finish up, because they could end up playing each other in a prelim final.
And take each other out.
Yeah.
But a couple of delicious matchups there, Richmond, West Coast, and of course Brisbane, Geelong. What is your nomination for match of the round? 0437 774 774 is the SMS. I am going to go to 4:40 Sunday afternoon at the Docklands.
I'm shocked.
And I am going to nominate Jared Roughhead's farewell game, Hawthorn v the Gold Coast Suns. There really wasn't much interest in this game until Ruffy's retirement and, of course, him playing. So,
for the very same reason that you're looking forward to it, I'm not looking forward to it. I feel nervous about saying goodbye to Ruffy. Last time I said farewell to a Hawthorn champion. We all did the whip around. We got the giant card. We all signed it. We bought him a grandfather clock.
Yes.
And then he turned up in a Lions jumper the next season. So I've got a little bit of scar tissue.
And possibly playing in a premiership.
There we
exactly.
Go. And as Bob Murphy says, he's ruined Bob Murphy's memorabilia because they were carried off together. So in all of Bob Murphy's memorabilia shots, there's Hodgie being carried off. And then he goes on and plays.
This is the thing.
All right, so send those SMSs in 0437 774 774. It has been a big week, though, a week of retirements as well this week. Brett Delidio, Ruffy, of course, Aaron Sanderlands, Hayden Ballantyne, Daisy Thomas. Daisy Thomas and Hayden Ballantyne, though, would both like to play on if they could.
Yeah, you're retired. But it's a bit like a Monty Python thing. But I'm not dead.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, bring out your dead. Look, Daisy's retired at Carlton, I think is how they wanted to phrase it. Most likely he doesn't get picked up. He knows that at his age and all the likelihood with list pressure. But, look, he wants to play on. I don't think he will. But he's just leaving that door ajar for a Luke Hodge, as you say, to go and be that sort of player. I don't think it'll be up at the Gold Coast. I think they've made approaches there and they're not keen for that. So I think they're looking at others. Certainly, well, the Gold Coast certainly are looking at others for that mentoring role, one of which being Sean Burgoyne. They're also looking at Eddie Betts. So
it will be interesting to see what happens with Eddie Betts for next season, because he's been kind of categoric about, I'm at the Crows, but I do feel that there's a real possibility he will end up back at Carlton, and which would be very romantic and lovely.
He did tell Adelaide Radio this week he was staying in Adelaide.
Yeah, okay.
Well, he did, and yet I still think there's an out available there.
What did you hear him?
Well, I heard him say, "I'm contracted to Carlton, to Adelaide for next year, and I'll be there because I'll be, He said, "Look, I'm happy here and I'm contracted for here." However, things do change in this weird October month of trade period and the end of season. What else can a player say when asked when they're contracted? Will you be there next year? Because it may suit Adelaide, it may suit Eddie, it may suit another club. That it all works that way.
Eddie's also very aware of the fact that the Crows are still an excellent chance of playing finals.
Yes.
And team unity is very important at this time of the year. So for him, if he came and said, no, actually, I'm thinking of moving on, that wouldn't be good.
I don't think David Teague being appointed Carlton coach would have hurt the idea of Eddie getting back to Carlton. They're very close. Their wives and families are very close. I think Carlton people still think that Eddie's a Carlton person and we shouldn't have done it and we should get him back.
This game asks players to do a lot of acting, don't you think? In the round ball game, they do it on the field. Off the field in AFL, I feel like in footy, we ask them a lot.
Yet, oddly, whenever I've seen an AFL footballer turn up in Neighbours, which has happened a lot, the acting has not been great. On the SMS, Andrew in Mount Pleasant, Tasmania says, match of the round, GWS v the Bulldogs. Replay the 2016 preliminary final. Same location as well. So, that will be an absolute belter. Someone else says, my match of the round is Essendon Freo. If Essendon don't win today, they're out of the finals because they won't beat the Magpies next week. You make a very good point there.
And that is also really interesting. Off the back of last week, which was some unbelievable blowouts, you want to see, how do North and Essendon respond? Because you want to leave the season, you want to leave your supporters feeling really confident. You need those supporter dollars. You need people to sign up over summer. You need people to be invested in the teams. And so, having those big blowouts last week, I think it's untapped. We don't know what to expect coming into this weekend.
I think more so Essendon than North. I think North kicked one goal for the week last week, but that was outside down at Geelong. It was, the first half was relatively competitive. They just weren't scoring.
One goal, though,
I know,
Michael, one goal.
But 108 minutes between goals for Essendon under a roof.
It's a long break.
It's a long break. I did observe last week in a column that Yuri Gagarin circled the world in the same length of time that it took 50 years ago.
Stat of the week.
I love our ability to draw these stats out. It's like we don't know how long 108 minutes is. It's like whenever they want to talk about the volume of something, it could fill 35 Olympic swimming pools. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We know whatever that is a lot. 0437 774 774 is our SMS number. What do you think is going to be match of the round? Jenny in St Leonard's says Geelong versus the Brisbane Bears. Very nice, Jenny. Tim says, I reckon the round will end up being such an anticlimax that Melbourne v the Swans will end up being match of the round. So keep those nominations coming in for match of the round. And before we get to last night's game, we just want to quickly mention caretaker coaches as well. So David Teague, locked away.
Yeah.
Reece Shaw, locked away. Will Brett Ratton make it 3 from 3?
And that is my second game of the round, because I reckon Rat's coaching against Carlton today is got that nice little teaser about it too. And I think that at the moment he'd be the front runner for the St Kilda job. So obviously there's other candidates. Brad Scott clearly also in that race, but I think Ratton at the moment will be leading the field.
It's like seeing an ex-partner at a wedding. You want to turn up, being your best, look your best.
Yeah. On the SMS, someone here says, surely anyone other than Cat supporters want the Lions to win today. They want the Lions, especially they want them to take out the flag as well because of their historical lack of premierships. That'd be the Quinella or double to the Footscray flag, signed off romantic. We'll be talking about...
for Brisbane, they did win
3 in a row.
But historically, Brisbane Fitzroy don't have many Bears. The Bears didn't contribute much at all.
Don't bury the Bears in this.
No, do not. It'll be very interesting to see what happens there. But we'll chat with Jaron Geary a little later on. I'm sure he's a fan of Brett Ratton, and I'd love to see him stick around at the Sainers. But let's wind the clock back to last night at the MCG. 23,700 people turned up to watch Melbourne take on the Swans, and this is how it rolled out.
The high kick. McCartan comes out late. Kennedy with the handball, gives it to Reid. Reid just waltzes into an open goal and puts it through. Sam Reid with the opener after 32 seconds of play at the punt road end in front of a very small crowd at the MCG, and the Swannies are up and about.
A hand pass straight to Oliver of Melbourne. He dishes off. Melksham dumped as he kicked inside the 50. Bouncing ball towards goal. Back goes Fritsch. Gathers, snaps, pops it through. The D's get their third. Kicks it into the pocket. Hangs in the air, but Menzel did very well. Took the contact of Dunkley and took a strong mark. 20 metres out, left forward pocket, tight angle. Menzel needs every good moment he can muster at this stage of his career, and he bends it through expertly. He's always been good at that. Sydney is taking a complete stranglehold here at the MCG. Blakey kicks inside the 50, finds Bell. And Bell a chance to go back and kick his first goal in AFL footy. He's 35 metres out, slight angle to the right, in front of John Longmire and the team to earn his AFL chance. And here he is, dancing Indigenous style on the MCG, having kicked his first AFL goal. And Sydney jumpers run from every angle to celebrate with him. Wagner into the pocket, finds Neil Bullen. They might thread a couple together here, the D's. Neil Bullen 35 out. Tight angle to the left. Neil Bullen's kick on the way is a beauty. Things are turning for Melbourne. Florence going to sit it up towards the teeth of goal. The jumpers come at it. Blakey back with a flight, couldn't mark. Dawson Rose at the back and rams through another for the Swans.
A little bit of intensity right on the 50. His kick was smothered. Ricochets the way of Jones to Spargo. And as the mark being paid, because taking the mark is Oliver, and the umpire says no, that'll be full time. The Youngbloods snap a 6-game losing streak. This is demoralising for the D's. The season can't end soon enough. They were thrashed by 53 points.
So there it is, Sydney, fairly comfortable winners by 53 points in the end. And one of the stars for the Sydney Swans is their reigning best and fairest, who picked up a lazy 26 touches last night. Jake Lloyd, welcome to Grandstand.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
Not a bad way to break a 6-game losing streak.
Yeah, absolutely. It was something we obviously spoke about as a group. Actually going into the game, it was important that we we didn't make it 7 games. I think the club hasn't lost 7 games in a row for 20 odd years. So it was important that we made a stance last night, and it was a great team win.
And how important is that win going into the off season for the playing group and for the fans as well, for that matter?
Yeah, mate, that's very important. I mean, we've obviously still got one more game to go, but obviously a dismal 6 weeks leading into last night's game. But it's important with the young group we've got that we we take a little bit of momentum into the off season and really give us something to build towards next year.
Jake, congratulations. It's Emma here. I don't want to be all management speak, but is a KPIs talked about? Like, did John Longmire kind of say, mid-season things that you really wanted to work on in the back half of the season?
Yeah, it's certainly talked about. We obviously do our reviews each Monday and sort of focus on a lot of KPIs, but for us with a young group, it's just been trying to strip it back and making it as easy as possible. Obviously with game plans and structures that we have, and being a young kid trying to come in and understand those as well as play footy, it can be quite tough at times. So it's just been about keeping it basic, a couple of key points in each area, forward, mid, back, and then if we can tick those off, which we haven't been able to do a lot this year, then hopefully the game would take care of itself. And I think last night proved that. We're just a lot harder and cleaner around the football for 4 quarters, and obviously had a great win.
Nick, how significant was it, Jake? How significant was it, the fact that, as you say, you're a young group and you'd had a retirement this week, Nick Smith, that's when Nick was in my mind, but also with a couple of other retirements this year, and then you had a game where you're coming up against a team, similar spot on the ladder, but also just to show that belief for the next group. You obviously had Aaliyah in the ruck, and you had Nick Blakey played well. That sort of next generation started to assume the more senior roles.
Yeah, definitely. Those kids are playing very important roles for us at the moment, and I guess as a young kid, it's the key is to be consistent, and we just got to live with the fact that they are young and inexperienced, so they're not going to be able to deliver that each week. But certainly the feeling after the game last night, the way the young boys celebrated it, and just that winning feeling, it was just great to have that back around the group. And, as I said before, leading into the off-season, it's very important we finish the year strong.
I had a very nice little goal celebration from James Bell in the last quarter there. Had he been planning that one at training?
I'm not sure. I hadn't heard of it, but it was fantastic to see, and even better that all the boys got around him and celebrated it. And, he's a very proud man, and it was great that his family was there, and he got his first win for the football club. So, a very special moment. It was great. And
there was a great video the club released after he was first picked, where he got emotional talking to his mum on the phone. Yeah. These are great moments, and we love it when footy clubs embrace them. Can you tell us a little bit about James Bell?
Yeah, obviously Bell is a young kid from obviously Shell Harbour, and I guess he's been on a list now a couple of years, and it probably wasn't until this pre-season that he really knuckled down and sort of it clicked for him what it takes to be an AFL footballer. He's one of those kids that was always just sitting back, happy to just float along, but this year he's really really stood up. He's very vocal in meetings now. He really wants to learn, and it's just great to see these young kids being rewarded with games, and obviously his family as well. Obviously very special for them, and they put a lot of time and effort in travelling up and down the highway to get the kids where they are now. So it's it's very special.
Jake, one person that we've really missed is Buddy. He's been out with this hamstring for such a long time. Last night after the game, Josh Kennedy suggested that Bud might be a real chance to come back for us to see him next week. Is he around the club? Have you seen much of him, and what do you know?
Yeah, absolutely. He's at every training session. He's doing everything he can to get back next week, and I think he trained yesterday morning and trained well, got through that. So he's doing everything he can to play next week, which would be obviously very special. His 300th game, last game for the season, would be the big occasion if he can get up for it. He's in a similar boat with obviously Jared McVeigh, who announced his retirement early in the year. He's another one that's also pushing to hopefully get on the field next weekend.
Jake, how do you approach a team like Melbourne last night when you know you're playing against a team that's played finals? They were good last year, prelim final, and they've gone off the edge of the cliff this year. To be uncertain how they're going to come out, because they've obviously got the capacity to play good footy, but they haven't done so all year. Is it a case, because it looked like it in that first quarter, of just trying to go as hard and put the game to bed as early as you could?
Yeah, obviously we try not to focus too much on opposition teams. I mean, we do our vision and whatnot, but it was more about us last night and getting back to what we do. But you've obviously got to be very wary of such a talented midfield, Gawn in the ruck. Obviously, we didn't have a ruckman in last night, so it was important that we got our contested footy and that hit around the football right. And obviously you can't. The AFL these days is so even, so you've got to turn up to play. It doesn't matter who you're facing, because it's going to be tough opposition. So it was important that we got a good start early, which we did, and obviously continued on from there.
Now, next week, your last game of the year, next Saturday at the SCG against the Sainers. You won't be playing finals. We know that. Have you started planning Mad Monday?
No, it hasn't been spoken about just yet. It's obviously a little unfamiliar for most of the guys not playing finals. It's a little bit strange having an end date, but we've got one more game to go, and hopefully can finish the year on a high and enjoy whatever happens after that. But we just look forward to enjoying hopefully another good win.
You got to plan ahead though, because those outfits don't hire themselves.
No, that's right, mate. Our reserves actually they're going to be playing finals football, so I don't think we'll be having a Mad Monday in a week's time. They'll be still playing, so we'll lay low.
Very nice, getting behind the reserves. All right, before we let you go, Jake Lloyd, we have to find out, as we do every week here on Grandstand, how well you know your teammates. I've got 3 questions for you. Okay, question number 1. Ollie Florent's dad was a professional athlete. What was his sport?
He's a tennis player.
That is correct. He got to 13 in the world in doubles rankings.
Yeah, Ollie's pretty handy himself, actually.
Yeah, he goes all right. Okay.
That was a record time answer. That was
good.
Game. This was like you've just beaten a record.
It was very
good at the net.
Yeah.
It was very strong. Okay, you 1 from 1. Question 2. Who is James Rowbottom's famous uncle?
BT, mate.
Yeah,
I think it's been brought up a little bit, yeah.
Brian Taylor. Does that get a bit of a run around the club?
He's copped a little bit of slack for it.
I'm sure he has. All right, you 2 from 2. All right, Buddy Franklin's dad represented Victoria and WA in which sport?
AFL. I'm not sure.
No, it was hockey.
Right? Hockey.
Field hockey. Yeah.
There you go.
It was a very handy hockey. Hey, you're 2 from 3. That's a pass mark from us. Jake Lloyd, all the best next week against the Sainers, and all the best for your off-season and season 2020, and thanks for joining us here on Grandstand today.
No worries, guys. Thanks very much for having me.
Good on you. Jake Lloyd there from the Swannies. An easy win for them last night. And, of course, John Longmire, post-match, very happy with the win and keen for the team to make the most of the rest of the season.
We think over the last 6 or 7 weeks we've been playing some good footy. We've lost a couple by 2 points here and there, which has meant that you don't get that winning feeling, but we've still been taking steps forward as a team. And, when it was become apparent that we couldn't make the finals, we just spoke about it. Okay, we can't make the finals, but it's not about sort of waiting until the off-season or the pre-season to do something about it. We can still move forward as a footy team, and that's what we've been able to do. And, even though the wins haven't been there, we're still taking some steps forward, and it was good tonight to see it all together.
And post-match last night, Melbourne coach Simon Goodwin said that the fans deserve better.
Yeah, look, I can understand their disappointment. I can understand their frustration, and I think they deserve better. Tonight was unacceptable and probably reflective of where we've been for the year in some ways and how the game was played out. But we're going to take responsibility. We're in a poor position right now as a footy club, but we're going to work really hard at getting ourselves out of it. And the only way we're going to do that is together. We've got a lot of work to do, but I've got full confidence in our players and our club that we're going to stick together and we're going to work our way through it.
I felt like he was addressing staff at the Melbourne Football Club then, as opposed to the media. So we're going to do this together, Guys, please, I hope you're watching, and can we all just do it together?
He's in a tough spot. I mean, what do you say? They were trading their cheese platters for pitchforks last night, those fans. They looked pretty unhappy.
Those that turned up.
Yeah.
Melbourne fans are broken. A friend of mine who's been a member for 36 years said the club has finally broken him. After 36 years. He's only been to 2 games this year, barely missed a game in the last 36 years. And he just said, that's it, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I've got another friend, Tony, who decided that the snow was better this week. He literally was at the snow.
He's a living cliche.
Oh, there it is. Speaking of the snow, on the SMS, Janet has messaged through. We asked about game of the round. She says Adelaide v Collingwood. I'm from Brisbane. We're 1 hour out of Adelaide. We drove down via the snow. Go the Mighty Pies. Well, that's a Pies fan. The snow there, breaking the cliche.
But didn't Melbourne last night just feel like a side that wants the season over? And they have done for a while now. Look, there was emotion about it, but they just felt watching it, and admittedly I was flicking back and forth to the cricket, but they were just lifeless and listless. There was no run, and they felt like they little passion about the way they went. I still go back to the start of the year and all the narrative around injuries coming in, you just felt like whether that sort of infected the thinking of the players too. That, we've got an excuse for why
we've got an excuse so we can back off.
We expect to do poorly.
They offered a little bit in the first quarter, but they just had no energy. Gee, their legs will be heavy running out next week. They'll be praying for the end of this season, and it's taken its toll on the players as well. Have a listen to Tim Hodges describing Christian Petracca on the boundary line last night.
Al, it's just I'm parked right behind the Demons bench. It's just fascinating watching the body language, particularly of Christian Petracca. He was so angry before, just it mirrors the Demons season. He had tears in his eyes. Nathan Jones, his co-captain, actually was beside him and said, just go for a walk around the boundary. And now he's just standing alone at the gates waiting to come back on. He is seething just with how this night and probably this season has played out.
These players are broken.
It's weird when you see a player smashing a telephone and there's no one on the other end of it. No, they did. I think maybe body language is one way that you can communicate and tell the fans that you don't think that it's okay what's happening. And maybe it was just the weight of it, the frustration of it. There's not much you can do at that point, I suppose. I mean, what do you want to see? You want to see players coming off with their heads held high? Like, they're going to be criticised no matter what they do, to be really honest, when they play like that.
They should be upset after that performance. Phil in Thornbury says this on the SMS. Melbourne fan and former ABC TV newsreader Ian Henderson has a documentary series on ageing, but he fails to mention that barracking for Melbourne takes about 20 years off your life.
Yeah, it was interesting in the broadcast. Mick Malthouse and Brad Saul were also commenting on that, and they were a bit surprised at the level of emotion, thinking, "Hang on, this is not the last round, and this your season's been poor." They were a little troubled by the level of emotion about that and saying, well, get in and do something. And Mick actually questioned whether at the time the fact that he was 7-7 for touches might have influenced Petracca's sort of emotional state.
Keep your SMSs coming through on 0437 774 774. The question we've asked today is, what do you think is match of the round? It's Super Saturday and it's a fairly Super Sunday as well. So which of the remaining games is match of the round? Susan in Bendigo says match of the round, Magpies v Crows. In our house, it's wife v husband. Very tense at the moment. So much riding on it for the finals. Not sure who'll be not speaking to who.
Good luck with that.
Later in the day, she says, wish us luck. So, very well played. In just a moment, we'll be chatting with Dr. Sean Gorman, a man who has spent much of his life studying the great Polly Farmer, and will talk to us about his legacy. In just a moment, you're listening to Grandstand on ABC Local Radio and Grandstand Digital, or on the ABC Listen app.
The ABC, celebrating the UN Year of Indigenous Languages.
Did you know the original name of the Bundaberg suburb of Wangara is Wangara in the Tarablang language, and it means burning mountain? Find more place name stories at abc.net.au/thisplace. For news, local stories, and to find out what's happening in our region, stay tuned right here on your radio, online or on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand.
You are listening to ABC Grandstand. Limo here with Emma Race and Michael Gleeson from The Age. And we are joined now by a man who is the chair of the Indigenous Players Alliance, and he's written a book called Legends about the Indigenous team of the century. He spent much time looking into the life and times of the great Polly Farmer, who died this week at the age of 84. Dr. Sean Gorman, welcome once again to Grandstand.
Hello, Limo. Hello, everyone. How are you?
We are very well, mate. Now, before we get to the great Polly Farmer, where exactly are you right now?
I am on the western side of the Brunswick Street Oval, bathed in beautiful sunshine, watching the East Fremantle Power take on the Fitzroy Lions here on the under-12s on a beautiful, beautiful day here in Melbourne. It's absolutely stunning.
It is a glorious oval. It was, of course, Fitzroy's home ground up to some point in the 1960s. And your young fellas playing?
Yes, young Tommy Gorman, along with a bunch of other people, Super Boot Sam Braylow and a few other fellas out here. So it's great to be out here where Bernie Quinlan would have knocked around Mickey Conlon, Ross Lyon, of course, Ross the Boss. So yes, it's all going on here, mate. I tell you.
I think Fitzroy might have won all their 8 flags whilst based at that particular ground. Now, Dr. Sean Gorman, Graham Polly Farmer, 393 games across 5 teams, including 2 state sides, 10 best and fairest, 6 flags, AFL Team of the Century First Ruck, Indigenous Team of the Century First Ruck. The list goes on and on. How do you reflect on the great man?
Oh, look, it's hard to put into words just how important Polly has been as a football figure. The term iconoclastic comes to mind. And what I mean by that, for your listeners, is that he broke with the routines of perception. He took something like the art of handball, or turned it into the art of handball. Something that was used in the at the very last resort. He turned it into something that became the blueprint, if you like, for chains of play that we now call them in today's game. And the way that he was able to do that, from timing his leap to get the ascendancy on another player's knee or leg or thigh. To either take a mark or in the ruck where he played a lot of his games was something to behold, and he changed the way that the game was played, and he brought other players in, which was a significant thing in itself. So look, he changed the game in a lot of ways, which are probably not talked about in the same way as say a John Kennedy or a Ron Barassi or other players, but he was absolutely an iconoclast when it came to those things. He was a trailblazer in the very true sense of the word. And he was just the best bloke. He was a lovely bloke to sit down and have a chat to about his life and times, and was very humble about it. Like, despite the fact that the list you rolled off, I think the only Western Australian in terms of that who's more bemedalled is Barry Cable. But Polly's CV is significant, but his impact is still being felt today and will be felt very, very long into the future.
Hello, Sean. Welcome to Melbourne. It's Emma here.
G'day, Emma.
I love to talk about on-field success, but I really love hearing about off-field achievements as well. And Polly Farmer really invested in Indigenous youth, and he was a real leader in that field as well. Can you tell us a little bit about the things that he's achieved and his legacy off-field?
Well, I had a good chance to chat with Fred Chaney during the week in the aftermath of Polly's passing, to talk about the foundation, the Polly Farmer Foundation, and the rationale behind that. Is to try and get young Aboriginal kids in school, staying in school, to understand their agency as people and how education enables that agency to flourish. And without the education, you can't get very far in life unless you're very lucky. So he understood that, and he understood it. He understood it in terms of his own agency as a person and as a player. At the age of 16, Polly, like a lot of young Aboriginal men and women, or girls and boys in Western Australia, were under the Native Welfare Department. So at the age of 16, a lot of young Aboriginal people were basically, earmarked to head off into the country to either go and work as domestics for the women, or on the land, shearing, fencing, root picking, rock picking, these sorts of things, on farms and so on and so forth. And because Polly had been playing with his good mate Square Kill Murray, and had come through Sister Kate's, which was essentially an orphanage, for want of a better term, they played with the Kenwick Football Club, and so they were earmarked to head out into a farm in the hinterland of Perth, and it wasn't because of it was because of their abilities to play and play so very well, particularly Polly, because he was so tall and agile for his size. The Sunday Times had a petition to keep Polly from doing that, from going out into the hinterland. So he understood he understood his agency. He understood the importance of being able to get a proper job, to be able to use what he had at his disposal, which was football, which he loved. But he could see that this was the ticket, this was the way forward in terms of what he needed to do for him and his family. And he also understood that that could then play out in terms of the things that he did with the foundation. And, you know, again, that takes vision, that takes heart, that takes courage. And that is something that, you know, he played out not just on the field, but off it, Emma.
And can I suggest, Sean, that I challenge anyone to come up with two mates who have got better names than Square, Kilmurray and Polly Farmer? What a wonderful duo.
It's like something out of a John Steinbeck novel, really.
But it's interesting, Sean, because there was a video of him that circulated this week, which was an interview back in the day, black and white footage. And you talk about what he was confronting. His attitude was very much of its time as well, though, where he said, rather than the acknowledgement being what he would have confronted on the field in terms of racism, but he just sort of said, oh, well, I just think that reflects more on the person saying it, and I just want to beat them.
Yeah, exactly. And this is precisely his position. And again, how sophisticated and enlightened was that? If people would call him a name, he would say, well, I don't have the problem. You've got the problem. It's your problem. And that in itself, so there would be no reaction, which wouldn't mean to say to you, just sort of lay down and take it. If Polly saw an opportunity to get back at that player, he would, and fair enough. But look, how enlightened it is to have him be able to feed back to the person that you have the problem, not me.
Yeah, it's a classic handball, which he was famous for. So he's doing it on the field and off the field, Shawnee.
And presumably when he does say that I'm going to get back to you, he mentions, did I mention that I've got a mate called Square Kill?
Hey, but Sean, he also introduced a level of professionalism into the game, didn't he, that hadn't really been seen before, certainly when it came to training.
Yeah, look, I was speaking with the great Billy Dempsey, who he played with at West Perth, the Cardinals, back in the day, and they won a couple of premierships for West Perth, and played actually with Dennis Cometti, of all people, very early on too. So when he came back, and he always was professional, it was a job for him. Coming back from Geelong, having won a premiership there, and so on and so forth. When he came back to WA, Billy Dempsey said he hated Polly Farmer and some of the training techniques that he would go for, because it was 5 days a week, and you were flogged, literally flogged until you spewed. And, that was just the way that it went. And, he brought a level of rigour and professionalism to the game at the Waffle at the time. And, Billy Dempsey and Polly Farmer, what a rucking. There was probably one of the best rucking divisions in Australia at the time, if not for some time. You know what I mean? So he's great. That was great stuff that they were able to do at West Perth due to the professionalism that they had.
Well, he's an incredible man, and his legacy will endure for many, many years. There's no question about that. And before we let you go, Sean, I know you want to get back to the young fella there at Brunswick Street. We've got to talk to you about your mighty Perps, the Fremantle Dockers. They've still got a sniff of the finals, mate.
How's Ross going? How's Ross going, Shawnee?
Look, he's just gone down to the greengrocers to get the big bunch of bananas and for open camp and fishing for the big rowboat. So we'll be heading out sometime in the not too distant future, I think.
Are you sure you've got we know how you feel about the coach. Let's talk about a couple of your stars, Aaron Sandilands and Hayden Ballantyne, who are retiring. And did you play with Aaron Sandilands' dad?
Yeah, Gary Sandilands, big stretch Sandilands, old stretch. Gary was a great. Gary and Trish, the mother and father of Aaron, great people in themselves, great community, people down in Mount Barker. We played at North together. But talking about John Steinbeck novels, Aaron Sandilands and Hayden Ballantyne are best mates. They are best mates.
Lenny.
So stepping out on the opposite oval in the Perps, going hard. This is stuff of legend. And I haven't been to a game. You said you got a mate who goes for Melbourne who's only been to 2 games. I haven't been to one this year. I've not been to one. And for no other reason, a couple of times it's been clashed with my son's footy, but, just the way that they've been playing. It's just been, but if I was in Perth tonight, I would be definitely going there as a mark of respect to both those players, because they've both been fantastic servants for the club. Aaron in particular, It's just been a wonderful, just a great story. Like he's only got 9 toes. He's only got 9 toes, don't you?
I knew he had turf toe, but I didn't realise he only had 9.
No, his dad was a lawnmower contractor, and they were sharpening up the. Gary and Aaron were sharpening up the blades one day, and Aaron fumbled it. He fumbled it, and it landed, and it took off I think it's on the right foot. He took off the second toe in, not the big toe. If he had taken off the big toe, he wouldn't be able to run. He wouldn't have been able to play. So he's got 9 toes, the big fella.
Hey, Sean, if it had taken off the big toe, that big toe would have been drafted by the Gold Coast Suns.
I'd be on that big toe in the middle of Bass Strait with Ross Lyon and the banana.
So are you telling us that Aaron Sandilands can only hang 9 in the waves in WA?
Correct, and he can do whatever he wants to, Emma. He's big enough.
He's a big unit.
My curiosity is how many people it's going to take. This is my stat of the week. How many people it's going to take to chair off Aaron Sandilands? It's going to be like maybe a Gulliver's Travel situation where they lie him down and everyone carries a piece.
They'll need the crane that brought in the Nicky Winmar statue.
Was square killed Murray seen anywhere at the time of the toe coming off?
Very good, very good.
Some strong names there. Dr. Sean Gorman, it is always a pleasure. Before we let you go, can you give us a quick score? East Freo Power v Fitzroy.
Oh, look, the Power are getting flogged. They've turned the Power off on the Power. The Fitzroy guys are killing us, so there you go. Anyway.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the game there. And thanks again for joining us on Grandstand.
No worries. Go the Birds.
Go the Birds. He is one of the more passionate Fremantle fans.
A passionate and ridiculous academic. He makes us laugh every time. He was referring there to a boat and bananas because we had him on last year.
Yes.
And he was talking about Ross Lyon and he described his beloved coach as a Kafka-esque brain fart,
yes,
which we delighted in.
We did, and he said he has nightmares of being stuck out in the ocean in a boat with Ross Lyon, and the two of them only have one banana to fight over. He said if that was the case, he'd jump out of the boat and try and swim back to shore. So, but great to reflect on the great Polly Farmer there with Dr. Sean Gorman. Now we're going to chat with Charlie Curnow very shortly. Injured Blue, he's at the MCG today. The Blues, of course, are playing St Kilda. But while we're talking about Carlton, Stephen Canelio. A lot of chat about him, Michael Gleeson. Where's he going to go? It seems the 3 teams in play are, of course, GWS, Carlton and Hawthorn.
Yeah, and I think the most amusing sport at the moment is speaking to people who tell you adamantly, I know a bloke, and take it to the bank. He's going to stay. He's going to Hawthorn. He's going to... Just pick it. Whichever one you want, but they will have absolute rolled gold information when only he and his manager, maybe his dad, mum, will know what his decision is. And as far as I know, he wavers between staying and going.
Hamish McLaughlin on the footy broadcast last night. This was on Channel 7, had this to say.
Canelio, a Giant next year, a Blue or a Hawk. I've heard that the Blues have been told that he won't be going there. Now, there's lots of rumours. So suddenly you get left with the Giants and the Hawks. Do you think he stays or goes?
I hope he stays, and I think he does stay.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's going to stay. I mean, all the talk's been around that he's leaving, but I've got a feeling he's going to stay.
But we're really just guessing, aren't we?
And it's interesting because Gil weighed in, which was interesting during the week. And then he weighed back in last night, got a little bit romantic, and he said, I've said it about all players. I'm a bit of a romantic. I like people staying, one cod players. So, Gil, thanks for turning down the lights and getting all Bachelor on it.
Can I say, what a load of bollocks from Gil. What he loves more than anything is the trade period, such that he loves the mid-season trade period idea and wants to talk about a pre-season trade period idea because it generates traffic. Gil, the businessman pragmatist, wants players moving.
In a tweet, there's only how many characters? 140?
Yeah. More than that.
200 and something now, who knows. But perhaps what Gil didn't go on to say was, I love players being one club players when they're as good as Stephen Canelio and they're at GWS.
Yeah.
Well, that's precisely right, because, GWS has been filled by players that have come from other clubs.
Yeah. No. That's just nonsense.
Well, we'll find out soon enough whether he stays at GWS or goes to Carlton or Hawthorn. In the meantime, let's go to a current Blue. He's at the MCG. He's injured, but they are, of course, taking on the Saints there today. Charlie Curnow, welcome to Grandstand.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
Now, are you happy with the appointment of your new coach? There was a big cheer as he came into the room the other day from the playing group.
Yeah, look, we're pretty pumped. I've had David Teague for a while now as my forward coach, and to see him, get the head role as coach, I was pretty excited for him. And he's a great family and a great man, so it was a good pump for him.
And he's been in that caretaker role for a while now. When did you personally feel as though he was the man, A, the man for the job, and B, he'd get the job?
Wasn't too sure because the media says a lot, so you never really know what to believe. Everyone kind of knows. So you always hear about other coaches getting interviewed and stuff, but the players backed him in from day one and believed he was probably the right man for the job. And I think you could tell by the reaction of all the boys that when he got the job, everyone is behind him and supports him. So I reckon maybe, I don't know, after a few wins, it starts to put a bit more pressure on the people upstairs to give him the job. So it was good.
Charlie, you've been out injured. You've been watching from the sidelines. I'm not sure what your game day role is when you're injured, but what have you seen? You would have had quite a different view on the way that David Teague is going about it and the response that he's getting from the playing group. How can you describe that to us?
Look, I think just the way he's been, coaching the boys to play to their strengths. You got drafted for a reason, and use those strengths out in the field. And I think he just gave the boys a lot of confidence to play a little bit more freer. And you can see that in boys' game styles. Like we look at Lockie O'Brien, he's really good runner and he's got a great kick. So we just tell him to really focus in on those areas and. He'll play with more confidence and we get more out of the players. So I think that's the coaching style that he's taken on. So if David Teague is asking the players to play to their strengths and focus on what they're good at, what was Brendan Bolton doing? I think Bolton was doing the same thing. I think he was coaching us with, he was trying to give us a lot of confidence, but I think things just weren't really, working at the time, which it's a hard game and we weren't getting the runs on the board with winning. So it was just obviously pretty tough for him.
Very diplomatic answer. Well done. You've had him as your forward coach. There's sort of a category that the coaches are tending to fall into in descriptions now between whether they're a relationships coach or they're a strategy coach. What's David?
I think he's got a good balance of both. So I've known him over the years, got to know his family. He's a great man. He just plays, obviously what I've said before, he gives people confidence through the relationships that he builds. But he's got some great strategies that I think he's got a lot more to show. He's only been his coach for a few weeks now. So I think moving into the next year, you'll see a lot more strategy coming into his game plan and as well as being a really good relationship.
Part of the strategy when he took over seemed to also be to move players such as your brother and even your brother back into the midfield and even yourself tended to play deeper for the 10 minutes that you got back out there and played before getting injured. But was that also that idea of play to your strength? And was that about him coming to the group and saying, look, this is what we're going to do? Or was there a meeting in it when it was said, look, I think I'm best played here? I think, did he take the player feedback on that?
Well, I think he had a vision and, we told him, we didn't say, look, play me here, but I think he kind of moved a few players around and ended up working well for him. So I think Ed went back into the midfield and he was playing there at the start of the year, just probably not as much time as he is now, and same as Mark Murphy. Just to, and it gives the young boys see those guys playing well, it gives the rest of the team good confidence to go out there and do what they need to do. So I think it's just, you saw it a little bit differently.
And you seem to play a bit deeper to goal. Do you prefer that? And is it a frustration that you haven't, obviously it's a frustration I suppose, but that you haven't had the second half of the year to really work with Harry in particular in getting that chemistry better down, because he's certainly had a breakout year.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Look, it's been a bit of a tough year. All I really want to do is, play football, but let alone get some good chemistry with the other forwards. Look, McGovern only just got here this year and Harry started to have a really good year this year, so it would be nice to, hopefully next year we'll be able to put together some consistent games and play together, because I think that's when we're going to get a lot of our improvement from.
I'm going to jump in early with stat of the week here. Daisy Thomas today plays his 100th game for the Blues, and he becomes the only player ever to play 100 games for both Carlton and Collingwood.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
So it's a strong stat. But Daisy,
Very
as
good
we
stat.
know now, finishing up at the end of this season, what's he been like as a teammate?
Yeah, I think from the outside, Daisy's he's a very funny man. He's always got something to say, and the boys love him for that. So he's been good fun to have around for the years that I've been here. And look, I think he can hold his head high. I think the way he's approached this last year has been really good. So everyone's pretty pumped for him.
And sticking with the theme, Patrick Cripps, 100th game today. When I read 100th game for Patrick Cripps, I had to do a double take because it feels like he's played about 300. But his 100th game today. Tell us about Patrick Cripps as a leader at the club.
Yeah, look, I think we were talking about giving the boys confidence. I think he's a really good captain on game day, but during the week, giving the boys confidence, to go out there and do what they need to do. And he leads by example, I think, which is pretty obvious. I don't really know his stats on how many contested possessions he's had.
It's a lot.
I think it's a lot in 100 games. So, it speaks for itself, all those stats, and I think he's a great captain.
Charlie, how are you going with your rehabbing? Are you up to having a surf or playing basketball under an assumed name? Are you at that point yet?
No, I'm not. It's there's a basketball ring at the club, and it gets a bit dangerous at times. So I have to pull my head in a little bit, and, step back, step away from the environment a little here and there. But and hopefully not too far off that. And so, yeah.
The media, as you would be well aware, cannot stop talking about where Stephen Cornelio's going. Do you guys talk about it inside the four walls?
Actually hasn't been brought up.
I don't believe you. I don't believe anything you say. No. Is that true? You don't talk about it at all?
No, the players don't really speak about it too much. You definitely hear things, and look, I think if we could obviously get him, would be a great play for the club.
It's on your Christmas list to Santa.
He's fairly handy, as it turns out. All right. Before we let you go, Charlie Curnow, we have to find out how well you know your teammates. We've got 3 questions here for you. Which of your teammates once saw a shark while surfing? I'll give you a clue, he was playing at another club at the time.
He's playing at Daisy?
Yes, Daisy Thomas.
There we go.
Once spotted,
2 boys that surf, so.
Spotted a shark fairly close to him while he was surfing.
Yeah.
Okay, according to Zach Fisher and Patrick Cripps refer to their house as what? Apparently their house has a name.
I don't know. No, I got no idea.
Well, according to Zach Fisher, it's Fish and Cripps.
Oh, Fish and Cripps, yeah. I know. They got a shirt made, same.
Oh, they got a shirt. There we go. Fish and Cripps. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, last one. You're 1 from 2 so far. Which of your teammates has a birthday on the 7th of November?
Ed.
Yes, it's your brother.
I've been caught up for that. Yeah,
that
very well played there.
Would have been very awkward if you got that one wrong.
Yeah, I've done it. I've got it wrong before. So
all right, 2 from 3. That's a pass mark from us. Well, all the best with your rehab, with your pre-season, and for season 2020. I imagine the fans and the players are all fairly excited about next year right now. And Charlie Curnow, thanks for joining us on Grandstand.
Thanks so much, guys. Cheers.
Good on you, Charlie Curnow. They're an absolute star of the Carlton Football Club, and they'd all be very excited about next year.
They would. I hope that lots of Blues supporters get down to the G today to watch this game, to support the club, to support Teague, to be there for Daisy, all those things. A beautiful day for footy.
Absolutely. The sun is shining. The car park is closed, though. At the MCG. Okay, yeah, I'm getting, yes, it is.
And but the roof's off.
the roof is off, thank God. The roof is off. So if you do get a chance, get down there, support the Blues today. Be nice to see a big crowd there. Hey, and if you're a Saints fan, there is still a sniff of finals if you're a Saints fan.
Oh. Only in your weird accountant's brain.
There is. They are a mathematical chance, and that is good enough for me.
As soon as you start saying those words, there isn't a chance.
They are a mathematical chance. We'll speak to their injured skipper, Jared Geary, after the news very, very shortly. And we'll also be heading around the grounds. Stat of the week also coming up in the next half an hour. South Australia, you are off to the Gabba for Brisbane v Geelong. That is going to be absolutely massive, that game. But we'll be heading around the grounds here later on. Some very big games today. Keep the SMSs coming in too. What do you believe to be match of the round and why? And plenty of people on the SMS reflecting also on Polly Farmer, an absolute legend of the game. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming up.
Jamelle Wills with ABC News. Scott Morrison has defended Australia's relationship with the Pacific as Fiji's Prime Minister steps up his criticism of the government. Here's political reporter Jade McMillan.
Frank Bainimarama has accused Australia of taking a big step backwards after Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack reportedly said Pacific nations affected by climate change will survive, partly because workers can come to Australia to pick fruit. Prime Minister Scott Morrison insists Australia's relationship with the region remains strong.
Australia has the deepest engagement and biggest commitment of any nation in the world in the Pacific.
Pacific leaders were already unhappy with Australia for blocking a regional consensus on stronger climate change action at the recent Pacific Islands Forum.
The 23-year-old man accused of fatally shooting an Australian tourist in a camper van in New Zealand remains in custody after facing court. The man, whose name has been suppressed, is charged with the murder of 33-year-old Victorian man Sean McKinnon. Mr McKinnon's partner Bianca Buckley managed to escape to alert police. His family were in court for today's hearing. A man accused of the stabbing murder of a woman in Sydney on Tuesday has been formally refused bail. Liv Casbin reports.
Mert Ney appeared briefly via video link from Surrey Hills Police Station, where he was charged last night with the murder of 24-year-old Michaela Dunn and the attempted murder of 41-year-old Lynn Bowe. The court heard the 20-year-old received surgery to his leg after the alleged stabbings in Sydney's centre on Tuesday. Mr Ney's lawyer, Zemarai Katiz, said his client had asked for pain medication and medication for his mental illness and that so far nothing had happened. He spoke to reporters briefly outside court.
He'll be defending it on the grounds of mental illness and it will be a matter for trial later.
The case will return to court on Monday.
New South Wales volunteer surf lifesavers have been called off in the search for a missing swimmer after police declared it was a hoax. Peter Doherty reports.
Since Wednesday afternoon, emergency services and volunteers have been scouring the coast for a man who was believed to have gone missing at Gillards Beach north of Tathra. A witness claimed to be the twin brother of a 42-year-old Victorian man who failed to return from a swim. Director of Surf Lifesaving, Far South Coast, Cheryl McCarthy, says police told volunteers it was a hoax as they were about to enter the water this morning for a fourth day.
We had over 25 volunteers take time off work over the past several days. It's time away from families.
Police have been contacted for comment.
Hundreds of people are gathered in central Sydney for a pro-Beijing rally. Sarah Hawke is there.
Under a number of Chinese flags and some Australian, the mainland supporters are rallying against the protests in Hong Kong. In Mandarin and English, they're calling out slogans such as support the police, punish the protesters, and one China, no separation. A large portion of those here have Chinese flags painted on their face and are holding banners. This is one of a number of pro-Hong Kong and pro-Beijing rallies being held around the country. Several hundred turned up at a pro-Hong Kong rally in Sydney's Martin Place last night.
The US has issued a warrant to seize an Iranian oil tanker a day after it was given permission to leave the British territory of Gibraltar. The US Justice Department says the vessel, all the oil on board, and around $1 million are forfeited based on allegations of terrorism. The Grace 1 was impounded last month on suspicion of breaching EU sanctions. Authorities in the Philippines are urging the owner of online messaging platform 8chan to cooperate with a police investigation. Shirley Escalante reports.
Philippines police want to hear from 8chan owner Jim Watkins, who is residing in the country and has been monitored to have moved out from his leased apartment. The creator of the image board of 8chan, Frederick Brennan, met with police and said he sold the website to Mr. Watkins in 2014. He says Mr. Watkins should have restricted users of 8chan from uploading offensive material to prevent the website from being used to promote violence. 8chan was used by gunmen behind mass shootings in the U.S. and New Zealand to carry their hate manifestos. Shirley Escalante, Manila.
Now the weather for the capital cities: Brisbane sunny and a top of 28 degrees. Sydney sunny with a top of 20. Canberra mostly sunny and 17. Melbourne mostly sunny, a top of 16. Hobart mostly sunny, a top of 15 degrees. Adelaide partly cloudy with a top of 18 degrees. Perth possible showers and a top of 15 degrees. Darwin mostly sunny and 31. I'm Jamelle Wells, ABC News.
The Ashes is back, and so is the Unbelievable Ashes podcast. I am British comedian Andy Zaltzman, and together with Australia's very own Felicity Ward, we'll be watching every waking moment of Australia's attempt to keep hold of the Ashes as they played England in the correct hemisphere. Will Warner and Smith redeem themselves? No one knows, but what we do know is there will definitely be more jokes, more sketches, and more kind of interviews. The Unbelievable Ashes podcast. Hear it on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Shuck the tackle, trying to get boots a ball, turns, fires towards goal, and finishes!
In he comes, he'll kick from right on 50. He's got the distance and he's got the accuracy. That never looked like missing.
Grandstand.
Deep kick towards the teeth of goal and beyond, a freakish kick!
Grandstand.
You are listening to ABC Grandstand. Limo here with Hawthorn #1 ticket holder Emma Race.
Hello.
And the one true star of the Outer Sanctum podcast.
Stop saying that.
You told me to say that. And football writer from the Age, Michael Gleeson. We'll be chatting with injured Saints skipper Jaron Geary very shortly. He is at the MCG. Keep the SMSs coming in on 0437 774 774. Loads of people sharing some Polly Farmer love on the SMS. Please keep those messages coming in, and also let us know, what do you think is the match of the round this weekend? I voted for Hawthorn Gold Coast. I've got almost zero support on that on the SMS.
Yeah, none.
So far. You two have gone for the, I guess, more obvious games, Richmond West Coast.
Yes.
And Brisbane Geelong.
Yeah.
Over here. What are your thoughts? 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. It is time for Stat of the Week.
25, 11, 16 to 8, 9.
They had, I think it was up to 3 times as many possessions.
70 to get the ball inside 14 times and score 8. 88 possessions for 14 times. And again, that's not excessive.
11 inside 50s, and yet we're only able to score 1 goal, 2 to 3 goals, 2.
22 more possessions, 382 versus 360.
On the SMS, someone has asked the question, has Melbourne fallen further than anyone in a season of football? Finishing where they did last year, I guess 4th, if you count prelim losses, finishing 4th. And they've gone down to 17th this year. Well, in 2015, Freo were minor premiers.
Yeah.
And then in 2016, they finished 16th. So that's... Don't have to go back too far for a bigger drop. Do you have another... I know you've given us a few already, Michael.
I have, but just a little one, and it's one that comes to me... Jake Nile reminded me of this week in light of the Jared Ruffhead retirement, is that in the next 3 years, Lance Buddy Franklin will earn 1.4, 1.5 and $1 million from the Swans in the 3 years to come. He's played, I think, 9-10 games this year. His other contemporaries from that draft are all finishing up now. I mean, Ruffy finishing up. Lewis is expected to finish up. They are all finishing. He's got 3 more years. That's nearly $4 million in the Swans cap over the next 3 years. So when you're despairing Hawthorn fans of the fact that he left and that sort of thing, that is a significant impost to the Swans over the next few years.
I don't think Hawthorn fans are despairing too much. Emma Rose?
No, because we won some premierships without him.
Well,
but
you know what else?
When they said 10-year deal at the time, my shock hasn't changed over that. I mean, Jake Nile is correct. This is what we anticipated, and it's still shocking.
And the reason that they made the board sign this declaration that, yes, this money is, even if he retires, this remains in our cap. We know this, and we're prepared to sign for it.
They might be in for 3 long years.
When he's not playing, they need to sell a lot of Buddy Franklin merch.
Look, they probably say they do it anyway. I'm just saying this is the stat. These are the numbers. So let's just remind ourselves.
Well, they are shifting a lot of merch. We know that much. Brett Delidio retired this week, having played 274 games. The #1 draft pick who's played the most games is Luke Hodge, 342.
And still going.
Oh, you're still counting them, are you?
I'm still counting them. I'm still counting them. Don't worry about that. Followed by Nick Rewalt and Brendan Goddard coming in at 2 and 3.
And I think of all of these this week, the #1 most underrated retiree, Nick Smith from the Swans. Premiership player, All-Australian, 200 games, and could still walk in to most places in Melbourne. They go, who?
Good call, Michael Gleeson. Someone on the SMS said, hey, what about Nick Smith, Swan superstar? And he's had a great career.
I hadn't seen that SMS, Just getting in early.
He has had a great career. Emma Race?
Well, look, I didn't prepare a stat of the week, and I was going to say my stat of the week was that 2 out of 3 people in this studio had a stat of the week, and then Jules, our producer, said that's actually not bad, it's the meatloaf stat, and I didn't know what she meant by that, and she said because 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And I enjoyed that so much I was going to go with it, but we were just talking about ladder position and people who have fallen. I just want to, I'm putting a stat that we need to just keep our eye on, is that midway through the season, Richmond was in 12th. They may win the premiership. So they've gone up the other way. They're with a bullet.
The premiership favourites at the moment. But today, St Kilda are playing Carlton down at the MCG, and St Kilda still have a sniff of finals, and their skipper has been good enough to join us. Jaron Geary, welcome to Grandstand.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
How's the leg?
It's getting there very slowly. It's a lot slower than we first anticipated, so it's been a bit of a rough year for me. I've spent a fair bit of time in hospital, and I think I've had 6 surgeries this year, so it hasn't been a fun year.
That is not fun at all. A wild photo of your leg appeared earlier this year. How did that come about?
Well, the surgeon took a photo. I think I was so interested in the procedure when I went in that he wanted to take the photo just to show me what he was doing. And then when he came back to the room, there happened to be about 4 or 5 of my teammates in there, and they were all pretty keen to get the photo in their hands as well. So me being under the influence of some heavy painkillers, and the surgeon pretty happy with his work, sent it off to a few of those guys, and then from there it went viral. So I was pretty disappointed that it got to where it got to, because I went through a stage where I was walking down the street and everyone was asking me to pull down my strides and give me a look.
Okay, that's not ideal. Wow. For people who aren't familiar with the picture, it basically is up the side of your leg, knee to hip, really, and you've been opened right up.
Yeah, I was opened right up along that area, and have a pretty noticeable scar now. So we were in the long board shorts over summer, but it's all healed up well, that part of my leg, and now I'm just dealing with the fractured fibula. So it's all good.
When I'm squirming about that photo. I feel like it will never leave you. Don't make it your profile picture on Twitter. Well, I've got a question for you about how challenging it is when you're, the captain or in the leadership group, and there's been a change to the coach and you're out injured. How the responsibilities and how the leadership kind of falls to you.
Oh, I think firstly, when you lose your coach, you sort of take it a little bit more personally. When you're the captain of the footy club, you have a sort of sense of responsibility that the reason he's not coaching is you're part of that issue. But you move on pretty quick, and Brett's been bringing in that space to sort of transition pretty seamlessly into the role as interim coach. And I had a great relationship with Brett before he took over, so we've just been continuing to talk, and basically my job is just to help him get the best out of the group, and I just do whatever he wants me to do. So today I'll sit on the bench and encourage the boys when they come off, and just help out where I can.
Jaron, from sitting there and sitting in close proximity, you've seen throughout the year, we've had coaches go, we've seen teams bounce as a result. We've seen coaches now being reappointed. We've got an appointment now of the caretaker. We've also, in your case, got Rats coaching against his old club. Do you get a handle on what that does to the psychology of a group and why?
Oh, not really. I think it is. It becomes refreshing a little bit, because you hear a different voice. We had Richo for 6 years, and it was, I really enjoyed Richo as coach, and a lot of the guys did, but it becomes pretty refreshing. And then I guess you sort of, probably as players, it gets put on the coach a lot. So when there's a new coach that comes in, you're probably like, geez, we better pull our finger out and do something about this. Otherwise, you sort of start to wonder if the players are the problem. And I think, the coaches probably get the burden of that load probably too often, and sometimes it is the aptitude of the players. But I think, to be honest, the pressure on coaches is just going to become more and more as time goes on, because the league's going to get closer and closer, and externally and internally, teams are going to have pressure on them to perform, and when they're not, the coaches are going to be under pressure, and rightly or wrongly, that's just how it is in AFL footy.
As one of the players, and certainly as the captain, how do you assess the Saints season? Did you underperform, or have you performed in your mind as well as you could have, given the available talent?
I think that there's certainly been circumstances that haven't helped us, but we still would have liked to have been in a position today to control our own fate and probably win the last couple of games and give ourselves a chance to play finals. But yeah, it is tough to get a gauge on where we're at. I mean, last year we only won 4.5 games, and I certainly thought we were a lot better than that. We didn't perform better than that, but I had expectations that we were going to be a lot better than that. So, we're sitting with 9 wins, and some people would say that's a great effort considering what we've been through, but I still think we've underperformed a little bit, and we'll probably get to the end of the year and probably question a little bit of a year that might have been if we had some availability and performed better in certain parts of our games.
You do have the most bizarre injury list I think I've ever seen. Like when you think about the reasons some of the players are out, you've had zero luck.
Yeah, it certainly has played a part, and it's funny, your physios and docs, they get measured on your injuries, particularly your soft tissue injuries and whatnot. That's their KPI, and they're quick to remind everyone that we've got some bizarre injuries this year, and it's not their fault. So we've certainly heard that throughout the year, definitely from our physios and docs.
We saw Jack Stephen back last week. Do you expect that he'll be with you next year?
I hope so. He's a fantastic player. I hope he's part of what we're building here. Like you said, like you saw last week, off of limited preparation, he performed really strongly and pretty much won the game off his own boot. So we know there's noise around him exiting the football club or staying in the football club or what he does next year. But I'm just want Jack to be happy, and hopefully that's here. And if it's not, and it's somewhere else, and then that's okay as long as he's happy. But I really am hoping that he's going to be playing for St Kilda, not just next year, but beyond next year.
You don't have any extra read on that from him? Any sort of indications from him?
Oh, not really. I think he's just had enough on his plate this year not to sort of, force the issue and question whether that's something on his mind. I'm more there just to support him and make sure he's heading down the right path, and he plays these last 2 games and leaves the year in a happier headspace than he has been throughout the whole year. So if that happens and he leaves in a couple of weeks happy, then that's a pretty good result, I reckon.
Jaron, being an injured captain, do you get much FaceTime with your fans and supporters? And if you do, what's the feedback that they give you?
Yeah, I get a little bit. I've done, when you're injured, they just throw you appearance after appearance. So
you and the mascot and shotgun.
You've got to earn your keep somehow. But look, the fans are pretty encouraged by some of the performance of some of our players that we've probably unearthed. Hunter Clark and Rowan Marshall, Nick Hind, Matty Parker, and then Jack Billings and Jade Gresham. The progression they've made. So they're pretty happy about some of the players that are coming. They're coming underneath and that we've unearthed this year, and some of the other guys that have taken a big step forward. So they're pretty encouraged, but I think they are starved of success, our fans. So they're in a rush to see us perform strongly and get back up into September action. So they're loyal, but they're also they're pretty keen to get going and get back into some September action.
All right, Jaron Geary, before we let you go, we have to find out, as we do here on ABC Grandstand, how well you know your teammates. We've got 3 questions for you.
Yep.
Question number 1, on the player profiles on the St Kilda website, who do most players say is the funniest player at the Saints?
They'd say Jimmy Webster, but I taught Jimmy everything he knows, so it's a bit harsh. Yeah, I sort of, since I became captain, I had to start smarten up and being a bit more serious. So I tell Jimmy what to say and what to do, and then he gets the laugh.
And he gets the credit for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. You, however, say Dylan Roberton is the funniest on your profile.
Yeah, Dylan is very funny. I mean, Dylan's a dad, father of 3, and I've got a little girl as well. So he's very clever and witty with his humour, which probably the other guys don't really quite understand. So
okay.
That's probably the reason why.
Dad jokes.
Well, let's.
Oh no, they're not dad jokes. No, they're definitely not that.
Let's stick with Dylan Roberton. On his profile, what does he say is the most inspiring movie he's ever seen?
Oh, geez.
And now I'm going to give you a clue. It's a joke answer. I assume it's a joke answer.
No, it'd be something like I'm not. He's pretty. He loves those sort of not their humorous movies, and he's very good at quoting. It'd probably be like Dodgeball or something.
Or South Park.
South Park,
which holds the Guinness record for the most swearing in an animated film.
Yes. Yeah.
And finally, you are 1 from 2 so far. Rowan Marshall is from which country town in Victoria?
That is easy. And if you want to check out some great television, Rowan Marshall's from Portland and has pumped it up into tourism ad recently for them.
And it's gold.
it's horrific. So if you can get your hands on it, have a look at it.
We'll keep an eye out for the Marshall Tourism ad for
I love
Portland.
good footballers doing bad acting.
It's terrible.
You've passed there. Very well done. Thank you very much for joining us on Grandstand. All the best today, and you're still a sniff of finals. So all the best for the rest of the season, Jaron Geary.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
Skipper of the Saints there. You mentioned the acting there again, Emma Ray. Someone on the SMS came through and said that they directed Neighbours for years, have directed Neighbours for 30 years on the SMS, and many players on Neighbours, but Tommy Hafey, by far the best actor.
That's amazing.
There you go, Tommy Hafey. All right, let's head around the grounds. Quentin Hull, hello, mate.
Hello, Limo. Welcome to 28 degrees, sun shining, full house at the Gabba.
Look at that. When was the last time it was a sellout?
Well, it was a sellout for round 5 when Collingwood came to town at the start of Easter. But I just wonder whether all of those members and the members' guest passes were taken up that day because it was the start of the Easter weekend. Official number was 34,017 on that day. So that's essentially what we're comparing to today. There has been changes to the configuration since the glory years, new scoreboard at the school end of the ground. So we're not going to get the 36 plus that we got when Brisbane beat Essendon in the If It Bleeds We Can Kill It game back in 2001. I don't think they can get that many in here now, but the interest has been unbelievable in this part of the world, as it has been across the entire footy world.
So the Brisbaneites have fully jumped on board.
And there's a belief, I think, in this winning run that they're on. As the narrative of Brisbane's season has gone from, well, I reckon they can make the finals this year, to I reckon they can make top 4 this year, and then the next 2 weeks will, I think, determine the swinging voters as to whether or not they think they can win the flag this year, because there's a lot of parochial supporters, of course. They see what's happening. They think the improvement each week. Of course, they've got hopes of being at the MCG last Saturday of September, but they haven't played Geelong this year. They haven't played Richmond this year. It's a great fortnight coming up to tell the entire footy world just how far Brisbane has come in 2019.
And down the other end of the ladder, the Gold Coast Suns would just be praying for this season to end, I imagine.
Oh, look, I'm really enjoying the weekend's rostering. I get to spend the afternoon with Al here today at the Gabba, and we'll be on at Docklands tomorrow, where it'll be, 7 degrees or something like that. At least I'll be able to see Ruffy play his last game, and hopefully the Suns put on a decent enough show, because, they will be a sideshow to the rough farewell, won't they?
They will indeed. Quentin Hull will see you at the Docklands tomorrow. Let's head to South Australia. Joel Peterson. Hello, mate.
G'day, Limo. How are you?
Oh, hello, Joel Peterson. It's Emma Race here. I haven't spoken to you for quite some time. Tell us, what's the local chat going on? What are they anticipating for the Adelaide Pies game?
Oh, there's plenty of excitement, Em, and good to talk to you. It's a beautiful day here in Adelaide, which we haven't had for footy in a little while. But I think the stakes certainly are known in terms of this one, that Adelaide needs to win, because you wouldn't want to go to Ballarat and play the Western Bulldogs next week with your finals hopes on the line. And they sort of swung a change. They go with the 2 rucks today. So Riley O'Brien's coming to go alongside Sam Jacobs in his 200th game, which really probably hasn't happened under Don Pike's 4 seasons in charge. They've played with 2 dedicated ruckmen. So that's a new look for them, all, of course, to curb Brodie Grundy. So there's a bit late into this one. 100th game for Paul Seidman, 200th for Sam Jacobs, and, of course, the stakes in terms of finals for the Crows. So there's a lot of excitement about the importance of this clash.
Yeah, it's massive. And then North will be taking on Port tonight. We don't know. We've been discussing how North's going to bounce back. What's your take on that game?
Yeah, we're speaking to Dean Brogan from Port this morning. They're expecting a pretty fierce response from North Melbourne, but I think the feeling around Port Adelaide is that they probably have a couple more strings to their bow than North, so they're a very good contested side, as are North Melbourne. But in the last couple of weeks, it's been the outside game of Port Adelaide that's really taken a hold. The coaches had a meeting probably 4 or 5 weeks ago to try and strengthen that side of their game. They've been scoring from turnovers and using the ball inside the forward 50 a lot better than they have previously. So they've sort of made some inroads into their season. Now the Power, they get Ryan Burton back today. They've won 2 in a row for the first time since round 6. So they're trending in the right direction as well.
Joel Peterson, thank you very much. Let's head to New South Wales. Brett Sprigg. Hello, mate.
Mo and Mick, how are you all?
We are very well. Now, we've been discussing Sydney in depth. Let's move to the Giants. Can they dig themselves out of this hole they seem to be in?
Yeah, this is a huge game tomorrow against the Bulldogs, Lemo. There's plenty for both of these teams in currency, but the nice little quirk here is this is actually the first time these teams will meet at that venue since the prelim in 2016, which was one of the greatest games we've seen of the modern era, and it felt like a coming-of-age moment for the Giants, even though they lost in that great year for the Dogs. Look, tomorrow, a total of 5 changes. Importantly, they get back Josh Kelly and Matt de Boer, who have been out since rounds 16 and 13, respectively. Himmelberg comes back in, which is just as well, because Jeremy Cameron's out with a hamstring. As far as the extra height goes, they've got Zach Sproul to debut. He's a lad from Albury who came through their academy system. He'll be their 6th debutant of the season, which is an equal league record. So they have butted some young talent as well this year. The Giants, the big retirement during the week, of course, Brett Delidio. And unfortunately, he's no guarantee to play again with that calf injury. I don't want to take too much pity on the guy because he did play 270-odd games and achieve some great accolades, mostly at the Tigers. But, of course, he left the Tigers to perhaps get a better crack at a premiership with the Giants, and the very next year Richmond went all the way and he wasn't part of it, which must have been pretty tough for him because he was a heart and soul player at that club. As for tomorrow, no, I think it'll be a great game and the Giants should just get up.
Brett Sprigg, thank you very much. Brett Delido, of course, was at Taronga Park Zoo, I believe, the day of the grand final with his family.
Oh, that's terrible.
He was looking at actual Tigers instead of watching his old Tigers. Let's go to WA. Ben Cameron, hello, mate.
Hello, team.
G'day, Ben. You've got the Dockers and Bombers there. You've got a couple of big retirements this week.
Yeah, it's the long and short of it. It's like the movie Twins with Arnie and Danny DeVito. Hayden Valentine and Aaron Sanderland on the way out. Their farewell game. And 2 guys that are Fremantle through and through, aren't they? I mean, Aaron Sanderland has been around since 2003. And how's this? I saw this on Twitter during the week from Sir Swamp Thing, who's one of the great statisticians. He's the only player still on an AFL list that has lost a final to Essendon, who they're playing tonight. So that's how long he's been playing for. And it will be an emotional night tonight for Fremantle, but a big night for Essendon as well, who are trying to make sure that they've got a role to play in finals. And when times are tough, it's always nice to go home, and that's what's happened for John Worsfold coming back to Perth this week.
Yeah, they've made some changes too, the Bombers. They've got at least some run back in, which makes it maybe shifts it a bit, given that it's 12th v 7th, and it feels like 12th is probably favourite to win it.
Yeah, it's a massive game for Essendon, and they're quite banged up. They do have some really big ins, as you mentioned there, so that is a positive for them. But my mail is that they're really sore. I mean, Fantasia's struggling. He's got, I think they keep listing it as a hip, but I think it's a knee from what I'm hearing. And yeah, they're just battling. We know about Heppel's injuries throughout the year, or that foot concern. So they're sort of limping towards the final, but trying to win and make sure that they have a role to play.
Ben Cameron in WA, thank you very much. Let's head to the MCG. Matt Clinch, hello, mate.
Good afternoon, team. Glorious day at the home of footy here at the MCG. 16 degrees, the sun beating down.
Any late changes?
There is one. Jacob Wiedering hasn't got up from his groin injury, so he's out. Darcy Lang comes back in. So interesting, given the Teague train came to fruition during the week, announced as the Carlton coach. He's won 5 of his 9 matches since taking over the helm. And the Saints, with Brett Ratton, the former, of course, Carlton coach, trying to do exactly that, which Rhys Shaw and David Teague have been able to achieve, convince the board that he is the man going forward.
Plenty of intrigue there today, Clinchy. Have the fans responded? How's it looking?
No, it's not a massive crowd at this stage. I'd say it's probably only about 15 to 20,000, so maybe a few more will roll back in. Patrick Cripps playing his 100th game. It's the best individual effort I've seen so far this year. Earlier in the year when they played the Brisbane Lions, he kicked 4 goals and had 38 disposals. So looking forward to seeing Jack Stephen in his return. He was good last week. And I guess the pressure for Carlton will be trying to stop Membry and Bruce this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Clinchy. Happy calling there. Let's head back up to the Gabba. Al Nicholson, any late changes there, mate?
No late changes here, Limo, so looking forward to this clash. Have been all week, actually. I think it's going to be absolutely superb. And when Mark McClure and I came in, we probably got here 2 hours ago. There was a huge line waiting to get in, so it's got that big game feel about it and perfect conditions. Quite nice to escape Melbourne this afternoon, to be honest.
Don't rub it in, Al. Hey, Al, you know what I would love? I would love an in-depth pre-game chat with Chris Fagan. Can you help me out?
That's coming your way, Limo. Your wish is our command, so we will deliver that to you. He'll be right off the top of the program today. He's done a wonderful job with the Brisbane Lions this season. They'd won 17 games across 4 seasons prior to this one, and they've already banked 15. And they play some of the most exciting football of any team.
Well, it is a full house there. It is going to be a massive game. There'll be plenty of eyes on it. Happy calling there, Al, with Quentin Hull, Mark McClure, Craig Starcevich, and Michael Price at the Gabba. And they've got a show, a 40-minute pre-show there as well, which of course includes that chat with Chris Fagan. Thank you for all your SMSs today. Brisbane versus Geelong and North Melbourne versus Port have been nominated here as the two best games. Go North Melbourne, my second team, the Bulldogs. It's Ram and East Burwood. Thank you, everyone, for your SMSs. Michael Gleeson, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Emma Race, thanks for taking off the sub-vest and stepping into the studio today.
It was my pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow.
I will indeed. So we'll be at the MCG tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your SMSs. And enjoy your Super Saturday. There are some amazing games of football happening right across today and tomorrow, and I hope that your team has a win.
Hi, I'm Costa Georgiadis from Gardening Australia. Everything the ABC does is for you, and you can help shape what we do with our online feedback community. ABC Your Space.
I like being able to have a say on my favourite programs.
It's good to know they're paying attention to us.
Love our programs? Help shape the ABC. Join Your Space. Join now for your chance to win an ABC event prize pack. Visit abcyourspace.net.au.
Stand by. Cue audio.
Grandstand. AFL.
You're with Grandstand. Players are ready. Here we go.
Kicks inside the attacking 50. Big lead from Hagee.
It's a floater across the...
Richard McCarthy.
It's on its way. Is it on target? It's through!
Grandstand. AFL.
Oh, huge fly. Oh, goodness me.
45 out. Wheels. Fires. Goal.
Straight to the goey. Don't do that. Never do that.
Puts on the burners. Breaks a tackle. Snaps from 40. Oh, yeah.
Outside of the boot, if you don't mind. He snaps towards the teeth of goal.
Grandstand. AFL.
On a tight angle. Comes in and threads the needle.
Elliott the rope. Right foot snap. You betcha.
You're with Grandstand.
The impossible goal!
On ABC Radio and Grandstand Digital.
The sold-out sign has gone up ahead of the most highly anticipated and meaningful match at the Gabba in a decade. The Lions, on an 8-game winning streak, have been exhilarating on their surge to second on the table. Today they face the ladder leader Geelong, a side they've not defeated in their previous 8 meetings. Hello and welcome to the Gabba. It's a glorious afternoon for football here. Not a cloud in the sky. We're expecting a top of around 28 degrees today. Alistair Nicholson down at ground level, and alongside me, Mark McClure. Hello, Sellers.
How you going, Al? I'm excited. Extremely excited to see how Brisbane go against one of the class teams in the competition. I think they'll go well. They've got some great forwards. They're really balanced now. Fagan's done a super job getting them confident enough to play against these big sides, and this will be their test.
You came here for Thursday night football early in the season. There were 34,000 people here. We've seen people lining up a couple of hours in advance today to get into the members here at the Gabba, and scenes we haven't seen for a long, long time. But there was excitement then, but it seems like there's real legitimacy about Brisbane now and their premiership chances.
They weren't ready then. We watched it. They were fumbling. They rushed it. They rushed the ball too much. And I remember calling the game. I wrote it down in my book and read it on the way up in the plane, what I wrote after the game. And they just were not quite ready. They got the talent. But now they got the confidence, which is another step towards the finals. Can they win the finals? Yes, they can. Don't dare to dream, I say. Just keep at it, keep fighting. They've got one of the best forwards in the competition in Charlie Cameron. They are seriously well set up. And when you have a look at their forward line of Hipwood, who's been fantastic, and tall forwards and their small forwards around the place, they can score. It's whether or not they can stop the opposition too.
The mastermind of it all, Chris Fagan's going to join us on Grandstand AFL very shortly. We're just watching Charlie Cameron go through a few run-throughs at the moment. He's almost unstoppable. He's kicked 47 goals this season. He doesn't need too many opportunities.
Well, he's going to get 55 or 60 once they play in the finals, and that's a massive number for a small forward. He's the best small forward in the game. Number 1 for mine. No one's better than him. Liam Ryan's probably number 2 in that area. So for mine, I think that, good luck if you're playing on him. I tell you what, if they picked your number next to his, you'd go, uh-oh, I'm in for a big day and a lot of work, because he runs up and back and across and he charges. And that's the difference between the smalls and the talls of this game. He chases, tackles, harasses, does all the work. The talls bring it to the ground, and he just takes over. He's a star, mate.
Another game going on this afternoon. We'll keep you across. Matt Clinch will be at the G for Carlton and St Kilda, and Sellers David Teague, after you said that the board had almost been forced by the weight of public opinion to appoint him. That was announced during the week, and that looms as a big clash there this afternoon.
Did they push him, or did they make a great decision? I'd like to think the second, that they made a great decision for a change. Last 20 years of making decisions at Carlton's been very, very poor, and they know that. And they couldn't make another one. This has been terrific for Teague. He's done it well. He's very similar to Fagan. He's a relationship builder. He builds confidence. He puts people in the right spots. Doesn't ask for too much of them. You just do what you can do. It's all about the positives, not about what you can't do. And I think that's what Chris Fagan's done. I'm going to ask him anyway what his special point is that's actually turned this side around. It'll be interesting.
He's got a bit of a grin on his face. He's joined us on Grandstand AFL. It's wonderful to have the Brisbane Lions coach with us. Chris, thanks very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
This scenario, the build-up to the game, it's one of the most highly anticipated clashes of the season. Have you embraced the occasion?
Yeah, we have. I mean, we've just tried to keep our week a normal week. We sort of had the experience against Collingwood back in round 5 where we filled the Gabba, and it seemed like a bit of an unusual week, and everyone was a little bit uptight and overdoing things, whereas this week it's just been a normal week. We've done all our normal routines and processes, so I think the club's handling it a lot better this time around.
So do you feel like the players and the club now feels like it belongs where it is, whereas perhaps maybe the blockbuster fit it wasn't used to previously?
Oh, well, it's been a long time since that's been the case for Brisbane, I suppose. But, we've played in some big games over the last 2 or 3 months. It's not just today. We had to go to Adelaide and beat Port Adelaide at a time when they were trying to climb up the ladder, and GWS at their ground, albeit there's not a big crowd there, but still a big occasion. So Hawthorn down in Tassie. So big games, we're sort of used to it now, and this is no exception. 1 versus 2. Who would have thought round 21, Brisbane and Geelong, game of the day.
So has this happened even more rapidly than you could have ever expected yourself?
Well, probably, but the thing is, last year, our first year together, 2017, we had 5 wins. That was probably a lucky 5-win season. Last year we had a 5-win season. It was a really unlucky 5-win season. It could have been 10. So in some ways, our improvement's been progressive. It just feels like it's a big jump because it's gone from 5 to 15, but probably internally, we certainly expected and hoped that we'd be somewhere around the 10 to 12 wins this year. So a little bit over what we thought, but we're not worrying about that now. We're just trying to win every game as it comes up.
And given this club's struggles over recent seasons, what does it mean to you to see the sellout sign go up at the Gabba, and we've seen people lining up to get in multiple hours before the gates even open?
Oh, it's great for our fans. It's really great for the people who've worked at the footy club for quite a while too. Like, they've been here 10, 12 years, and they've faced some tough times, and they got a bit of a smile on their face now, and can remember what it's like to be a good footy club again. So that's the bit I've enjoyed.
One of the things that's happened is you've got some of your youth now up around that 50-game mark, which is really a mark that sort of sets you up for the future.
Yeah, I was only looking at that the other day. I think young Alex Witherden plays his 50th today. McCluggage has played 50. Berry's played 50. I reckon Cam Rain is somewhere near 40. So, they're getting towards that stage now where they're experienced, or reasonably experienced players, and their bodies have sort of conditioned to play an AFL footy.
Yeah, Witherden's in that lot as well, and there's a few others there. They're fantastic. But your senior players, you've got 9 from other clubs that are already experienced, played in finals, understand it. People say, how can Brisbane win a final when they haven't got the experience? Well, you've got the experience.
Yeah, it's a good observation. I listen to that and have a little bit of a chuckle. We have got plenty of finals experience in our side, enough to help our young blokes through those situations. So, we don't face that situation with any fear or trepidation. We know we've got enough players who know what to do.
Are you daring them to dream?
We haven't talked about that. We funnily enough, we still talk about trying to improve all the time, and I reckon all the great teams do. And if we can improve again over the next 4 to 5 weeks, then who knows what might happen. But that's the goal for us.
Continual improvement's the key, and we all understand that. But the other side of it is, what's the one thing that when you came here, that you changed, that you're so proud of, that's made this side a better team?
Yeah, probably I, along with others, have probably changed the culture from a perspective that about that idea that it is all about improvement and don't fear failure, and we've tried to keep the place really stable. And the other thing is, and the most important thing is the players own what we do. It's very player driven, and they set the standards, they push each other along. We've just sort of, as a coaching group, tried to facilitate that. So I think that's been the main thing we've done.
All the great sides do that. The sides run the show, and they control the show, and they demand each other, and that's exactly what you've done. So I reckon that's a fantastic thing. And culture over strategy, I reckon that's the way to go. Someone comes in for an interview and says, we want to do strategy, you go, there's the door. Get the culture right first.
Yeah, I think that's right. It is all about spirit and honesty and all those sorts of things, because if you don't have those, it doesn't matter how good your game plan is, it'll fall apart under pressure. So that's what I've been lucky enough to experience at Hawthorn, and we've tried to do a similar thing here.
We see in the competition at the moment, Chris, the focus on defence and not that much emphasis from coaches on trying to score, but your team plays one of the most attractive brands of football in the competition. Has that been deliberate, that you want to take your fans on a ride, or is that the best method, do you think, with the squad that you've got?
It's probably just evolved with our squad, I reckon. We just try and get the ball inside 50 as much as we can and give our talented forwards and our midfielders an opportunity to score. It's not too complicated. The other thing is, it's interesting about us. We don't get talked about our defence, but if you have a look at the ladder, particularly from round 6 onwards, we're the second best defence in the competition. It's all on the back of winning the ball and getting it into your own forward line and locking it in. It's also the work that the boys in the back line do as well. So, people talk about our offence, but I'm really proud of our defence. I think 2016 was 132 points against. I think we're about low 70s now for the season, so it's a 10-goal improvement over 3 years on our defensive stuff.
You're right in line for a grand final, aren't you?
I don't know about that. No, don't want to jump to too many conclusions, because finals are, they're a different matter. We've had a good run with injury too. Our medical staff have done a brilliant job, and our fitness guys. So there's been a lot of good things happening.
Let me talk about Lachie Neale. He's changed the dynamics in the middle of the ground. His clearance work's special. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable player. I didn't realise I knew he was good. I appreciate him even more now that he's played with us. And the thing about it is really tough. That opposition teams throw everything at him. They tag him. They do whatever they can to stop him. But he still finds a way to win the footy and set his teammates up. And he's been valuable for us, not just on the field but off the field. He's always helping the young midfielders to learn more about the game. And that's what we've tried to do, bring blokes in that are going to actually add to our culture. And he's one, Hodgie's another. They've been fantastic for us.
On Hodgie, do you think, his football would suggest he's capable of playing on next season? Are you getting any inkling either way what he might do?
No, we haven't talked about it quite deliberately. Let that happen at the end of the season. I reckon he's just enjoying his football at the moment, and playing good footy, and he's an important part of our team. So, no, we'll just leave it at that.
And from your perspective, though, it would be up to Hodgie, would it? From your perspective, he's playing well enough to play on?
Yeah, I think it's, he's a champion of the game. I think it comes down to his call.
And on Geelong today, how do you take them apart, Chris? They've beaten you the last 8 times. They've played against you. In fact, you have to go back to that miracle game in 2013, the last time Brisbane knocked off Geelong.
Yeah, they've belted us. They've belted us, I think, by an average of 62 points over the last 5 or 6 years. So we're aware of that. But that's been the case for a lot of the teams we've played against this year. They've dominated us. And, one of the challenges that we always talk about, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So, we look forward and embrace that challenge. We'll hopefully be able to say at the end of today's game that we've improved against Geelong. Whether that means we've won or not, it doesn't matter as long as we've improved. So, yeah, that's the way we look at it.
One last one on your own state of mind. Emotionally, how do you feel today? Is there a genuine sense of excitement within you?
Oh no, I feel the same every time that we play. I mean, when you've had 2 years where you've won 5 games, you're still nervous about every game. You never walk into the joint thinking, we're absolute certainties today. I can remember feeling like that at Hawthorn a few times. I just thought they got to the stage where they were invincible, but we're still in that early stage of our growth. We've stepped up and won some more games, but we need to prove to ourselves and to everybody in the football community, you earn respect from performance over a period of time. So we haven't had that period of time yet.
It's coming, it seems, Chris.
What music did you play this morning? Running to Win?
No, I actually didn't put the record player on this morning, mate. I had some visitors, so I couldn't do the normal routine.
Good luck today. Great to have a chat to you, Chris, and congratulations on what you've achieved so far.
Thanks very much, fellas.
Chris Fagan with us on Grandstand AFL at ground level here at the Gabba. Terrific to get his thoughts, and
What a season they are having, the Brisbane Lions. They take on the Cats today. There's another big game going on in Melbourne with St Kilda taking on Carlton. We'll get to Matt Clinch very shortly. And coming up later in the pre-game as well, we'll visit the Geelong side of things with Cats assistant Matthew Knights to be part of our pre-game on Grandstand AFL. For now, though, Mark McClure and Al Nicholson will head upstairs, sellers. I think we need some sunscreen down here if we stay for too long. With Al, I'm catching you very quickly, just quietly. And the same has to be said for Quentin Hull, who's safely indoors. He's in the commentary box at the moment. Great to be working with you again, Q, and alongside him, Craig Starcevich.
Oh, indeed, Al. We've experienced both parts of that life, and I can say that hair is overrated, having had some and had none. Craig Starcevich, great to have Al back in town and Big Sellers back here for the first time since the Collingwood game. How things have changed since then. How are you?
I'm great. We need some ABC caps for newcomers up here that have come up here from the cold of Melbourne.
Occupational health and safety.
Absolutely. A couple of caps while they're down on the boundary, keep the melons clear of the sun.
And here's my segue. Is the weather going to be a factor today for Geelong?
You'd reckon it has to be an advantage to Brisbane. 28 degrees when you're coming out of the cold of Melbourne over the last month. So you would think and hope that that's an advantage for Brisbane. But often teams that come out of those conditions in Melbourne actually come up here and get a bit energised by the whole thing as well. So who knows? We'll find out. It'll only be an advantage to Brisbane if they can work Geelong over hard enough and tie them in the second half.
You were a part of the staff of Lee Matthews during the glory days, and that comparison is starting to return to this place. So take us into your experiences of the last couple of the weeks and the build-up to this game in particular, because as much as we had Q Clash last week, there was another home game for Brisbane previous to that with the Western Bulldogs in town. This has been a day marked in footy fans' diaries for a couple of weeks, and there's amazing momentum in this city leading into today.
Yeah, it's more the talk outside the footy club, I reckon, at the moment, Q. So I noticed, inside the four walls, it's all been very business as usual. But, for the supporters, and you and I know how hard it is for AFL to stake a claim in this city. There's so much going on in terms of competitive other sports that to fight for your airspace is really, really difficult. And the Lions have got it this weekend. They're fighting for top spot.
And not only this weekend, but it's a ripe time for them. There are plenty of swinging voters. It's not quite the same as Sydney because there's not as many teams around, but the Roar are coming off the back of their worst season ever. Robbie Fowler coming to the club could change things when we get back to A-League season. The Queensland Reds are going through one of their lowest periods in history, and the Brisbane Broncos so often and still the number one ticket in this city. Last night beat Penrith just to get back to 7th on the ladder, and it's been an up and down season under the first year of a new coach, Anthony Seibold. So that sporting appetite from a football perspective, the Lions' timing has been perfect in 2019.
It's a constant battle, but this build's been on the go for a couple of years now, as we've sort of watched. And I think Fags made reference to last year, the 5 wins last year, and the number of really close competitive losses they had last year. It was probably more like an 8 or 9 win season really than a 5 win season. So this year, while we're all pleasantly surprised, it's probably been on the build for a little while.
No changes here. We'll get to Matt Clinch in a moment to give you what's the news from what's happening early stages at the MCG, and we will go into the Geelong camp with assistant coach Matthew Knights with Michael Price on the boundary in just a moment. But what's top of your mind as to the winning and losing of the game?
Oh, there's a heap of really good battles. There could be 8 All-Australians out there today. So you look at the midfield, like your Lachie Neals and Jared Lyons and Jared Berry and Dane Zorko, who is only cameo midfielder these days. He's sort of forward half. But, Dangerfield, Selwood, Kelly up, against that crew. I actually think, it's going to obviously go backwards and forwards a fair bit. Whoever can lock it in their forward half the longest and get repeat shots at goal, I think that's going to determine the result, because you look at the ground level pressure and we get locked into Hawkins and we get locked into his ability to kick goals down there, but the goals that come from their smalls in that part of the ground and their mids are often due to being in there for a extended period of time. So if it's on the ground down there and Ablett and Dalhouse and Myers and Atkins and now Narkle, if they're sort of locking it in that part of the ground, getting another sniff, look out. And conversely, up the other end, if Brisbane can do the same with Charlie Cameron, Lincoln McCarthy, Alan Christensen and Cam Rayner, very similar result. They've got multi-faceted forward lines, both teams. You've got to lock it in that part of the ground and generate extra scoring shots.
And Mark Blitzarves continues to prove himself as an unbelievably versatile footballer, but to my mind, that's one of the great challenges of the day. He doesn't have the experience in the ruck that Steph Martin does. We know that Martin's in terrific form, yet Blitzarves is a guy that seems to just adapt, and we know of his great athletic capacity, which will be tested on a very hot day.
Amazing athlete, and as you say, it's going to wear him out. He might get he'll get a bit of help from Radaglia, I think, just a bit of a chop out every now and then, but I think he's going to be up against it. Steph Martin is a regular 20-touch, 30-hit-out player. Does he get the recognition across the league that he should? So, he's been super, Steph, the last couple of years, and Oscar McInerney now can give him the little respite that he needs from time to time, but Oscar's also really good for the get-out kick in the forward line. Just plonk it on his head and let those big, long arms get up and take a catch.
We'll expand with Mark McClure and Craig Starcevich a little bit later on as we get closer to the opening bounce here. Just looking through the stands, there's still quite a number of seats vacant, so I reckon Vulture and Stanley Streets will be absolutely humming at the moment with people trying to get in here with the sold-out sign up. We'll get into the Cats camp in just a moment with Matthew Knights, but the game between St Kilda and Carlton is underway at the MCG. We'll keep you up to date throughout the afternoon. Matt Clinch, good afternoon. Did you catch the T train to the G today?
No, I didn't, Quentin, but there's certainly plenty of Carlton fans who are on board. Welcome to you. Glorious day at the MCG. 4 minutes gone. The opening goal of the match through the way of the Blues. They're 1 straight 6 to the Saints, 1 behind. So both sides have had a shot on goal. The Saints in the opening minute were able to deliver it to the chest of Tim Membry. He missed, and then it was Mitch McGovern who found the pass to Matthew Kennedy. So the Blues take the early lead here. It's probably not the match of the round given some of the other matches on offer, but it is intriguing in terms of how these two sides will, I guess, prevail in victory this afternoon. Jacob Wiedering was a laid out for the Blues with a groin injury. Darcy Lang came back in. So the Teague train, as you touched on, Carlton sitting in 16th position. They won 5 of their 9 matches under David Teague, and Brett Ratton is the man who would desperately love that opportunity at the Saints, coaching against his old club this afternoon. The Saints, well, small mathematical possibilities if they were to win every game convincingly and other results were to go their way. It's probably unlikely. They're 13th on the table, 9 and 11. Patrick Cripps playing in his 100th game. He's got the company of Jack Steele already in this match. Nathan Brown has gone straight to Harry Mackay, and Mitch McGovern starting forward. Levi Casbolt has gone to defence without Jacob Wiedering, so it means that the job of Jones being out and Wiedering being out will be with Casbolt and Plowman to try and shut down Membry and Bruce. And for the Saints, Jack Stephen and Dan Hanbury both start on the bench, so it was great to see them back out last week in their narrow 3-point win over the Dockers. So 6 minutes gone here at the MCG. The Blues 1 straight, the Saints 2 behind, so we'll keep you and Mark McClure close across the afternoon.
Good on you, Clinchy. Matt Clinch at the MCG. No changes to the selected teams here. So Brisbane is unchanged from its 91-point victory over Gold Coast in Q-Clash 18 here last Saturday. While for the Cats, just the one change to the team that beat North Melbourne down at Cardinia Park with Sam Menangola omitted. And the Irishman Mark O'Connor returning to the team after having a couple of weeks out with a toe injury. Speaking of Catland, welcome in Michael Price, bathing in the glorious sunshine today, doing boundary duties for us. Pricey, great to have you on board, and you've got a special guest from the Geelong Footy Club, Matthew Knights.
Thanks, Q. Standing here with Matthew Knights. Matthew, it's a beautiful day here at the Gabba, and I know that it's been a little bit chilly in and around the Geelong area. 28 degrees today. Any factor for you?
Yeah, it's been nippy in Geelong the last couple of months, but yeah, it's great to be up here. It's it's great to have a bit of sun out here, and 27, 28 degrees. You're heading towards finals, so this is the type of weather you could be seeing in the finals. So it's great for us. Brisbane are in super form. 2 great teams, so it's going to be a superb clash.
So 1 versus 2. Now, it seems to me there's been some unfair criticism of Geelong over the last couple of weeks when you've been sitting pretty on top of the ladder. How do you guys address that?
Yeah, I guess our first half of the season meant that we were sort of 2 or 3 games out on top, and obviously the gap's been bridged a bit between sort of us and the next 2 or 3 teams. So with that comes a little bit of question mark about how we're playing, but I thought our North Melbourne win last week was pretty strong and convincing because they had been playing pretty good footy in the last 6 weeks themselves with sort of under a new coach in Reece Shaw. So, yeah, we were happy with last week. We respect Brisbane and the way they're playing and their strengths. But it's it's just set up for a great day, a great clash.
Yeah, great clash. And last week's game, I think you really got your defensive mojo back. Would that be right?
Yeah, we're good in the contest, and our mids were strong, and then our defenders really held their own. I mean, to keep north to 1 goal over the course of a game. I know the conditions were very slippery and it was tough in Geelong, but I thought we played the right way last week, and we're going to have to do everything right to win today, because what we've seen with Brisbane in the last 8 or 10 weeks doesn't seem to be many weaknesses. They're running on top of the ground, they're physical. They've got all the hallmarks of a really strong team, so it's going to be one hell of a clash.
Now tell us about the ruck situation. So you've got Mark Blitzarves who's coming into the ruck. Will he be dropping back and helping out his old defensive mates? And he's got a 2-on-1 going with McInerney and Martin.
Yeah, well, he tends to want to do that a bit, Blitz, and help out his old teammates back there. Well, he's only been with us for a week in the midfield, but yeah, he's an outstanding player, but monumental task with McInerney and Martin today. They're both they're different types of ruckmen. You've got the real reach, and then you've got the real sort of contested player in Martin who sort of follows up and does some good work at the fall of the ball. So yeah, big task for Blitz, but he'll get some help from Radaglia too. Radaglia did a nice job for us when he was in the ruck last week. So 4 good players there.
Now tell me finally, midfield coach, the mighty midfield, Dangerfield, Selwood, the whole lot, Kelly. Tell me about how you think they're going to be going up against the Brisbane boys.
Yeah, no, it's been a big year for us in the sense we've, like with Constable, Parfitt, Narkle, guys like that. We've introduced some youth into our midfield with our decorated champions, and Tim Kelly sort of sits in that. It's still a young Tyro for me. Really a pleasure to coach. But, you look at Neil, you look at Zorko, Lincoln McCarthy, Christensen comes through there, McCluggage. It's, both teams are just littered with midfield talent. So, it's going to be physical, it's going to be on, but, we back ourselves as they will today.
I know it's going to be fierce contest, and it's black and white that you're going against each other, but Link McCarthy's 50th game, it must leave a little bit of a smile in the Geelong hearts.
Well, I think it does for everyone at Geelong. I mean, I think he was a much-loved player at the Cattery, really good person. We all got on with him well, and it's great to see him doing well and stringing continuity with his footy. It's probably something he didn't have at Geelong, is that continuity of games and training, and, he's getting the just rewards for his hard work now.
Matthew Knight's assistant coach with Geelong, all the best for today.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, Pricey. Michael Price down on the boundary today in the beating sunshine with the Brisbane banner just going up. The Geelong supporters alongside their banner about to raise it. And, speaking of raising it, just a sweat on the brow of Al Nicholson and Mark McClure as they return to the box, having been boundary side to chat to Chris Fagan. Lovely warm afternoon.
Wonderful to be here, Q. Absolutely sensational.
Sellers all right? You got him a water on the way back?
No, he's all good. We're refreshed, we're hydrated, we're ready to go, and this is going to be an outstanding game of football this afternoon, one that's been highly anticipated now for weeks and has that really big game feel about it. The Lions are making their way out onto the ground, and the flamethrowers are going off. You need those in Melbourne, Sellers. Not sure about a 28-degree day at the Gabba, but this young team from Brisbane, since the bye, having won 8 in a row, to emerge as premiership contenders and can take a really big step towards a top 2 finish if they can get over the Cats today.
Look, let me tell you, they can do whatever they like here. They won 8 in a row. They've come from nowhere in the last couple of years to be a contender. But now today's a test. Today's a really good test against an experienced side, a finals team who's played in the finals probably the last 5 or 6 or 8, 9 years in a row, in a sense. And they've got some stars on every line. They'll be tested. But I think they're good enough. I think they've got some talent. They've got enough talent, and they're confident in each other. And listening to Chris Fagan, he's got a little bit of confidence about himself as well. I'd like to talk about Polly Farmer. He's a legend of our game. He's in 10 different sides of the world or whatever it is. I don't know what it is he does of Australia and all the other things he's done. But he's a star. And I remember as a young kid when I was in Perth, I watched him play. He played for a couple of sides over there.
East and West Perth.
Yeah, East and West Perth, and he also played with a guy called Dempsey too, who was a star as well in Perth. So he was a superstar, an absolute superstar, and great player at Geelong. He was almost done when he got to Geelong, but he was still fantastic. He's a legend, so you should remember him and never forget him, because he's one of the Indigenous players, and in the early days with the City Jacksons and all those sort of guys, might have been a bit tough for him, but he's fantastic. Good bloke, good player.
The Cats banner's gone up. I did see in the warm-up, naturally the Cats are going to be wearing the black armbands here at the Gabba this afternoon. You can get in contact with us, as always, on a Saturday afternoon through the SMS 0437 774 774. All the best to the competitors in the Collie to Donnybrook Return Cycling Classic in what is going to be trying conditions. The G-Trains let us know about that. And Jezza from Gretna in Tasmania, that's in the Derwent Valley, he says, Sellers, can the Blues do it today? Nice to catch up with all you guys last Friday. So that was the 79 Premiership function.
It's not the Jezza I caught up with last Friday.
How's he going?
Actually, Tiki got a bigger ovation. That was unbelievable. It was a very powerful lunch, I tell you. It was about the 79 grand final, but it wasn't about us. It was about the future of our footy club, basically. And the future's is looking rosy and strong, and they're happy. The troops are happy. So for mine, I think that it was a great lunch, fantastic. We had a ball. I got home before midnight.
Well played. Yep.
11:59.
You're a bit croaky last Saturday. A little bit croaky, but okay.
A little bit.
The Cats are making their way out onto the Gabba. From a Carlton perspective, we will keep you across the clash with St Kilda today at the MCG. Matt Clinch is doing around-the-grounds coverage for us, so we'll take you back to Clinchy at the MCG very shortly as first quarter action continues there. But the Cats run out onto the ground. They have gone since the bye. Loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, while Brisbane have won 8 in a row. Both the teams had the bye back in round 13. 15-5 the Lions, the Cats 15-5. What a clash it's going to be on Grandstand AFL. A battle between first and second on the AFL table. There are no late changes here at the Gabba.
ABC Books is the home of great Australian stories. From Adele Ferguson comes Banking Bad, detailing the shocking revelations of the Financial Services Royal Commission, a must-read for anyone with a bank account. And from Stephen Schubert, Mandatory Murder tells the compelling true story of a young Indigenous man sentenced to 20 years jail for murder when he wasn't even at the scene of the crime. Banking Bad and Mandatory Murder, book and audiobook available from all good retailers and online.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The Gabba is the scene for one of the most highly anticipated clashes of the season. First versus second on the AFL table. It is Geelong and Brisbane. Glorious conditions. A welcome to you if you're joining us for the first time this afternoon. Alistair Nicholson to call the action alongside Quentin Hull for you and your experts on Grandstand AFL, former Premiership Pie Craig Starcevich and former Premiership Blue Mark McClure. It's got that big occasion feel about it today, boys.
Yeah, it definitely has, hasn't it? I mean, looking around the grandstand now, Al, that top deck on the Stanley Street side over there, there's probably dust on those seats because they haven't been filled for a long, long time. So it's a great sight. It's a great sight.
Oh, it's fabulous. It's exciting for Brisbane. It's exciting for Queensland football in a sense. The junior level up here is growing at 100 miles an hour and starting to take over from some of the other codes in this place. And the senior team's backing them up, which is fantastic in Brisbane. They've come from nowhere 2 years ago, nearly on the bottom of the ladder. And all of a sudden, they're vying for top spot. I think that's a spectacular story. It's a fairy tale story for mine. And they're taking on probably one of the best sides in the competition, or the best side in the competition, who's been on top of the ladder in Geelong, with stars all over the place. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the battle. Win, lose or draw, Brisbane have done a super job. They don't want to do any of the second ones. They want to win.
We'll get a thorough preview from both yourself and Craig Starcevich in a moment. Sellers, some milestones today. Dan McStay playing his 100th game for Brisbane. Alex Witherden 50. And Link McCarthy plays game number 50 as well, having 7 interrupted through injury seasons at Geelong, where he played the 39 games. He's 31 games. He's played 19 in 2016 for the Brisbane Lions. So it's been a great acquisition for Brisbane, coming here with Lachie Neale, and Brandon Parfitt playing his 50th for Geelong this afternoon. Matt Clinch is watching the action at the MCG. Carlton taking on St Kilda, with the caretaker having been appointed in David Teague, and we wait to see what the future holds for Brett Ratton. Come in, Clinchy. How's first quarter action progressing there?
Al, 17 minutes gone, and it's the Blues who lead by 5 points. 2-1-13 to the Saints, 1-2-8. Carlton with probably the better of the opportunities. Nick Hine with the last goal of the match. A running dash from the wing with 4 bounces to finish with the Saints first. They had the opening shot through Tim Membry, but it's been the Blues through Jack Silvani and Matthew Kennedy who opened the scoring for the Blues. The crowd has built as well. About an hour ago, it was sort of around 20,000. I'd say close to 40 at the moment. So people power, nothing like the cell of hope. I think a few Carlton fans have come along hoping to keep the momentum going. But at this stage, 17 minutes gone, opening quarter, it's the Blues by 5 points.
Good on you, Clinchy. We'll keep you close to the MCG. My maths has soured badly since I was up here last, Quentin. Just clarify those numbers on Link McCarthy for me. So 21 games he's played this season for the Brisbane Lions.
This will be 21 after 7 years at Geelong, having played 29, of which 19 came in the one season, which was 2016. So extraordinary to see that he's got to this day, and we thought that he might not even play today, having gone down with an ankle at one point during the Q clash last week, but he returned to the field and ran that out, and he has been incredibly valuable with the role that Chris Fagan has given him in this Brisbane team.
Well, you look across the Brisbane lineup, Craig and Sellers, and you see potency everywhere. I mean, the job of trying to quell Charlie Cameron is significant enough, but even if you can, then there are multiple other options that you need to contain as well. They've proven that they can kick a score in many a different way this season.
Yeah, it's a nice variety they've got in their forward line now, Al, with, as you say, if you can keep Charlie quiet, then you've also got to look after Lincoln McCarthy and Alan Christensen and Cam Rayner. And then you've got the talls down there as well, McStay and Hipwood. Hipwood's interesting because he's 200 centimetres, but he plays more like a ground level player than he does a big clunking forward. So he can do a bit of both down there. But the wild card for the get-out kick, just to get it in there deep, are the ruckman. And in particular, Oscar McInerney, to get down there and take his 2 or 3 marks a game inside the forward 50, which he's been doing regularly. That's another aspect to their forward half.
Grant's one of our regular listeners in Hobart. He sent us a photo through. He's chopping down a giant gum tree in the front yard. Had to come down, he says. Great to hear you back with Q in the Gabba box. Would you still like to be there? I'll tell you what, when you come here on a 28-degree day, Grant, you definitely feel like being here, no doubt about it. Escaping the Melbourne winter. Grant's a Blues man. He says, go Blues. 0437 774 774. Let us know your name and where you're listening. It'd be great to include you in the call today.
And the great Josh Kay, the statistician to Bruce McAvaney and the Channel 7 team. I just was engaging with him a little on Twitter just to double-check a couple of things. I went through the records because of the interesting thing of the Lee Matthews era, Brisbane was rarely on top of the ladder. So it got me thinking, when was the last time one played two at the Gabba? When it sort of meant something. So the most recent occasion was 2007, but that was round 2 after Brisbane and St Kilda had won their opening week. So basically put a line through that. And then the other one which came to mind was round 7 of 2002 when Brisbane played Port. And even round 7 is sort of an asterisk. Oh, is that a really top-of-the-table clash? But, of course, Brisbane was reigning Premier and Port went on to be minor Premier that year. So even then, only 7 weeks into the season, it doesn't have that same massive feel. So it really is new ground today for this venue, even though there's been some big games over the years. To have a legitimate 1v2 late in the season, this is essentially the first time that this house has experienced it.
And I heard Greg Swan speaking on Grandstand in Queensland earlier with you and talking about financially what this season is doing for the Brisbane Lions, who've, for the first time, he said, where's the red ink gone? We've actually got some black ink, Greg Swan said earlier today, and they had budgeted for a crowd far less significant than the sellout that we're going to have today. And he thought on the game alone today, Stars, that they would make an additional $300,000. So not only is football relevant again here at the Gabba, but it's also starting to pay the bills quite nicely.
Yeah, which is great because in a year or two's time we've got the new facility up and running out at Springfield as well. So that's all of this is going to be very helpful once we get into that phase.
Now, Brisbane people travel to there?
We're not playing games there, but
okay.
That's where the training base will be. Yeah.
We've got a listener in Manhattan's East Village, half your luck, New York City. It's a very hot summer's night here in the Big Apple and listening in on your app. So the AFL app with the ABC Worm, the place to click if you want to hear the ABC Grandstand call live and commercial free. Hoping to see the Blues to victory, but like to hear more than just a little bit of calling in the Blues. Saints match, says David, a Melburnian in New York City. We'll keep you close to the MCG. Don't worry, David, with Matt Clinch there all afternoon to keep us up to date in that clash. Craig Starcevich, Mark McClure, give us a little hint of what we might see at the Gabba today.
Craig, can they actually afford to play blitzers in the ruck with the tall forward line of Hipwood and McStay? Can they afford to do that?
Well, that's where the Lions might be able to get them, and I think in the middle of the ground also that's going to be an issue for them. As I said, Steph Martin,
it's beautiful.
I really don't think he's rated as highly as he should be. He's that regular 20 possession, 30 hit out type guy that keeps bobbing up and is a constant for the Lions. And now you've got Oscar, who's a genuine 210. So it's going to be hard work for Mark Blitzabs in that part of the ground.
It sure is, and Radaglia is probably going to do a hell of a lot of it, and probably the Henry might do a little bit too. He has done it in the past a little bit in the ruck ground. I mean, when we look at the Cats, they've lost 4 since the bye, 4 games since the bye, where Brisbane have won 8 straight in that period of time. They've got experience and they've got use, and they've played lots of finals, but that doesn't mean anything to me. It means naught. It's how you turn up today and how you perform. And when you have a look at their side, their defence is pretty old, with Blitzabs, Taylor, Tui, Kolajasny, and there's O'Connor's young, and Buse has probably been around 5 or 6 or 7 years. So they're a very experienced defence. But can they handle Charlie Cameron, McCluggage, Berry, Manganuni, McStay, Hipwood? I'm not certain they can. They are so confident these days in what they're doing, and Charlie is almost untouchable. So I have a real worry about that.
So down the other end of the ground, looking from a Lions point of view, it'd be interesting to see who goes to Hawkins.
Yep.
I think it could be Marcus Adams, just for the extra size and strength, which then allows Harris Andrews to be that third up, float across the back and do the intercept marking thing, which he does so well. And maybe Harris ends up going to Radaglia in that part of the ground. But I'm thinking Marcus Adams is probably the better matchup on Hawkins.
He probably is. And where's Hodge go? What does he do? Is he plays on his own a fair bit, or does he actually pick someone up? Because he's not as quick as he used to be.
No, definitely accountable early. But if he can orchestrate the spare in that part of the ground, which he's
good at,
very good at, that's Hodge's go.
Let's go over to boundary side, because we should set the scene for you on Grandstand AFL. Great to have the company of Michael Price. Pricey.
Yeah, g'day, Al. This is superb here. This is the best atmosphere I have experienced at the Gabba for nearly 15 years. Both sides of the ground, the tiers are full, and Dane Zorko has won the toss, and they'll be going to your right of your radio dial as you're looking at it, Al.
Quentin Hull on Grandstand AFL.
And the first clearance for Dangerfield of the Cats, back towards half-back with a hand pass to Duncan. He'll kick towards half-forward. And the mark taken by Atkins, just beyond his range. 60 from goal, centre half-forward. Kicks Geelong to the pocket. Andrews with the intercept mark straight away. Getting in front of the leading Hawkins. So it doesn't look like it's Andrews on Hawkins early on, as Andrew goes short to Rich. So you'd assume it's Darcy Gardner who's got that job, but we'll get a look at those matchups. So many intriguing matchups on this sunny day at the Gabba. Rich from the left back pocket, kicks to half back, roved by Brisbane's Lions. He'll kick a grubber around the wing. Selwood's letting it go out of play, appealing for a free kick. Ump says throw it in.
Lucky to get away with it, actually. Marcus Adams down there on Hawkins.
So Adams has got it, the recruit from the Dogs. Thank you, Craig Starcevich.
Boundary throw in front of the Geelong bench on the Stanley Street side of the ground. Martin tapped it down. Kelly had a go at it, couldn't win it. Knocked out by Martin. Who's going to pick it up cleanly? Little hand pass came out the side. Clever stuff from Lions. Ball worked forward around the boundary. Lions go inside the attacking 50, and Cameron's out to take the mark on his chest. Right forward pocket. He's 20 metres from goal.
Zorko with the injection. Shades of last week, straight up. Zorko banged from 50, kicking to the western end. Goal line. Cameron underneath.
If you're a defender, Charlie out the back of you,
drama.
Very nervous.
Extreme drama, because his pace there was just electric.
Cameron on the tight angle in the pocket. Going to the western end for the opening goal. Oh, he's missed. And they've got so used to seeing Charlie Cameron kick them from everywhere, they probably expected that to be the first goal of the game. It's a behind of the Lions. The Cats yet to score through 2 minutes.
Stewart will kick in. Very, very short. To the ex-Lion Henderson. Gee, it was a long time ago since he played footy here. Back in the 08-09 season. A few boos remember that when he was a 15-game Lion. Henderson to a packet, half-back. Andrews the spoil to thump it out of play to keep it in Brisbane's attacking zone. Boundary throw-in. Right half-back for the Cats, left half-forward for the Lions.
Good start by Harris Andrews. An intercept mark and a big spoil there to kill that one. Good start.
Blitzarves and Martin to do battle at this boundary throw-in. Blitzarves got the tap, but roved by Lions of Brisbane. Quick kick inside 50. Bounces to Henderson of the Cats. Clearing kick from defence is poor. Straight to McLuggage, who marks in space for Brisbane. 70 from goal at left half forward.
McLuggage had a brilliant season for the Lions. He launches them inside 50 to the pocket. Big fly over the back from Rayner. Couldn't take the mark. Henderson gathered, tackled over the boundary line. A throw in. Left forward pocket for Brisbane. A promising start from the Lions with 3 minutes in. The Lions are behind, the Cats yet to score on Grandstand AFL at the Gabba. They set themselves at this boundary throw-in. Martin and Blitzabs They lock up. Martin in front position. Knocked it down. Kelly got it in the pack. A hand pass in tight to Duncan. He flips one out wide to Stewart. Stewart to Guthrie from right half back. He'll kick the Cats to the wing.
And a sliding mark taken by Dalhouse close to the paint. Just defensive side of the wing for Geelong, who are attacking the left of your radio dial, the school end at the Gabba. Dalhouse chips very short infield to Stewart. Crowd didn't think it was 15. Stewart is paid the mark from right half back. Will kick to a pack on the wing. Out the back, Kelly Rose for Geelong. He's got numbers waiting for him. Ablett's running shotgun. Kelly ignores it. 2 bounces and then a shin kick. Goes to Gaz in the pocket. From 40, he's kicked it out on the full. Free kick to Brisbane in the left back pocket. And the ex-Geelong Falcons boy, Luke Hodge, to bring it in.
Hodge goes to the half-back flank, Stanley Street side to the pack, and up goes McStay to knock it away from Henderson. That went out of bounds on the full. And it's a free kick here for the Cats. 65 from goal. Dangerfield wanted to take it, but Henderson, who started his career at Brisbane, went via Carlton to the Cats. He's got it over on the far side of the ground. He looked at Duncan at centre-half forward, but he was closed down. So it's the high ball to the pocket again. Massive pack. Radigalia there. Went over his head in the end. Ablett's fighting for it. Can't win it. It's shot out wide towards the boundary line and gone over. And a deliberate. So Daniel Rich tried to just clear it out of the pocket. It's gone out of play. And a free kick here to the Cats. Dangerfield, 50 metres from goal, hard on the boundary at right half forward.
Possibly fair enough. They got away with one early in the game, I think, Brisbane, but not that time.
So Dangerfield on the run, you'd back the leg. How's he going to go with the set shot from 52? It's all the way to the top of the goal square to the pack, and it's punched through, kept in by Hawkins. Hand pass off to Duncan, off a step, he snaps and scores. Mr. Reliable pops up again for Geelong. The Lions had tried to punch that through, but Hawkins kept it alive, and Duncan kicks the opening goal at the Gabba. It's the Cats 1 straight, the Lions 1 behind, and we've played 5 or so minutes in the first quarter.
Yeah, the Brisbane defence won't like that one. That was a kick to the goal line that needed to be pushed over the line, through for a behind, but it was kept alive. Really well done by Tom Hawkins to get the long handball back out to Duncan. He finished. Nice finish.
They had plenty of tools there, Geelong. They just didn't punch it over the line.
Yep.
I mean, they had Blitzavs there, and they had a couple of other tools there. Radigalia was there as well, and they just could not get it out.
So Mitch Duncan played every game this season, gets the opener for the Cats at a sun-bathed Gabba. McInerney coming into the middle for some early ruck duties against Blitzarves. McInerney got the hand over the top of the other 46. In the middle, Selwood had it, lost it, couldn't pick it up. Dangerfield has a go. Toes it towards half forward, then Selwood kicks it off the deck inside 50, but a nice mark taken by Adams, got to the front of the pack and grabs it with a low chest mark. Just forward to full back. He'll kick to right half back for McLuggage. Marks on defensive 50, uncontested. Chips to the wing where Berry takes the grab. How often do we see McLuggage and Berry, the old mates, combine? And McLuggage rolls on, gets the hand pass from Berry, kicks to half forward and a 2-on-1. Dan McStay takes a grab. 60 from goal, wants to play on. Says no, 50. McStay will kick a floater towards full forward. 2-on-1 Cats in the contest. Fisted to O'Connor. He's tackled by Zorko, but gets rid of the hand pass to Selwood. And the Cats are away through Atkins.
Atkins kicks out wide. He's got a runner on the outer wing. Tui's going to run onto the bouncing ball. He picks up Stanley Street side, has a bounce and a second, runs to right half forward. Cameron goes to him, sides the pass onto the chest of Myers. He's 55 from goal at right half forward. Low ball into the pocket. Hawkins on the lead, loses Adams, takes the mark. Tight angle to the right, 25 out.
Young Brian Myers has turned into a real star. He's played every game this year. He's contributed in most of them. He continues to flash in and flash out. He's kicked plenty of goals as well. And a beautiful pass right on the chest of Hawkins, which was just fantastic.
Hawkins has given Brisbane some grief over the years. 50 goals in 15 games against the Lions, including 7-1 last season in round 19 at Cardinia Park. The tomahawk, left foot snap, hit the middle of the ball that went across the face and out of bounds on the full. And there might have been a smattering of applause and a quiet Bronx cheer a year or two ago here at the Gabba, but now very raucous cheers of enjoyment from the locals who are here in abundance.
Andrews hand passes to Rich in the goal mouth, who take a strolling bounce through the pocket with no pressure. Chips it to Hipwood. Eric at left half back for Brisbane. Called to play on as he uses his left boot to kick high and out of bounds on the full out on the southern wing. Dalehouse will take the free kick for Geelong. He quickly inbounds, kicks backward to Selwood. Marks on the logo, southern wing, kicks towards half forward. Over the head of Narkle into the lap of Dangerfield. Takes the mark, 52 from goal.
He's got this distance if he really wants to have a crack.
Fine day as well, Mark. Sun beating down early in the game. Legs fresh. I think Danger realises that as well. He's going back and having a serious think about this. Decides not to kick for goal. Cleverly spots a short option. And the mark's taken by Buse, a name famous with both of these clubs. It's Jed, son of Andrew, who played for both Geelong and Brisbane. And McInerney will stand the mark 45 metres from goal. Cats already with the first. No angle to speak of from Buse here, but he hits it from the edge of the centre square. Beautiful strike on the right. Cats have got two. Two straight, plays one behind. Geelong with the jump at the Gabba on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Dangerfield just stooged him. He went back and just sort of sat there and thought, I'm going to bang away at the goal here. And they let it go, Jed Buse, and another player just there as well. At 30 metres out, just a little chip pass to him. He gets to the 45, and Jed Buse just puts it through the middle. You've got to pick up those blokes. You just can't leave them alone. And that's another mistake. Little mistake there. And the more mistakes you make, the more you get hurt. And Brisbane are starting to hurt right now.
Hold on, mate. The natural inclination of a defender there is when you think a shot on goal is going to happen, is just to roll off your opponent, but you can't.
Let's go around the grounds to the MCG. Matt Clinch.
Quarter time here at the MCG. It's the Saints who lead by 5 points after the Blues kick the opening 2 goals of the match through Kennedy and Silvani. The Saints with the last 3 of the quarter, Hine, Billing and Hanbury. Quarter time, Saints 3-3-21 to the Blues 2-4-16.
On your Clinchy out of the middle. Zorko gets a hand pass to Neal. He kicks to half forward. Hipwood nudged under the ball by Taylor. They pursue it out towards the boundary line, Vulture Street side. Tap by Hipwood to Berry. Had his head taken off. Free kick Brisbane. It's against Duncan. And Jared Berry has it between the wing and half forward. In a rare patch of shade here at the Gabba on a sunny 28-degree day. Kick to the pack. Martin off hands. Rove by Hipwood. Got a hand pass away. McCarthy to Rayner by hand. To Gardner. Gardner snaps towards the teeth of goal. And rising McCluggage takes the mark in the goal square directly in front. 10 out. The Cat fans not happy and the players neither. They are adamant that was touched on the way through.
Bad luck.
McCluggage has been paid the mark and he can go back and kick the Lions first.
No, it's bad luck. I mean, seriously, if they don't call it in play, they can't go up and have a look at the screen and say, was this touched? That's a ridiculous call. The umpires need to do that. And they hit back Brisbane.
For his 21st goal of the season, Hugh McCluggage, one of the rising stars of the competition, poked and pushed the kick a fraction, but still put it through. Brisbane's first goal. It comes at the 11-minute mark. Geelong 2 straight 12. Brisbane 1-1-7 on Grandstand AFL. Will go over to the Stanley Street side in the sunshine. Michael Price.
Oh, I'm glad I've got the ABC Grandstand hat on over here. This is amazing. And the Lions chant has broken out in the first 5 or so minutes of the game here at the Gabba. This is extraordinary. Hasn't happened, as I say, for well over a decade. I must say, though, that each player from each team that has come off the interchange so far, they are sweating bullets at the moment. It is very warm on this side of the ground.
Craig Starcevich, where's the Lee Matthews ice chamber for half-time? Back to the glory days. Didn't he put them in the fridge at the break?
Oh, we had all sorts of tricks going on, mate. So,
Pricey might need it as well.
I'm sure there's something going on.
You don't sound too keen to talk about those tricks.
And rightly so.
Geelong 2 straight, Brisbane 1-1. Back in the centre. Blitzar's a chance to rove his own crumb. Gets tackled by Bailey and dispossessed. But Duncan's there for Geelong. Hand passes infield. Parfitt's got a bit of space to run through the bullseye. And kick Geelong towards full forward. 2-on-2 contest. Adams leaves his man and takes a fine defender's mark. Got to the front of the pack. And that's looming as a very interesting duel between Adams and Hawkins. He'll kick Brisbane from fullback to left, half back, but in the way. Oh. Geelong mark taken by Colin Jasny between wing and half forward.
Throw a leg out then, Oscar.
Well, there was a tangle, Stars.
Okay.
Colin Jasny kicks Geelong back into attack, and Tui under the drop. Had it on his chest. McInerney spoils late. Ball rumbles to the pocket. Ablett trying hard with many around him, can't create. Crashing through Guthrie's gang tackle, and it's going to be a stalemate in the right forward pocket for the Cats. Ball up, Geelong attacking that school end or left of your radio dial in the first term. It's the Cats by 5 points, 13 minutes played.
Lockie Neal doesn't look too good, heading towards the bench.
Keep an eye on that, Sellers. McInerney tapped it down. Hawkins over it, beaten to it by Gardner. He's now tackled. The umpire says mine. Another ball up. Let's go over to Michael Price. Any news, Pricey?
Yeah, Lockneil, left eye, plenty of blood coming out. Looks like the doctor's looking at him now. They might even have to stitch this one.
From the stoppage, bashed out of defence by Answorth of Brisbane. Parfitt gets it for Geelong. Defensive hand pass. Driven back in off the boot there of Jack Henry, and he's turned it over. Intercepted by Robinson of Brisbane. Dangerous kick across the face of goal. Put Adams in a horrible bind. He did enough to force it to ground level, gather and clear away from Duncan. Up to the wing. Cameron will double back on this.
He nudged Buse under the ball, wins the footy. Hand pass to Christensen at 50. Kick to the pocket, one-on-one. Radigalia all over the head of Steph Martin. And Stefanos gets the free kick in the right forward.
On a 50-metre penalty.
Has to be a 50-metre penalty.
Well, Geelong had kicked the ball away, and I don't think the umps are hearing you, Craig Starcevich and Mark McClure, because it's going to be an established position for that kick.
And that's wrong.
And the play had stopped for a couple of seconds, mind you, and they kicked it away. So they missed out on one there, Brisbane.
That is wrong, because you can't pick and choose a 50-metre penalty. That is one.
And this is a very tough angle. It would have been a gimme from straight in front had the 50 been paid. As it is, Radigalia is 5 metres in from the boundary on the mark. 30 from goal. Tough angle for Martin. Doesn't shoot for goal. Sets it to the top of the square. Almost Rayner got a couple of fingers. Couldn't control the mark. Neutralised at his feet. Ball up top of the goal square that Brisbane's attacking. Cats 2 straight. Lions 1-1. 14 and a half elapsed on Grandstand AFL.
I like that they're setting up these little plays to the top of the square. That's good stuff.
Martin tapped it down dangerously towards Christensen. Had it knocked away from him. Selwood gets a clearing ball towards the back 50. Parfitt takes it. His hand pass towards Narkle. Did brilliantly under pressure. Cut a line and kicked the ball to the wing. Adams is camped underneath it though for Brisbane. He marks down beneath us. Skews his kick horribly into the middle of the ground, but Gardner should collect. He's under pressure from Dalhouse. Hand pass off to Hodge, who uses it coolly. And he finds lines inside the centre square.
Been good, Adams, hasn't he, down back?
He's been good.
Taken 3 or 4 marks. He's strong.
Hodge's kick was about 10 metres.
Yeah, just.
Lyons gets it back, having chipped it to Witherden on the wing. He'll kick it back to him, and Lyons from the edge of the centre square. Kick there towards Adams, who dropped it. You give him a wrap anyway. He went back and got it. Still a Brisbane ball. Hand pass back to Hodge. Hands it to Witherden from the wing. Kicks to half forward. McCarthy flies, can't mark. Roving Lyons had it pinged out of his hands. O'Connor had it, lost it. Hot footy between 1v2, as you'd expect in hot conditions. Exiting hand pass from Answorth of Brisbane. Gave to Bailey, and Myers ran him down. Great tackle. Holding the ball. Free kick to Grind Myers at left half back for Geelong.
Both teams amazing pressure in that part of the ground. It's going to be key. Who can lock it in their forward half longest.
Brian Myers looks to the Vulture Street wing. The pack forms. Parfitt peeled off the pack. Should have taken the mark. In the end, he gathers. Has his head taken off by McCluggage. Free kick. Going the way of the Cats' defensive side of the wing. And then Parfitt looks into the middle.
They're always looking to the middle. You watch this. They're going to try and kick it to the middle, and that was poor.
He kicked it straight to Answorth of Brisbane, who marked near the AFL logo. Pretty open forward line. He's going to go as long as he can to half forward. Hipwood lurking over the back. Hands to it, not the mark. Then he ran into Parfitt. Tries to paddle and keep it in. That might be off the boot and out of bounds on the full. A back heel accidentally from Hipwood. And Buse with the free kick at left half back for Geelong over to the boundary line. Let's go to Michael Price.
Now, Lockneil is back up on his feet. He's been wrapped in elastoplast all around the forehead, and it looks like just above the left eye is where the damage was. They've clipped it and they've bandaged it. He'll be coming back on shortly.
Thanks, Pricey. Kick from left half back for the Cats. Down the line, off hands out of play. Members wing, boundary throw in here with Geelong leading by the 5 points at 2 straight to 1-1. 17 minutes played first term. Stands packed, sun beating down, 1v2 in the penultimate round of the home and away season. From the throw-in, Kelly, the clearance for the Cats. Hand pass to Dalhouse, hand pass to Selwood. Floating sack of a kick to the middle of the ground will favour Duncan, who had to run hard to get that defensive side of the bullseye. Now Duncan will kick Geelong towards right half forward. Tui the target, Gardner there to do enough to harass him off the ball. Pills rolling towards the paint and out of play as Atkins picked up close to the boundary line, and there's going to be a free kick. He was taken high. He plays on quickly, kicks inboard to Kelly. He marks, kicks to the pocket, but a Brisbane mark in the last line of defence taken by Answorth of Brisbane.
He goes short to the left back pocket and finds Daniel Rich.
I reckon they could be a bit more patient going inside their forward 50 at the moment, Geelong. Just rushing it a little bit, not giving Hawkins much of a chance to find some space.
Well, who else do they kick it to? He's the only one, so you want to get some people around him.
Rich to Hodge, still inside defensive 50, and he chips to halfback, and Adams, who's had a stack of it early, Q.
Touch 6 coming up.
Hand pass to Gardner. Gardner patiently out to right half back, finds Bailey. So they've worked it around their defensive 50, but
it looks like to me that Brisbane want to go round the boundary and Geelong want to try and get the corridor and use that as much as they can, as quick as they can into their forward line.
Short pass to Gardner, a Geelong boy originally. He goes out to the left back pocket and Hodge, so probably 8 or 9 possessions. Finally now they come out through defensive 50. The pass
nowhere to go
to Daniel Rich at left half back.
Chips it over the man on the mark. Mitch Robinson drops an uncontested mark, but the Sherrin bounced straight back to him. So he picks it up, bangs a quick kick around the boundary, and it's out of play, not far away from Michael Price. Just attacking side of the wing for the Lions. Pricey?
Yeah, Lockneil back onto the ground. He's looks like he's going into the contest, but pushing forward a bit as well. Keep an eye on that.
Thrown back in, Stanley Street wing in front of the interchange. Martin the tap down for Brisbane. Myers took a hold of it. He is strongly tackled by Ainsworth. Spills to Guthrie, hand pass to Dangerfield. Off to Kelly near the boundary line. He snaps around his body. Kept in front of him by Harris Andrews. Adams over the ball, tackled by Ablett. A ball up outer wing. Let's go to the MCG and find out what's happening in the clash between St Kilda and Carlton. Matt Clinch.
7 minutes gone in the second quarter, Al, and it's the Saints who lead by 12 points. Tim Membry lining up for a shot on goal. 4-4-28 to the Blues, 2-4-16. The Saints with the last 5 now as Membry converts goals of the matches.
Thanks, Clinchy. Ball on the outer side, Selwood for Geelong. Hands it to Guthrie. He hands it to Buse. Hands it on to Dangerfield. A little dummy on the right leg, then gets on the left to kick an up and under ball to half forward. On the head of Dalehouse, Rich was there to spoil. Kelly tried to rove near the boundary, taps it to Ablett. He's under pressure and loses it. And Rich will pick up on defensive 50 for Brisbane. Hands it to Adams, evades the oncoming Dalehouse before rushing the ball back to the wing. McInerney, great skills from the big man to gather it. Hand pass to Zorko. Rush kick to attacking 50 is out of bounds on
That's
the
their third.
And the pressure of the Lions, I think, is being felt by the Cats here, Mark McClure.
No, but that's their third kick to the boundary. They're just hugging the boundary.
Taylor kicks to the centre of the wing. Ratugolea rises and takes a commanding mark and took out a body in front with it. Ainsworth courageously standing in front was nailed.
They gave a free kick instead of the mark, Al, not a stat for Bigasava.
So Dangerfield will take the stat, uses it off to Stewart, who gave to College. Jasny kicks inside the 50. Kelly couldn't mark for Geelong. Big pack around the footy. Parfitt tried to rip it away. In the end, it's one-on-one strip from him by his teammate Kelly. Knocked it out to Ablett. His kick smothered. Lions come up with it. Adams bananas it out of defence. Doesn't curl enough, Sellers.
Make that 4.
Free kick Geelong at right half forward.
It's part of the pressure, no doubt about it. You know, if you're not playing the middle of the ground, if you are trying to just play safe and get it out hugging the boundary line, then you run the risk of this.
Tui from 60. Kicks to full forward for Geelong. Big fist from Andrews. Thumps it through for a behind. A neat goal the difference. Cats 2-1, Lions 1-1. 21 minutes played. First term on Grandstand AFL.
You'd say the Brisbane defence at the moment are preferring that from Geelong, pumping it in long. Adams and Harris Andrews have been both very good in the air.
Rich brings it back in for Brisbane to the outer side of the ground. Martin in front, punched away. Blitzarves rode front and centre by Robinson of Brisbane. He spirals the ball up the wing. Playing in front, Rayner couldn't get it. Now he tackles Henderson. Henderson brushes the tackle. A wide hand pass finds Stewart of Geelong. He kicks to half forward. Beautiful pass onto the chest of Tui. Tui 70 from goal. Ratugolea the deep target for the Cats, but he's a stationary one at the moment. No one leading here. And Tui will drive it into the pocket to the space. Ratugolea goes there now, edged out perfectly. Harris Andrews takes another intercept mark. Surely an All-Australian this year. He uses it short to half-back. Finds McCluggage making his own case. Short to Lyons. Lyons out wide to Gardner.
Gardner from left half-back kicks to the wing. And mark to Berry. Then front on contact late from Stewart. And the 50-metre penalty is paid this time.
He's going to be about 35, to tell you the truth. And that's a pretty simple kick on that sort of angle.
It's ambitious, mate. They've put him 45 out, if you don't mind.
Berry attacking 50. Ham passes to Hodge. The old Falcons boy against the Cats. Oh, the old man's missed it near side for a behind. That would have been his first goal of the season, and wouldn't he have loved it against the region of his upbringing. It's Geelong 2-1 to Brisbane's 1-2. Michael Price on the boundary.
Yeah, Luke Hodge just went back onto the field and accepted that ball. It almost was un-Australian the way he did it, but he had a very intense chat with Chris Fagan about their inability to switch it. Nobody available on the outer side when they do.
Cats have worked the ball around the boundary line, and Selwood to Duncan wide towards the boundary and out of play.
Adams has had 8 and Rich has had 7.
Thrown in at right half forward for the Lions as Martin belts it forward. Neil runs onto it inside 50. There was a free kick in the contest. Play onto advantage. Neil's kick across the face of goal, and Henderson intercepts between the point and goalpost. Last line of defence here for the Cats. Henderson goes to the half-back flank. Robinson goes a million miles. But he went over the top of Atkins and probably unrealistically Selwood picked up. He's tackled. It's in the back. It's against Witherden, but it's coming back for that unrealistic attempt originally. And it will be a free kick the way of the Cats at right half-back.
He's taken a couple of those in recent times, Mitch Robinson, hasn't he? So he's probably backed himself in the air, but just too far out of his reach, that one.
Atkins at defensive 50, chips over the man on the mark to Stewart.
He's been very handy for Brisbane, I tell you. He's a very tough player.
Stewart at right half-back for Geelong, kicks down the southern wing, and Adams is there yet again to fist the ball away from the contest, out of play. It's been the most prominent that Adams has been in his career as a Lion, having, of course, come from the Dogs in the off-season. Throw in out of side. Myers had it dropped. It tackled by Lyons. The ump says no, not holding the ball, despite the crowd saying he was pinged. Dangerfield can't pick up. Robinson does. He's tackled by Guthrie, and Dalehouse got a push in the back. That's a popular decision. And in fact, it's Neil getting up with the footy there, just defensive side of the wing for Brisbane, with that bandage around his head.
Oh, he's kicked it out on the full Sellers.
Impossible.
He only kicked it 30 metres.
Why are they hugging the boundary? This is the one that gets me. They got a lot of talent up forward. Why don't they test their defence? And they're just not.
Radigalia thumps it long to half forward for Geelong. Dangerfield back with a flight, went through his hands. Little kick through the pack from Witherden, creative. Finds Lyons, defensive side of the Stanley Street wing. He kicks to Hodge, edge of the square. Hodge, usually a good user. That one a little too high for Rayner at the back. Kolajasny attacked it. Was Robinson take it out? Crowd thought so. Guthrie hands and knees. A hand pass to Atkins. Fends away and kicks back to half forward. Lovely pass out in front of Dangerfield.
Atkins' fend was amazing to get out of trouble there.
Ablett presents it half forward and takes a mark to a ball which was looking to go over his head, but he bodied Rich, and the ball genius has sticky fingers to mark hard on the boundary. 50 from goal at right half forward.
Tough spot.
He's got to stay back shoulder with Ablett. You can't go in front of him because he's too clever in that little area where you mark the ball.
He's a better chance than most from here. Ablett on the boundary, 50 out, right foot, set shot, near side, minor score. Cats by a goal. 2-2 leads 1-2. Tight opening term in hot conditions, 25 and a half played.
Kick-in duties for Brisbane. Rest with Alex Witherden as he goes for territory to the half-back flank. McInerney brought it to ground, rove by Robinson of Brisbane. Hand pass to Zorko. He'll be caught way too slow for Dangerfield.
Wow, got a great tackle.
Fantastic, and that really sets the tone for everyone out there, doesn't it, when the
Stars do it.
Danger's doing that.
Dangerfield kicks towards Ablett. Ablett marks in front of his eyes. 65 from goal at right half forward for the Cats. Geelong 2-2-14, Brisbane 1-2-8 here at the Gabba. High ball inside the attacking 50. Over the back it goes to the pack and bounces out of play. Right forward pocket. Cats going to the school end. East Brisbane Primary School. Ring a bell, Sellers?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Went there many moons ago?
I should sue them. I didn't learn that much there.
Good to have you back in town in this geography, Mark. Martin taps down to Neil. Clearance Brisbane from the back pocket. Hand pass to Ainsworth. He'll exit with the kick from 50 out towards the wing. No one there for Brisbane. Stewart got to with a drop, which was awkward for him. And enough time for Hipwood to arrive, pressure, and see the ball out of play.
I think the problem there is, you've been talking about it there, Mark, about their method out of the back half. If you do bomb it straight up the guts, you're into a nest of Geelong defenders. So to go wide is probably the safer option, but I agree, there's
danger.
Too many going out in the forward.
Yeah. Dangerfield underneath the throw in, hands to Kelly. Rush kick to half forward, ends up with Ablett, and his rushed entry is marked by Marcus Adams, who was knocking up in this first term.
That's his 9th.
And a 6th mark for him.
Does he lead everyone, possession-wise?
Yeah, absolutely. Number 1.
How often does that happen?
Kicks to the wing, it gets through the hands of Stewart at the back. Henderson picks up, hand pass towards Blitzavs. He's bashed into by Robinson, got it off to Stewart. Stewart's hand pass is pinched by Berry. He'll kick the Lions into the forward pocket. Hipwood rises in it with a splendid display of athleticism. He pulled in the mark in the left forward pocket. He's 25 metres out.
Tough spot. and his left foot boundary side too there, Al. So this is going to be a really tricky one. It looks like he's going to go back and either just go the straight drop punt here, Mark, or maybe the banana. Or has he changed his mind? He might be going right foot snap now.
He's got all those tricks, has he?
Well, we saw Tommy Hawkins try and do the same thing on his left side in the first quarter down here. I think it's too far out on your non-preferred snapping. It's going to have to be good.
He's going to try and prove you wrong, Stacey. Misses on the near side. So a third behind for the Lions comes on the stroke of quarter time. Geelong leads by 5 points here at the Gabba. 2-2-14 to 1-3-9. The goal kickers in that opening quarter, Duncan and Buse for the Cats, McCluggage for the Lions. Shortly on Grandstand AFL, we'll get an update from the MCG with Carlton taking on St Kilda. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Round 22 of the AFL season on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
In a cracking new drama from the ABC comes a character larger than life.
We have massive misunderstandings.
Bloody oath there, huh? Rebel Wilson, David Wenham, and introducing Alexander Bertrand.
I'm Les Norton.
You like hurting blokes, do you, Les Norton?
Not especially.
Could have fooled me. Les Norton.
Part of the team now.
Continues Sunday night, 8:40 on ABC TV and iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL. You're with Grandstand.
It's all the way to the top of the goal square to the pack, and it's punched through, kept in by Hawkins. Hand pass off to Duncan, off a step, he snaps and scores. Mr. Reliable pops up again for Geelong. The Lions had tried to punch that through, but Hawkins kept it alive, and Duncan kicks the opening goal at the Gabba.
Cleverly spots a short option, and the mark's taken by Buse, a name famous with both of these clubs. Cat's already with the first. No angle to speak of from Buse here, but he hits it from the edge of the centre square. Beautiful strike on the right. Cats have got two.
Gardner snaps towards the teeth of goal, and rising McCluggage takes the mark in the goal square directly in front, 10 out. For his 21st goal of the season, Hugh McCluggage, one of the rising stars of the competition, poked and pushed the kick a fraction, but still put it through. Brisbane's first goal.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Quarter time at the Gabba, Geelong 2-2-14, Brisbane 1-3-9 in this top-of-the-table clash in round 22 of the AFL season. At the MCG, St Kilda taking on Carlton there for Grandstand. Matt Clinch.
Well, 18 minutes gone in the second quarter, and it's the Saints leading by 11 points. The Blues have kicked the last 3 goals of the match. So the Saints 6-4-40 to Carlton 5-5-34. It was the Saints leading by 5 points at quarter time. They kicked 6 goals on the trot, 2 of which the way of Tim Membry and Nick Hine, before the Blues have kicked the last 3 goals of the match through Lang, McGovern and now Harry Mackay. So a reasonably even contest. The Saints have dominated the middle of the ground. The clearance is 20-10. The Blues have had the better of the inside 50s, 26-19. And Dan Hanbury, the leading possession getter on the ground with 12 disposals and a goal. So 2 goals to Membry, 2 goals to Hine, individuals to Hanbury and Billings. Meanwhile for the Blues, Silvani, Kennedy, McGovern, Darcy Lang, who is the late inclusion for Jacob Wiedering with a groin injury, and Harry and Ed Curnow, should I say, the goal kickers for the Blues. So the Saints by 5 points, 19 minutes gone, second quarter, 6-4-40 to Carlton 5-5-35.
Good on you, Clinchy. We'll keep you across that match as the day unfolds at the MCG. Here at the Gabba, a fairly tight opening, a low-scoring affair, with Geelong leading Brisbane by 5 points. And interestingly, the Cats huddle has been moved right across to our side of the ground and into the shade, sort of reminiscent of Hawthorn back in round 16, 1995. Craig Starcevich, Mark McClure, what have you made of the opening quarter and what do you make of that?
Well, on that particular occasion, 24 years ago, a lot was made of it.
Yep.
So, and Brisbane came home with a wet sail and beat Hawthorn and got themselves into the finals. So I'm not sure what the mental ramifications are, whether they've even noticed it in the first place. But,
because their race is literally, 80 to 100 metres away from where they are.
A long way.
So they have moved, but they've deliberately pushed it over to the Vulture Street side of the ground.
I'd do the same if I was them.
It's
because
probably
they're not used to the heat standing in the sun all day. And this is a good spot because actually they played all right in that quarter.
I think the longer it goes, this will suit Brisbane. The longer it's a real battle to wear down the opposition, actually use the heat as an advantage late in the game. I think it'll really help Brisbane. +4 inside 50s to Geelong. Dangerfield and Kelly getting plenty of it. The critical one is the contested ball. They're up by 7 there. That's normally an indicator of how the game's unfolding. But nothing in as far as scoring shots go. And how often has a fullback led the possession count in a quarter of footy? That's amazing, Marcus Adams.
Dangerfield and Kelly, 9 apiece for Geelong. That makes sense. Marcus Adams, 9 for Brisbane, perhaps a little different to what we'd usually see.
But it means, you know what that means? The ball's down the back line a lot.
Yep.
And that's why he's getting it.
Lyons 8, Hodge, as in Jared Lyons, for Brisbane, with 8. Hodge, Rich, 7 apiece as well across half-back for Brisbane.
Well, they're two different styles of play when you look at them. You know what? The Cats are trying to get the middle of the ground. They're trying to pound it up forward to get to their tall forwards. Brisbane have held them out pretty well. The 2 early goals came to Duncan and Buse, okay, from a short pass and a really good goal to Duncan. A handball from Hawkins to Duncan to finish off. That's the 2 goals. That were early, but they hung in there, Brisbane. They actually had the same amount of shots on goal, but they're doing it a different way around the boundary. They're pushing them out. They had 4 kicks out in the full on the same side, on the opposite side to us, where the benches are, and that is unusual for mine. They're not actually, and they've got no targets. They can't hit up short targets. They're making some mistakes, but they're winning a lot of areas. You know, the inside 50s, the Cats are 15-11. The hit-outs 12-3 in favour of Brisbane. 6-6 for those, and marks 34-18 in favour of Brisbane. So they're going all right, but they just haven't got their style right.
So that's, to your point there about coming down the back, that's either your method or the opposition preventing you from using the corridor. I think Geelong are pretty good at owning the corridor and not letting you get in there.
Yeah, they're experienced, aren't they? They're experienced, they understand the game, they've got stars all over the place, and they know what they can do. Brisbane are still testing themselves. They're not quite at that point where they are comfortable in their own skin, but that'll come.
On the SMS 0437 774 774, Jane appreciated the great grab from the baby giraffe in the first turn. That's Eric Hipwood, no doubt. And John and Jenny are walking the cliff tops at Cape Bridgewater on the southwest coast. Spectacular, they say. They want as many Saints updates as we can give them. We'll get you to Matt Lynch very shortly. First clearance out of the middle of the ground, Geelong's way. Radagolair went up, couldn't mark. Gardner at ground level. Got a hand pass out. Rich under pressure. Clearing kick. McCluggage couldn't take it. Selwood farmed a hand pass up, but pinched. Zorko for Brisbane. Kicks to the members' wing. Taylor stood his ground and took the mark opposed to Hipwood. Hand pass off to O'Connor. He dishes off and the ball will go inside 50 off the boot of Dalhouse to full forward. Adams at the back just picking up where he left off. He's marked at full-back for Brisbane.
Hand passes to Rich, or hand pass to Andrews. Back to Rich as they run the back pocket. Now Rich's kick. Outside 50 is marked by Neal. Will play on quickly with a hand pass to Christensen on the wing. The ex-Cat Premiership player for Brisbane on the wing will kick to half forward. McStay up. Henry the spoil. Martin the Rove though for the Lions. Hands it back to McStay. Hand pass to Hipwood on the wing.
Great kick.
Low kick towards half forward. McInerney marks. Hand passes quickly to McCluggage. Gathers on the bounce on 50. Terrible left foot kick off the side of the boot, looking for Cameron in the pocket. Pitches a metre in the field of play before limply bouncing over for a boundary throw-in 30 metres around from the Lions goal. Michael Price on the boundary.
Yeah, just guys, I wanted to reiterate the difference in approaches on the benches. Geelong have got some ice vests, spritzing fans, and they're sitting at the back of the bench. The Lions are out in the sun on the bench, no fans. There's a difference.
There's a free kick here from the ruck contest with some holding on going on, and Charlie Cameron, they're very mindful of him, and here they've exceeded the limits of what's allowable. So
I think it was Danger who did it too.
Yeah, he's a bit stiff too, because I think he thought Charlie Cameron was going to take possession, and he fumbled and ended up holding the man.
Cameron is 40 metres out. We're right behind the kick. Slight angle to the left. Cameron's ball on the way, and it sails through. And Brisbane goes through Geelong to take the lead. 2-3-15 the Lions, the Cats 2-2-14 on Grandstand AFL. We're at the 2-minute mark of the second quarter, and Charlie Cameron, Craig Starcevich, now with 48 goals for the season.
Where does that put him? He's about 4th or 5th now, isn't he?
10 behind Cameron.
Yeah.
Well, last year,
Luke, best small forward by a mile.
Luke Bruce was the so-called small forward with best numbers last year, 53. But 2017, Eddie Betts, 49. Eddie Betts' best year was 2016 when he got 66. So of recent times, this is among the elite of small forwards.
He'll get to that 60 odd because he's got finals to play, another game to come as well.
Cyril Rioli kicked 44 goals as well in that 2016 season, a vintage year for small forwards. And Charlie Cameron, well, he might bring the half-century up at the Gabba today. He's 2 away from it at 48 goals, 26. Centre bounce. Blitzarves tangling, can't win the footy. Neil has a go. Blitzarves goes again, does win the footy. Great work, but his hand pass doesn't find a teammate. Robinson will pick up on hands and knees for Brisbane. Under pressure from Guthrie, got a hand pass to Rich. Couldn't pick it up. Robinson goes in again. Rich goes in again. Tough footy to win. Christensen is tackled by Dalhouse. Ball and up in the middle of the Gabba.
Well done, everyone.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Amazing. And Rich in nice and hard. Robinson hard. Christensen to finish off.
Thrown in centre of the ground. Martin tapped it out the side. Bashed by Robinson, who's nailed by Duncan. Came to Neil. Hand pass off to Lyons. Kicks inside the 50. Unable to mark back with the flight was Buse. He's taken out of it by Cameron. Free kick as Bailey was bursting towards goal. He was running into the open goal, but it's got to come back. A free kick to the Cats, and the free kick was certainly there. Buse has it left back pocket for Geelong. Let's go to the MCG. Matt Clinch.
26 minutes gone, second quarter. It's the Saints by 5 points, 6-4-40 to the Blues, 5-5-35. Carlton with the last 3 goals of the match.
He wasn't over strong in that mark, Buse. He was actually very shaky underneath that.
Well, his exiting kick to left half back is punched out of play. So we'll see a boundary thrown with still the Lions in their attacking zone, about 60 from the school end. Ball thrown in. Blitzarms and Martin tangle. Zorko roves for Brisbane. Hand pass to McLuggage. Quick kick, bounces on attacking 50. Henderson first to meet it, couldn't control for the Cats. So he has to follow up and tackle McLuggage to lock the ball up, and it will be a ball up. 55 from Brisbane's goal at right half forward for the Lions. Left half back for the Cats, who led by 5 points at quarter time, but Brisbane now in front by a point. 2-3 to 2-2.
Ball comes into play. Out of sight of the ground, McCluggage got it. He is tackled by Blitzarves. Near the boundary line, Lyons wins it for Brisbane. His hand pass flicked forward by Christensen to his own advantage. Duncan in the way. And he's collared and seen over the boundary line. So a throw in 35 metres out from the Brisbane goal at the school end.
He's already starting to struggle, Blitzarves, with Steph Martin's sheer size.
Power.
Particularly boundary throw-ins.
He's pushing and shoving him. It tires you out.
Lockhorns again. Blitzarves got the tap at the front of Martin there. Ricocheted back to him, but he's tackled by Lyons and Martin. And another stoppage will be the result.
At quarter time, the hit-outs were 12-3 in favour of Brisbane, but the clearances were actually in favour of Geelong. So it's not correlating at the moment.
Whistle at the stoppage. Free kick going Geelong's way. Now it's going to be Kelly to take the free kick for the Cats. This outstanding player, averaging 25 possessions a game in his second season in the big time. From the left back pocket, he'll kick to the outer wing. Dalhouse in front. Andrews the fist down to ground level. Zorko roves. He's looking at the ump. Is there a whistle? No. Zork rolls on and kicks to Cameron in the pocket. And he takes the mark on the boundary, 30 out.
The advantage rule.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Was it a Brisbane free kick? I had to keep my eye on the footy. It was a Brisbane free kick, obviously.
But it's it's not in a dangerous spot. It's on the boundary where it's a tough kick for goal. That's the difficult part for them because they keep going around the boundary.
Left foot kick for Cameron, won't have the curl to get to the goal line. It pitches in the opposite pocket. Bailey roves for Brisbane. Hand pass out the back, hoping for Robinson. Didn't really find him. Coming through Duncan for the Cats. His hand pass doesn't find a teammate. McStay goes to deck as if shot in the noggin.
Get up.
He gets up. Ump says play on. Hodge hand passes to Bailey from 60. Kicks Brisbane to full forward. McInerney spoils the ball. Free kick going... Which way? Geelong's way.
McStay went down like he was shot. He was trying to fake for a free kick.
Arm chop. Blitzarves to relief.
To half-back Henderson there, punched away by Dizzy Gardner over the boundary line. One of the local photographers here. And Brisbane starting to find their way onto the back page again, Q, in the local paper.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks they have, Al.
About time. God.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
For a while, Stars.
Oh,
it's been a while.
It's hard.
Boundary throw in. 60 from the Brisbane goal. Off the pack taken by Lyons. He kicks inside the 50. Hipwood slipped over, tried to con a free kick. Cameron kept it in, gave to Christensen. He was hit by O'Connor. It spills to Cameron. Broke one tackle. Got it off to Christensen. 45 out to Hipwood. Kicks to the teeth of goal. At the back. Berry couldn't impose. It's off hands and through for a minor score. Henderson knocking it out of there.
He must be the quickest bloke in footy history from ground to feet.
Oh.
Charlie Cameron.
Oh,
he's amazing.
Unbelievable.
He was out of bounds in the third row then, and he's bounced back up and got on the end of it.
Lions by 2 points, 7-minute mark, second quarter.
Stewart kicks in, Ablett the target, Robinson thumps it away, and a boundary throw in on attacking 50 for Brisbane, the result. A little murmur of applause. Mitch Robinson has grown into cult status in this 2019 season. Still got a bit of that madness about him, but it's a more controlled Mad Mitch these days, and what a player he has become for this footy club. Boundary throw in, 50 metres from Brisbane's goal. Roved by Kelly of the Cats. He's caught and threw it. Holding the ball, and the free kick goes to Jared Lyons of Brisbane. He's going to roll on quickly with his right. Kick back to full forward and a big pack. Stewart, too strong. Takes a great defender's mark at fullback for the Cats.
Just need to stand up in that pack there, Dan McStay, just to be a presence.
All-Australian of last year, Tom Stewart. Kicks to the back flank members' side. Surely Hawkins being held by Adams. Umpire right there to see it. Hawkins will have the free kick. He kicks to the corridor. Dangerous ball. Narkle had it knocked away by Rich. O'Connor couldn't rove cleanly. Zorko did, always does. Chips into the corridor. Good ball. Marked by Berry. Berry wheels and goes. Kicks inside the 50. Cameron takes the juggling mark under the pressure of Buse.
Oh, that's a huge win to the Lions there to pick that one off as Hawkins tried to come back inside the corridor. That's great for their team confidence to pick that one off.
They go more to Charlie than they go to the tools.
They do.
And you know why? Because he gets it a lot.
He does.
He's pretty good at it.
He does.
He is a star, this bloke. Powerful, quick.
45 metres out, directly in front. Cameron's kick is on the way. He's pulled it away to the left. So Cameron's missed a couple today. 1 goal, 2 for Charlie Cameron. Brisbane's lead is 3 points at the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. We'll take you to the MCG, get a score update with Matt Clinch.
Half-time here at the MCG. It's the Saints by 11 points, 7-4-46 to Carlton, 5-5-35. Membry and Hine with 2 goals for the Saints.
And Geelong's exit only got to defensive 50 before being thumped out of play. So a boundary throw in.
But Hipwood should have marked that. He's over a midget down there, and all of a sudden he wants to punch us over the line.
Throw in. McInerney taps down to Lions of Brisbane. Hand pass to Neil. Hand pass to Robinson close to the boundary from 60. Snaps towards the goal face. Underneath, Henderson had a touch, couldn't mark for Geelong. The ricochet goes to O'Connor, gives to Henderson. Rush kick to defensive 50. Dalhouse against the couple takes an important juggling mark and plays on quickly with a hand pass to Narkle at right half back. He delivers it 25 metres upfield to Hawkins, who marks.
He's got Parfitt breaking around the wing, but the kick's no good. It hit the line and goes out. Robinson saying, surely that's out on the full. Umpire was in the perfect spot, Robbo, and I hate to break the news to you, but it was not out on the full from my angle either. A boundary throw in. Attacking side of the wing for the Cats. Radigalea tapped it down. Neil went to Rove, missed it. Knocked by Narkle, straight to Gardner. He lost possession. Dangerfield, slick answer. Ablett fended away from one. Hand pass wide to the boundary line. Top of the 50, Parfitt. Worked it infield to Atkins. Just kept it in play. Kicks to full forward. Tui's dangerous, knocked it down. Myers got it, smashed by Andrews. Absolutely poleaxed. Ball dislodged. Dangerfield got it. Got a hand pass away. Hawkins kicks to goal and hits the post. It was a free kick, but play onto advantage. So Andrews has given away a free kick.
Dangerfield took the advantage.
For a bear hug tackle. That was front on ball and all. And it's a behind of the Cats, so the margin is 2 points Brisbane's way, 11-minute mark, second quarter.
Haven't had a goal in this second term. Entries wobbly and poor. Dalhouse intercepts the kick in from Witherden. And Dalhouse takes a juggling mark, 40 from goal.
He is prone to those, Alex Witherden, because he tries stuff other people don't. But we haven't seen a mistake like that for a while from Alex on the kick in. But well done by Dalhouse to pick it off.
Well, he's two of those.
He's one of a lot of sort of Geelong Falcons products in this Brisbane team. There might have been some type of subliminal there because he's kicked it to the hoops. And Dalhouse can now return Geelong to the lead with this set shot. Sunny day, perfect conditions. He'll hit it from 50. Journey shouldn't be beyond him. Puts it on his right. Fine set shot. Cats back in front. Luke Dalhouse has goal 10 of his season. And it's Geelong 3-3-21, leading Brisbane 2-5-17, 12 minutes played, second term at the Gabba on Grandstand AFL. Craig Starcevich and Mark McClure, your experts.
Well, he's taken a couple of those marks in the last couple of minutes. He took one on half back to actually tidy up their defence area, and then all of a sudden from the kick out he took another juggling mark. He's only a very short man, but he's clever, he's quick, played in the premiership with the Doggies. He backs up with Geelong and actually fits in beautifully. He's another tackling forward in their forward line. That time he cut it off and then he put it straight through the middle from 45. Really good kick and a great mark.
A tackling forward who can take a catch.
That's the one.
So that's even rarer. Yep.
At the MCG, St Kilda over Carlton by 11 points at half-time. During half-time in our match here, we'll get some extended thoughts from Matt Clinch, who's doing around the grounds for us at the MCG today. Perfect high bounce in the middle of the ground. It's one down by McInerney, but Dangerfield gets the clearance for Geelong. Hand pass to Duncan. Duncan feeds it forward to O'Connor. O'Connor through the corridor. Drives Geelong inside the 50. Can someone take a mark? Hawkins wrestled his way to the front. Couldn't. Ablett Roves fins away, straightens, dribbles, and on the goal line, Gardner waiting back collects.
The goalkeeper.
He kicks out to the right back pocket. Why didn't Gaz chip the goalkeeper, Sellers? He goes to Answorth, who kicked it out of bounds on the full. What are they doing? That's 5 today. Geelong free kick within range, 45 metres from goal. Left forward pocket. And the ball is in the hands of Atkins.
I think Ablett realised he was going to have his kick smothered had he gone aerial, but going underground, the goalkeeper got in the way.
Atkins is looking infield. He's not painting a confident picture at the moment, but not a lot of options, so he's going to be forced into the shot here. Opens up the angle of fraction. Curling ball towards goal, misses on the near side. Geelong's lead is 5 points. We've played 14 minutes of the second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
You can't half go your routine if you're going to do that.
No.
If you're going to go to snap around the corner, make sure you do it with conviction.
You've got to put it to the top of the square if you're doing that.
And Witherden goes long as he possibly can with this kick in. 60-metre roost to the outer side, and Martin takes the grab for Brisbane in the pack. Just forward of right half back. Fine grab from the Brisbane ruckman, who then chips very short to Berry.
See, the second movement of that mark, all of a sudden it goes to another mark that lets them come back and cover the whole area. So that slows down Brisbane's movement forward.
50-metre kick down the southern wing. Sticky fingers from McInerney. Couldn't quite finish the mark. Blitzarv's there to spoil. I think outside of 1v2 this late in the season being a first for the Gabba, I reckon it's a first with 46 playing on 46 in the ruck, Al, with Blitzarves and McInerney battling against each other.
The Brisbane need to mark and roll, Stars, a couple of times. Every now and then they need to mark and roll and catch him out.
It's Martin and Blitzarves here. Martin knocks towards the boundary line. It ricochets and goes back over 65 metres around from the Brisbane goal at right half forward.
Just to put the opposition under the pump every now and then.
Every now and then you've got to do it.
Yeah. However, they're very good scoring from stoppages, so they don't mind this either.
Cats 3-4, Lions 2-5. Midway through the second quarter from the stoppage. Lions got it. Found some space. Hand pass out in front of Berry through the 50. Doubles back. Looking to give it off by hand to Zorko. He throws it on the boot to a dangerous position in the pocket. McStay's pushed under the ball. Umpire says let them play. Dribbling ball towards the goal mouth is escorted through. A minor score to the Brisbane Lions reduces the margin to 4 points. We are at the 15-minute mark of the second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Stewart just rolls out of the goal square, kicks Geelong back into play, long to left half back through the hands of Andrews of Brisbane. Ablett Roves is slung over the boundary line by Steph Martin. I think he got rid of the ball before he was slung up. Says, no, it's out of play. No free kick there. And a boundary throw in will be the result. Left half back for Geelong, right half forward for Brisbane. In the bathing sunshine of the southern wing on this 27, 28 degree day. Penultimate round of the AFL season on Grandstand AFL. Blitzarves won the tap down. Has he got a rover? Yes. Kelly arrives. Gets tackled though. Got a handball free only to Christensen of Brisbane. He's tackled as soon as he gets it. And the umpire will come in and sort it out. Ball up. Half forward for Brisbane, half back for the Cats. We're still in that geography. 16 and a half played second term.
Brilliantly roved off the ruck contest by Zorko. 52 out. Dangerous. Deadly. They're out of their seats at the Gabba as Zorko goes over to celebrate with them. He's so good from outside the arc. And Brisbane goes back in front. It's the fourth lead change this afternoon. Brisbane 3-6-24, Geelong 3-4-22. 17 played second quarter. Craig Starcevich.
That's that scoring
Stoppage.
forward hard stoppage.
Yeah.
I think they're 1 or 2 in the comp forward, I think. So they actually don't mind doing that. Play wide, get a stoppage, start again and score from it. That's actually a method that they do quite well. But the pressure from both teams has been super. That little passage of play where Kelly got caught and then Christensen got caught, the commitment and the pressure from both teams. We've got a 3-goal game each game going on here, 20 minutes into the second quarter. Is it any less of a spectacle?
No,
I wouldn't
fantastic.
have thought.
It's a contest.
Real finals feel, warm conditions, 1v2, centre bounce. Steph Martin flew, not a telling tap though. Ball falls to his feet in the bullseye. Eventually it will be Brisbane's clearance. Lockneil hands it off to Zorko. Rush kick goes back to Martin. Had a fumble in the bullseye. Then Toe pokes it. Clear of the danger. Out to the wing. Neil will meet it for Brisbane. He gathers, falls over, is tackled by Atkins. Locked up. Ball held in. I'm going to ping him. Holding the ball. Great pressure from Atkins. Free kick for Geelong just forward of right half back.
We can see the effort in his in his face right here, can't we? He's right in front of us, but it's bloody that quirk of the rule, isn't it, if you dive on it?
Atkins kicks the Cats to half forward. Radaglia is there, nudged under it by Andrews, who doubles back but dropped the mark. Tui gets it. He's tackled by Witherden. Andrews follows in as well. A ball up near the boundary line at right half forward for the Cats.
What we can say is that Brisbane are very competitive. They play a different style of footy. They rely on their stoppage work and they do all those sorts of things. And they're hanging in with one of the best sides in the competition.
Radaglia flicks it to the back, but it's rode by Zorko again. His hand pass behind McCarthy. Goes back and wins it. Tackled by Ablett. Got a hand pass out. Duncan took it. Tackled by Martin. Lost it. Guthrie hand passes it over the boundary line. A throw in. 70 around from the Geelong goal. In the shade at right half forward, so the players will appreciate that. If you weren't with us earlier, Chris Scott took his entire team over to the shade on the Vulture Street side at quarter time.
It's attritional. The footy's attritional, and the weather's going to probably come into it too later in the game as the ball's thrown in. Selwood has a go ground level, farms it out to Kelly. Quick hand pass. Duncan had a fumble. Rich is there to pressure him. Zorko bumps Myers at the foot of the contest. McLuggage tries to whir his way through. Got a hand pass to Neil. Got his head taken off by Dalhouse. Free kick. No! Ball up, says the ump. I was with the 34,000 others at the Gabba here, Al. I thought that was high contact.
It looked like he raised the arm to bring it on, perhaps, Q.
Radaglia taps down to Ablett. Hand pass to Kelly on attacking 50 for Geelong. One step, bang on the right, kicks to the goal line, and it is a behind.
Hit the post.
Hit the post. And the Lions faithful still not happy that Lockneil didn't get a free kick. Brisbane lead by a point. 24 plays 23.
Hodge in short to Andrews. Andrews goes to right half back, and his kick's a good one for Robinson. Robinson takes his time. Huge crowd in at the Gabba. Magnificent scenes here in Brisbane. The sellout sign going up. Kick to the wing. Henry leaps in front of the pack and marks for Geelong.
Good grab.
Chips back towards the corridor. Duncan takes the mark. Had another very good season for Geelong, averaging 26 possessions a game. He shields the sun from his eyes and sends a low ball to the half-forward flank. Myers is there. Couldn't mark. Blitzarves took it. Robinson tackled him. Over near the boundary line. Umpire waves play on. And we'll have a ball up here. 70 metres from the Geelong goal at left half forward, not too far from Michael Price.
And Mitch Duncan's at 11 already.
Pricey?
Sorry, mate. I was just looking at the crowd. They were cheering Mitch Robinson as he laid that tackle. I reckon he's gone from cult status to actual status here at the Gabba. There's a murmur when he goes near the ball that's significantly like the old Jason Ackermanis murmur when he went within a couple of metres.
This bloke's a crazy man, though.
Well, you're saying Acker's not.
He's,
I think maybe there's a pair of them.
He's a cross of Martin Pike and Jason Ackerman.
Oh, that's a Molotov cocktail if ever I've heard of one. Ball thrown in on the outer side. Whistle in the contest. Free kick to Long, who was being held. It's going to go to Guthrie, is it? No, it's going to go to Blitzarves. So Blitzarves on the southern wing. Two-time best and fairest winner. Doing his best in the ruck from the wing. Kicks the Cats to attacking 50. Big fly Radaglia. First hand couldn't mark Brisbane at the road. But Tui wraps up Adams. Got a hand pass, but only to Dangerfield. Quick hands. Hawkins in the pocket. Hand passes back to the goal mouth. Myers! Oh, he gathered it. Threw it on his boot. And has kicked a great goal from a tight angle in the left forward pocket. And there's just a little bit of aggression shown between half dozen players in the goal mouth at the Cats attacking end. But that was wonderful hand-to-foot skill from Brian Myers. to put the Cats back in front. Another lead change. Geelong 4-5-29. Brisbane 3-6-24. Michael Price on the boundary.
Alan Christensen is on the bench. He has had ice applied and strapped to his left hamstring. Could be dubious to see him for the rest of the day.
This Brian Myers has been playing every game this year. Is his 23rd goal so far this year as a small forward, and he continues to amaze us with his skill, his ability. His size is only, he says, small in stature, but gee whiz, can he play, this kid? Get the ball on the foot in that sort of space and that sort of pressure. It's fantastic stuff.
Great assist by Tommy Hawkins to handball it into his path as well. But he didn't have a lot of time to work with, did he?
Naught.
Lyons and Kelly stand aside one another in the middle as Blitzarves rises, knocks it away from McInerney. Narkle gets it for the Cats. Hand pass to Stewart, bursting off the square. Kicks inside the 50 to the pack. In front, Dangerfield couldn't mark. Taken by Gardner of Brisbane at centre half back. He kicks to the wing. Narkle gets in the way again. Dishes off the hand pass to Selwood. Selwood 65 out, goes to the pocket. Out in front of Hawkins, too far out in front. And Hawkins turns to his captain and says, "What was that?" It's gone out of play, 25 metres out from the Geelong goal.
Getting frustrated down there with the delivery. They haven't really looked after him, have they? I mean, not a lot of space.
No space anywhere.
Ball thrown in, left forward pocket for the Cats. Shallow throw in, pitched away from the ruckman. Dangerfield underneath, left boot goes straight out of play under pressure from the Brisbane defence. Gardner all over him, so the Danger kicks it out in the full, and Brisbane now through Robinson. Inbound from the right back pocket. Cats leading it by 5 points. 23.5 second turn. Robinson long to right half back for Brisbane. McInerney had to spoil, but Neil rose for Brisbane. Hand pass pinched by Blitzarves of the Cats. Hands it to Narkle in traffic. Tackled by Ainsworth. Got a hand pass out the back. Taylor picks up for Geelong. Kicked a half forward. Bounces to the advantage of Parfitt. Kicks across the ground. Smart back to the corridor. Duncan in space marks. Centre half forward, 55 from goal, is called to play on. Will use his right boot to kick to Tui in the pocket. Rich got there to got a fingernail and made the spoil at the last minute. He roves. Tui applies the tackle. Ball comes out. Selwood tries to pick up. Andrews is with him as the ball goes out of play. And we'll see it thrown in on attacking 50. Dan Rich, another little touch of what's been a terrific 2019 for him.
It's just no easy ball. You can kick to someone. Everyone's blocking each other. It's been fantastic. It's a contest after a contest. And that's why I've only got 3 goals versus 4 at half-time. Not because of bad play. It's just contest.
McInerney took it away from the contest, gave to Bailey, off to McCarthy, bump, ball dislodged, Duncan gets it, gives to Kelly, zigzagging, couldn't get around Neil, gave to Narkle, his hand pass slapped down by Neil, taken by McInerney of Brisbane at half back. There's a free kick coming back for a push in the back. It's a Geelong free kick that's going to go the way of Narkle, so that happened off the ball. And Narkle will kick to full forward for the Cats, a massive pack of players. Tui flicked it to the back, lurking was Hawkins, throwing his boot to ball, couldn't get it. And the ball has been taken through for a minor score by Hawkins as he attempted to keep it in and hand pass it back. Now he's in a push and shove with Andrews.
He threw half a punch and it should be 50 metres. Exactly what it is.
You're spot on, Sellers. So Daniel Rich is being marched
he's
up
done
to
that
centre
before.
half back.
Hawkins has done that before. Now it's right on the edge of finals and you want to go and get out for a couple of weeks. Well, that's the sort of stuff you're going to do.
It's a 6-point lead to Geelong at the 25-minute mark.
Rich runs all the way to the bullseye for 4, banging a left boot to full forward for Brisbane. Underneath it, Stewart dropped the chest mark. Under pressure there from Martin. Ball spilled free, locked at the bottom of the pack. And we'll see a ball up now at the other end of the ground.
There's one for you, mate. Play on really quickly and get in there.
Well, that helps, doesn't it?
It does. Puts them under pressure.
Absolutely.
5 minutes of playing time left in the half. McInerney spikes it towards full forward for Brisbane from the stoppage. Just going to go through for a rush point from 20 metres out. Such was the pressure of players wrestling and wrangling around the Sharon. It just kept rolling and rolling. Goes through for a behind. Cats by 5 points. 4-6 to 3-7.
Lions need something out of they need something out of McCarthy and they need something out of Rayner at the moment. Both very quiet in the forward line.
Duncan doing the kicking in for the Cats. Goes to the Stanley Street side. Andrews, little nudge out on Ratugolea, gets to the back of the pack too. He takes it centre wing. He's got nowhere to go. Has to go back into the traffic. Hand pass to Dangerfield. He hand passes near the boundary line to Parfitt. McCluggage
dropped it.
Collared him. He dropped the ball. It's holding the ball. Free kick, Brisbane.
It's just on from start to finish. There's no rest here. There's no rest. You can't stand still and you can't get an easy kick.
McCluggage goes inside 50. Martin, the tall target there. Brought it to ground level. Roved by O'Connor of Geelong. A hand pass to Henry. Kicks out through defensive 50. Ratugolea rises. Knocked away by Gardner. Roved by Atkins. Bursts onto the ball. He's on the wing. Not with a lot to kick to again. A bouncing ball up in the Hawkins direction. He goes to ground. He's tackled, tried to knock it out the side, but it comes the way of Hodge of Brisbane, and he kicks around the wing. He hasn't, has he, Sellers? That might have pitched inside and gone out. You'll be pleased to see a throw in out of sight of the ground.
He's more accurate than the others.
Precision, you're saying?
Something like that.
Touch finder. He's picking up a few things north of the Tweed, Luke Hodge.
Was that a 40-20 kid?
Not quite, but pretty handy. Ball to be thrown in left half back for the Cats, right half forward for Brisbane. Geelong by 5 points close to half-time on Grandstand AFL. Blitz after tap, and then didn't have a rover, so Colin Zorko, who didn't have the ball just before he was about to pick up. The Zork with the free kick on the southern wing for Brisbane. Uses his right boot to kick the lines back towards attack. Robinson juggling. Is it paid? No. Roving Taylor for the Cats to kick them clear of defence for the time being. But Answorth rides over Myers to take a grab.
Good player, this kid.
Yeah.
Rising star nom a couple of weeks ago, thanks to Michael Price's beseeching. Answorth from 70 kicks a deep ball to full forward. Henry leaves his man, fists the pack, thumps it out of play. Boundary throw in. Right forward pocket for Brisbane.
I prefer that than them going out wide again and doing all that sort of stuff. Bang it in there and test the opposition. See if they really want to punch the ball away hard.
And this is what they like to, a stoppage.
Stoppage, exactly right.
Deep inside the forward 50.
Saints by 11 over Carlton at half-time at the MCG to Matt Clinch very shortly. Lovely tap, but
picked up.
Half volley pick up, Neil. A balk and a brilliant Brisbane goal. Why wouldn't you cheer? These Lions, what a set play. Executed to perfection all the way from start to finish. And Brisbane goes in front again. We've had 6 lead changes in the first half here. 4-7-31 Brisbane, Geelong 4-6-30. We're at the 29-minute mark of the second quarter. Mark McClure and Craig Starcevic.
Yeah, very good ruckman, Steph Martin. And when you've got ground level players all on the same page and you practice that sort of stuff day in, day out, that's what you can do. You can make something of those opportunities. But Steph Martin, I'm a massive Steph fan. But
I agree. I am too.
You know, the rest, trying to get the rest of the comp to jump on board, Q. But he's a good player, Steph.
We've got power. Pricey got Answorth, the rising star nom a couple of weeks ago. So keep going, Stars.
That's their third goal from clearances in the forward half.
Brisbane back in front in this seesawing tight tussle at the Gabba. Centre bounce. Martin, there he is. 20-metre spike clear of the bullseye. Ball bounces awkwardly for McStay though. Guthrie roves. Hand pass to Kolajasny. Hand pass to Ablett. The ball genius burns the Gabba wing with a bounce on the edge of the square. Kicks into attack. Hodge underneath. Narkle spoils. Roving Parfitt in the pocket under pressure. Hand pass to Narkle. Swivel and shoot on the right. Brilliant finish to put the Cats back in front. There's the Narkle sparkle at the Gabba. His third goal of the season. It's Geelong 5-6-36 to Brisbane 4-7-31. How does Al Christensen look on the boundary? Michael Price.
Yeah, has not moved. He will be taken down, I dare say, and they'll look at him closely in the dressing rooms at half-time. I was just interested there, the stranded nature of Luke Hodge up against Radaglia at full forward there, and he had to come back out and actually attack the contest and left the big man all alone. So that wouldn't be something the Lions would like to see.
That's 3 goals each for both clubs. And Narkle was special there. The ball came out of the centre bounce, and when there's 6-6-6, there's a lot of space. And it came in quickly, and Narkle was in the right spot. Just snapped it through. Just a result, just a whatever you can do, we can do better.
It's going to be a long quarter. There's still a couple of minutes of playing time. We've ticked up to 31 played in the second term in a very warm environment. Dangerfield out of the middle. A hand pass to Selwood off to Ablett. This usually leads to good things. Kick towards Radaglia. He flies. Punched away by Andrews. Myers roves. Fended away from Gardner. Left foot snap. Oh, that's outrageous. Straight from the top shelf of the Myers Entertainment Department, that one. A brilliant piece of roving, the fend and the goal. Brian Myers, what a young player he is for the Cats. And they have skipped out now to an 11-point lead. 31 played second term. 6-6-42 Geelong. Brisbane 4-7-31.
Well, another gear the Cats have got, haven't they? That clearance, Dangerfield, Selwood, Ablett, and then into the chaos, top of the goal square. That was they've decided to put the foot down.
Last 2 inside 50s for Geelong. We've seen it down the road at Carrara for many years. Ablett, Stars.
Yep.
Starting to be the injector instead of the target.
Sure is. But Myers, unbelievable.
So
really,
Geelong
really good.
led by 11 points when they kicked the first 2 goals of the game and now get back to that margin. And that's as big as it's been in the game. Such has been the tight nature of it. Centre bounce. Lyons applies a tackle there to keep it in. No way through for Dangerfield there. Ump will come in and try again.
Been a brilliant game of footy, though.
Oh, so far it's lived up to expectation. 1v2 as the penultimate round begins. Martin gets the tap down. Guthrie tried to kick it off the ground, had an air swing. Crashing through Atkins. Wins the ball for Geelong. Kicks to Myers on 50. Runs to 45. Hits it on his right. He misses. It hits the post.
He sliced it. He actually hit it with the side of his foot. He has this unusual action when he goes like that.
So that swing around, doesn't he?
He sliced it instead of actually hitting it perfectly, and it would have been another one to him.
Cats by
one of his 3 too.
Yeah, Cats by 2 goals, 6-7 to 4-7.
It's been too long since I saw you leap up out of your chair like that, Quentin Hull.
It's happened a few times this year, Al. Footy's been worth it.
How are your hamstrings? Kick goes out towards the wing as the Cats cleared it.
You're about to learn something today. In the 5 years we spent together here, the footy was no good. The Gabba members never turned to us and pumped their fist. They're already doing that today. We never saw that, except that Geelong game.
Yes.
When they came from 52 points down.
In time on the third
2013.
Unforgettable stuff. That was the last time that Brisbane beat Geelong from a stoppage. Duncan worked the ball into the centre corridor for the Cats. Robinson's over it. Selwood nails him. 2 tough nuts there. Dangerfield falls over, gets a slick hand pass out to Stewart. They come again, kick in the Radigalea direction, and he's beaten Andrews this time. Superb contested mark. It is not easy to beat Harris Andrews, and Radigalea deserves his shot here from 25 out to the left of centre.
Great ball into advantage, though.
It was.
You salivate with those ones if you're a forward. Just keep your opponent out, protect where the ball's going to drop, and then hopefully you can clunk it.
You just understand how good that Stewart is, don't you, when you look at him?
Yeah.
He's a very good player.
Yeah.
34 minutes in the sunshine in this second term for both these teams, and the Cats for 3 in a row. Radigalea has slammed his right boot through that. And the Cats get another. Biggest lead of the game. They've broken away to an 18-point margin. 34 played second term on Grandstand AFL. The Cats 7-7-49. The Lions 4-7-31. For listeners in South Australia at halftime, we will send you to the Adelaide Oval. A huge match for the Crows coming up against Collingwood there this afternoon. So to Joel Peterson and the team at the halftime break. And we'll also take you back to the MCG to get some extended thoughts from Matt Clinch, who's covering the match today between St Kilda and Carlton, with the Saints up by 11 points at halftime over the Blues.
Well, they've separated themselves from Brisbane at this moment with a 5-goal quarter, and 3 of them from the smalls and a couple from the talls as well. So 4 from the smalls and 1 from Radigalea, who's a tall. So they actually have been fantastic. Ball gets in there quickly and they finish well.
Blitzar's over Martin at ruck time, but Berry will rode for Brisbane. Hand passes to the edge of the centre square. Zorko gathers, hands it to Neil. Late entry coming up for Brisbane. Scrubbing kick, O'Connor in the way. Wait a minute. I think Neil might have got a push after he got rid of it. It's going to be a Brisbane free kick. And Zach Bailey is going to receive this free kick, 40 metres from goal. With seconds ticking away, this could be a big moment at the end of what's been a very tight half of footy. Siren will probably sound before Bailey has his kick, with man on the mark. 40 from goal, slightly right-hand side of centre for Zach Bailey. So the young man gets to experience the pressure of a full house in a big game, needing to kick a goal on the half-time siren. Cats lead by 3 goals. The number 33 for Brisbane, Zach Bailey from 48 on his right. He doesn't like it off the boot. It's across the face and a point. And Geelong will go to half-time with a 17-point advantage at the Gabba. Cats 7-7-49, Lions 4-8-32. Myers with 2 for the Cats, the only multiple goal kicker in the game. Radigalea, Narkle, Duncan, Buse and Dalhouse, the other major contributors for the Cats. For Brisbane, all 4 singles, McCluggage, Neil, Zorko and Cameron.
The action unfolding for you on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Grandstand Digital in front of a packed house at the Gabba. Warm conditions here and a 17-point lead to the Cats, who led by 5 at quarter time. Shortly, listeners in South Australia, you're headed to the Adelaide Oval for the build-up and coverage of the match between the Crows and Collingwood. But it's time to find out what has been happening at the MCG, because the second half is underway there for Grandstand. Matt Clinch.
Al, 7 minutes played in the third term, and it's the Saints leading by 10 points, 7-5-47 to the Blues, 5-7-37. A couple of goals to Tim Membry and to Nick Hine, individuals to Long, Billings and Hanbury for the Saints. Meanwhile, the Blues, all individual goal scorers to Savani, Kennedy, McGovern, Lang and Ed Curnow. So the Saints led by 5 points at quarter time, by 11 points at half time. During the second quarter, it got out to a 24-point lead. St Kilda's way up. They kicked 6 consecutive goals from the 15-minute mark of the first quarter to the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. But then the Blues got on a little run. They kicked 3 goals on the trot and could have actually taken the lead, but Harry Mackay struggled to convert, and Ben Long with a great goal just ahead of half-time gave the Saints an 11-point lead. It's not a great deal between the two sides. It's probably just been the fact that the Saints have been able to capitalise on their forward entries, particularly with the likes of Membry and Hine. The Blues led the disposals at half-time. They led the inside 50s, the marks, the contested marks, but the one dominant stat for the Saints was the clearances. So Seb Ross with 17 disposals, Jack Billings with 16, Dan Hanbury with 14 plus a goal, Hunter Clark with 13. Meanwhile for the Blues, Mark Murphy with 17, Paddy Cripps with 16, Levi Casbolt with 16, including 4 contested marks back across half-back this afternoon, with Jacob Wiedering laid out with a groin injury, meaning that he's gone back into defence this afternoon, and he's played a pretty good job as well. And Nick Newman left the ground with a little bit of a hip concern, but he's also had 14 disposals as well. So Patrick Cripps in game 100 has the company of Jack Steele this afternoon. He's struggled to really have too much of an impact on the game apart from some of his clearance work. So 9 minutes gone, third quarter. It's the Saints leading by 8 points. Of course, David Teague announced as the senior coach for the Blues during the week. His record 5-9 in the matches since he's taken the helm from Brendan Bolton. Of course, Brett Ratton trying to convince the board that he's the man going forward. He's won 3 of his past 4 since he took over from Alan Richardson. So the Saints leading by 8 points, 10 minutes gone, third quarter, 7-5-47 to the Blues, 5-9-39.
Thanks to Matt Clinch at the MCG. Here on a sun-drenched Gabba, it is Geelong 7-7-49 leading Brisbane 4-8-32. We saw 7 lead changes in the first half of football. The Cats, though, kicked the last 3 goals of that term to establish the 17-point half-time lead. And it's been taxing Mark McClure and Craig Starcevich. That second quarter went for 35 minutes and 28 seconds as well. So this is going to be an attritional day.
No, it was a tough quarter. It was a battle against each other. In the last 5 minutes, they separated a little bit because Geelong just continued to kick some goals and get over the top of them in the end with some clear space up forward. One of the things I want to talk about is small forwards. The small forwards in this game are massive in what you can do. They've kicked 4 in that quarter. Dalehouse, Narkle and Myers kicked 2. That's the difference in this game. When you see those small forwards at the forward line, they hit the ball in there, they run to the targets. That's why I sometimes are critical of them going wide around the boundary. If you can get your ball in there quickly and yet let your small forwards, they've got Charlie Cameron, who's the best in the caper. They've got McCluggage. They've got all those smalls in the Brisbane lineup, and they won't actually give them a chance. But when you see what Geelong do, that was just fantastic. In the last 7 minutes, they kicked 4 goals straight almost to separate the game from themselves. Lions had 14, Zorko 13 and Neil, but Dangerfield's had 17. Duncan's had 16 and Kelly. And that's their midfield battle that's starting to win. They're starting to win that area. I know, I understand, no doubt about it, that the ruckman is really winning. Stephen Martin's winning all that area, but they're feeding off him quite comfortably and moving the ball forward out of the centre of the ground and the ball ups into a clean area where they can actually work well, and the smalls are killing them.
But in a game that's going to be an arm wrestle, just that little bit at the end there, the last 5 minutes where Geelong scored those 3 goals, Dangerfield just upped the ante slightly. A couple of big clearances, Selwood got involved, Ablett with a couple of inside 50s. So the big names stepped up in those last 5 minutes or so where they scored quickly with those 3 goals, put Brisbane's defence under all sorts of pressure, and they were able to score. But in a tight game like that, they're the sort of big moments that are going to count.
Lots of your SMSs coming in on 0437 774 774. Aaron in Australind says, "G'day guys, great call as usual. As a Collingwood and East Perth supporter, it's good to hear FD Book medalist Craig Starcevich on the radio again. Wants to know when the last time that 1 played 2 and 3 played 4 on the same weekend late in the season." It's a very good question, Aaron. Thanks for your text message. Quentin Hull was having a bit of a nibble on something, and now his headset's gone back on, so I reckon he's got the answer to that.
No, I was just about to say, I reckon it's the old top 4 final system. So I doubt
it's going back quite a way.
Yeah.
Swamp or Josh Kay. I reckon they're your two men to hit up on Twitter. We'll see what we can find out. Grant is still chopping down the gum tree in Hobart. He says, great call, fellas. I feel like I'm at the Gabba. Dan Rich getting a chance at finals. What a beauty. He was a Sandover medalist from the Mighty Lions in the West all those years ago. And the Mason clan have sent us a text as well. Loving the call from the Gabba on the way to country footy in Margaret River. Go the South Bunbury Tigers and go Didder. Thanks to the Mason clan and thanks to all of you who are contributing to the call this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. What a big one it is. It is delivering as well. Huge round of football. Geelong 7-7-49. The Lions 4-8-32. Before we release South Australian listeners to the Adelaide Oval for the Crows and Collingwood, all the build-up to that big game, let's go back to the MCG and find out what is happening between Carlton and St Kilda with Matt Clinch.
Well, it's still the Saints who lead by 9 points, 7-6-48 to the Blues, 5-9-39. This third quarter is now 14 minutes old, and we still haven't had a goal, so it's been an arm wrestle played between the two 50-metre arcs with neither side able to capitalise. 2 goals to Membry, 2 goals to Nick Hine. Hine with a beautiful run from the wing, which included 4 bounces before he finished with a classy goal. And Ben Long, who darted towards the boundary line before snapping truly for his first goal of the match in the second quarter. So a couple of the good highlights for the Saints there throughout the match. The Blues are on the break here. And Mitch McGovern, who runs inside the 50 and should be able to close the gap as he runs all the way to the goal square to pop it through. And we're back to a 3-point ball game. Carlton finally with the first goal of the third quarter, which is now 15 minutes old. The Saints 7-6-48, the Blues 6-9-45.
Good on you, Clinchy. I can confirm that news has been met with
three smiling faces and one nonplussed ex-magpie looking on.
Forget him.
Couldn't care less.
I agree. But actually, that shows you that the 3 or 4 weeks' work they did with Mitch McGovern has changed him slightly. He's kicked a few goals in both games. He's starting to run properly. He's understanding the game. So it was good on him for doing that.
Half-time at the Gabba, Geelong 7-7-49, Brisbane 4-8-32. If you're listening in South Australia, you are now headed to coverage of the Crows and Collingwood. Farewell. And for everyone else, we'll send you off to the latest edition of ABC News before we have more action from the Gabba.
Adam Story with ABC News. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has attacked the lobby group Get Up, accusing it of running a misogynistic campaign against a South Australian Liberal. The member for Boothby, Nicole Flint, has complained about Get Up's campaign against her at the May election. The lobby group has rejected the allegations. Mr Morrison has told the Liberal Party State Conference in Adelaide the government will look into Get Up's claim that it's politically independent.
They should be ashamed of what they did to Nicole Flint in Boothby. They should be ashamed of the way they engaged in that campaign, the misogyny and the bullying.
Federal Labor says Australia's relationship with the Pacific lies in tatters after Fiji's Prime Minister accused the government of taking a big step backwards. Frank Bainimarama made the comments after Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack yesterday said Pacific nations affected by climate change will survive, partly because workers can come to Australia to pick fruit. It followed lengthy negotiations at the Pacific Island Forum, where Australia blocked regional consensus on stronger climate change action. Shadow Energy Minister Mark Butler says Mr McCormack's comments have added insult to injury.
Scott Morrison's policy of a strategic step up into the Pacific region lies in tatters this weekend, at the end of a week where, frankly, Australia's national interests might have been better served if he'd stayed at home.
More than 1,000 pro-Beijing supporters have marched through Sydney's CBD. Sarah Hawke reports.
The pro-mainland supporters gathered around lunchtime near Central Station to demonstrate against the protesters in Hong Kong. One pro-Hong Kong demonstrator who turned up was escorted away by police. Chanting "One China, no separation" and "One country, two systems," the rally was escorted by police up George Street and onto Town Hall. Under flags and banners in English and Mandarin, the speeches, chants and singing have continued. Like last night's pro-Hong Kong protest in Sydney's Martin Place, there's been no violence.
The 23-year-old man accused of shooting dead an Australian tourist in New Zealand yesterday has faced court. Josh Bavis reports from Hamilton.
The local man, whose name has been suppressed, was arrested late last night after police searched a property on the outskirts of Hamilton. He was charged with murder, aggravated robbery, threatening to kill and disqualified driving over the shooting death of 33-year-old Victorian man Sean McKinnon. Mr McKinnon's partner, Bianca Buckley, managed to escape at the scene of the crime near the town of Raglan to alert police. The accused faced court this morning, where he was remanded in custody. Mr McKinnon's family was in the court for the hearing.
Courts heard a man charged with murdering a woman and trying to murder another in central Sydney will use mental illness as a defence. Liv Casbin reports.
20-year-old Murtney appeared briefly via video link from Surrey Hills Police Station, where he was charged last night. He's accused of murdering 24-year-old Michaela Dunn on Tuesday afternoon and attempting to murder 41-year-old Lynn Bowe less than half an hour later. Mr Ney's lawyer, Zamari Katiz, said his client has severe injuries to his leg and requires pain medication and medication for mental illness.
He's going through a very difficult situation at this time, but in relation to the allegations, he will be defending the charges on the grounds of mental illness.
Ney did not apply for bail. His case returns to court on Monday.
Hollywood star Peter Fonda has died in his Los Angeles home. He was suffering lung cancer. He was 79. This report from the BBC's Peter Bowes.
Peter Fonda co-wrote, produced and starred in Easy Rider, the road movie in which he and co-star Dennis Hopper played a pair of long-haired bikers travelling through the southern United States. The film touched a nerve for America's youth, the first counterculture film to be a huge hit. It earned Fonda an Oscar nomination. He was the son of the Hollywood star Henry Fonda and the younger brother of Jane Fonda. In a statement, the family said, "While we mourn the loss of this sweet and gracious man, we also wish for all to celebrate his indomitable spirit and love of life."
Authorities in the US say computers are coming back online after a nationwide network failure disrupted customs checks at airports. The glitch affected international passengers. Staff at airports in San Francisco, Seattle, Washington and New York were forced to process arrivals manually, leading to delays. And the US space agency NASA says it's chosen the location for the flight center for its program to return humans to the moon. It says the Marshall Space Flight Center in the state of Alabama will be the base for its $44 billion Themis lunar program. And NASA says it plans to land the next man and the first woman on the moon within 5 years. This is ABC News.
And he's driven powerfully.
The Ashes is just a tap away on the ABC Listen app. Every test, all the rivalry, live and called by the best in the game. Uninterrupted, in depth, in the palm of your hand.
And no hesitation.
Pulled in the air, caught it short mid-wicket.
And he's out.
The Ashes, streaming live on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL. You're with Grandstand.
From the wing, kicks the Cats to attacking 50. Big fly, Radigalia. First hand couldn't mark Brisbane at the road, but Tui wraps up. Adams got a hand pass, but only to Dangerfield. Quick hands, Hawkins in the pocket. Hand passes back to the goal mouth. Myers! Oh, he gathered it, threw it on his boot, and has kicked a great goal from a tight angle in the left forward pocket to put the Cats back in front. Another lead change.
Half volley pick up, Neil. A balk and a brilliant Brisbane goal. Why wouldn't you cheer? These Lions, what a set play. Executed to perfection. All the way from start to finish. And Brisbane goes in front again.
The ball genius burns the Gabba wing with a bounce on the edge of the square. Kicks into attack. Hodge underneath. Narkle spoils. Roving Parfitt in the pocket under pressure. Hand pass to Narkle. Swivel and shoot on the right. Brilliant finish to put the Cats back in front. There's the Narkle sparkle at the Gabba.
Dangerfield out of the middle. A hand pass to Selwood off to Ablett. This usually leads to good things. Kick towards Radigalia. He flies. Punched away by Andrews. Myers roves. Fended away from Gardner. Left foot snap. Oh, that's outrageous. Straight from the top shelf of the Myers Entertainment Department, that one.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Half-time in the top two clash at the Gabba. Round 22 action on Grandstand AFL. Geelong 7-7-49. The Lions 4-8-32. The Cats established that 17-point half-time lead, kicking the last 3 goals of the term. Narkle at the 29-minute mark, Myers at the 31-minute mark, and Radigalia at the 34-minute mark in a 35-minute quarter. So it really was the last 5-6 minutes that Geelong kicked those critical goals. It's a very hot afternoon here, up in the high 20s. We wait to see whether that will be a factor for the visitors. Chris Scott did move his team into the shade right across the Vulture Street side of the ground at quarter time, reminiscent of Hawthorn back
in 1995. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Great call as ever, gentlemen. Up the 6-metre ladder repairing nets to keep the parrots off the almonds. Floating, windblown above a cloud of pink and white blossom. Keep it up, Rick E. Margaret River. Good on you, Rick. Be careful up there. Sounds a little precarious. And hi, boys. Speaking of precarious, great call. Off to Lords with my son today. Hope we can hang on, says Phil in London. Phil, we need a weather update. 0437 774 774. I heard there were showers forecast for day 4. Australia 4 for 80 in reply to England's 258. How's the weather looking, Phil? Of course, Grandstand through the ABC Listen app. We'll have the live coverage for you wherever you are tonight. You can also get it on analogue or digital radio as day 4 continues. Australia 1 up in the Ashes series. A couple of days pretty much, 1.5 days at least, lost to rain in this test so far, Q.
I think day 5's fine, but it'll be interesting to see how much play they get tonight.
Yep.
Hearing the late night stumps report from Jim Maxwell last night. So, yeah, if it happens quickly today, there's a fair bit of cricket on an extended 5th day available, and I think it's fine. So It's a matter of whether or not there's any chance. Gee, it would be nice to get a dramatic final day at Lords, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Phil's on his way there. We're envious. Phil, 0437 774 774. Let us know what the weather is doing. The Cats are back out on the ground here where the weather is absolutely glorious at the Gabba, and the Cats are leading by 17 points, 7-7-49 to 4-8-32. Before we go to Craig Starcevich and Mark McClure for their thoughts on what will unfold in the second half, let's take you to the MCG where there's a tight battle unfolding between St Kilda and Carlton. Matt Clinch.
Thank you, Al. It's the Saints leading by 5 points, 8-8-56 to the Blues, 7-9-51. The Saints finally kicking their first goal of the third quarter at the 23-minute mark through Jack Nunes. The Blues had kicked the 2 previous goals to take the lead after the former captain Mark Murphy was able to thread the needle from the right forward pocket and snap the banana truly. So the Blues, they're playing with surge. The frustration has been Paddy Cripps in game 100 hasn't been able to have the same impact as he would have liked, but he's gone forward in this third quarter. He was able to dish off a hand pass to Matty Cruiser on the run, who missed to the right-hand side. So the Saints by 4 points, 2 goals to Membry and 2 to Nick Hine, individuals to Hanbury, Billings, Nunes and Long. Meanwhile, for the Blues, 2 goals to Mitch McGovern, individuals to Savani, Murphy, Kennedy, Lang and Ed Kernos. So 25 minutes gone here at the MCG. Beautiful sunlight bathing down on the home of footy. It's the Saints leading by 4 points. There hasn't been a lot between these two sides since half-time.
What's happened to our quaddie?
Now, we had a week off.
What's going on there, Clinchy?
No, with you two absent, we just had a week off.
Happy with that, Sellers?
Well, you've had a win then.
The victory, exactly right.
So the only chance we've got at the moment, Q.
No investment. Hashtag positive result.
We've got a few listeners on the road to Karratha, it seems. G'day, boys. Outback Mick here in the car driving north from Exmouth to Karratha. Loving the call. Go Brisbane and go the Fitzroy Lions today. Are they playing in Victoria, are they, the Fitzroy Lions?
Speaking of which, they did come up in a little bit of a search. Brisbane, by the way, has never won the minor premiership. They have half a chance if they win today. Fitzroy won it 4 times, the most recent of which was 1913. After they'd previously won it in 1904 and their very strong seasons of 1899 and 1900. So there you go. Brisbane Lions looking for their first ever minor premiership. Fitzroy Lions did it 4 times.
Now, Rowena's in Thornbury. She says, go Cats, I need a win to maintain my lead in the footy tip. 0437 774 774 is the number. Here's the second half action from the Gabba. It's the Cats by 17. Quentin Hull.
46 v 46. Blitzarves v McInerney in the ruck. Give it to the Blitz just over the top, but no Rover underneath as Lyons applies a strong tackle to keep the ball in the bullseye. And we'll see it tossed up again with almost half of the Gabba in that crescent shade coming from the western side. Blitzarves won the tap clearly this time. Dalehouse harassed off it but got a toe poke inside 50 and that's a mark. Tui's claimed it in a tangle with Hodge. And a rather clever piece of football from Luke Dalehouse to get that inside 50, and we know that Tui's got a big boot. Man on the mark, Luke Hodges, 40 from goal.
He's been very influential, hasn't he, Dalehouse?
Very influential. But Tui's a half-back flanker who's gone forward.
Yep.
And he's got some pace and he kicks the ball long, very long.
And bodied Hodgie out beautifully there for that mark.
Hasn't kicked a goal this year, Zach Tui. Looking to change that to start the second half in the perfect manner for the Cats. Hits it high, long, and just to the left. Goal ump had a really good look, but it's a point. Mac to beat 3-goal difference, 7-8 to 4-8.
Phil's back in contact from London, lads. He
How's
says,
the weather?
all good. Sunny all day. 22
Fantastic.
degrees. Smith a ton. Good on you, Phil. Let's hope you have a very productive day there at Lords in the cricket. From the kicking ball on the wing. Cats get it. Selwood off to Henderson. Tackle dispossessed. Cats work it forward. Dangerfield from right half forward. His kick smothered. Out of play it goes. Hodge lurking and pouncing. A boundary throw in right half forward for the Cats. Hi guys, sitting here in Hobart with my 87-year-old mum Rose, hoping for more sparkle from Narkle. Great call. Narkle is a sparkling player. There's no doubt about that. He's been part of the action today in a significant way for the Cats as they've built this 18-point lead from the stoppage. Witherden had it, lost it. It's back into the mess again. Bodies flying everywhere. Who's going to rip it away? No one, it seems. Myers gets it. He's tackled. Berry drags him to ground. Umpire lets them play. Comes out the side. Kolajasny's little hand pass to O'Connor. Kick inside the 50 for the Cats. Radagalair in front. Andrews with Inspector Gadget arms. Reached over the top of the big Radagalair and pulled it in.
It's a good grab, isn't it?
That is a spectacular mark. He grows by the week. Harris Andrews chips to McCluggage at half back. Chips around the boundary to McCarthy. He's being noticed, Stas, that's for sure. But here in the outer rim, big day for Harris Andrews in a 1v2 clash. Can't help him when the All-Australian selectors get to sit down and chat about things. As McCarthy kicks to the outer wing off a pack. Kelly can't control out of play off hands, and it will be thrown in.
Well, to that point, Q, both Hawkins and Radagalair haven't had a huge influence on the game, but they have brought the ball to ground in that part of the ground, and the small forwards from Geelong have gone to work. So maybe their influence is bigger than we thought.
McInerney controls the tap, then loses it, and Kelly pinches his pocket on the wing for the Cats. Kicks to attacking 50. Andrews out in front of Radagalair. Wins the bouncing ball. Hand pass is a little dubious, but Adams picks up, kicks to the centre of the ground, turns it over straight to Selwood of the Cats.
Goes short to Duncan, told to play on not 15. He kicks inside the 50 for the Cats. Dalhouse shields the sun from his eyes. Rich comes across and bashes it over the boundary line. Left forward pocket, a throw in. Cats in attack. They've started this second half brightly. They're going to the school end. It's 35 metres from their goal.
Thing about the school end down here, Al, is you're looking right into the western sun at this time of the game. So really tough for the Geelong forwards.
Thrown into play. Hawkins and McInerney. Hawkins takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass straight to Rich of Brisbane. He kicked into oncoming traffic. Ricochets to Cameron. He's tackled by Buse. Umpire was thinking about paying holding the ball. It spilled out late. Rich got it to Neil. Back to Rich by hand. He kicks cleverly out in front of Witherden. Witherden holds it up in the left back pocket for the Lions.
Got Bailey presenting very wide and chips it to him. Bailey marks uncontested. Defensive 50 left half back for Brisbane.
Not much up the ground though.
No. So he's coming infield on the 45. Stars. Oh, a drop there from Neil. Uncontested. Ablett roves to win the ball for Geelong. Hand pass Selwood. He hands it to Tui on 50. Chip back centrally. Gardner nudges Dangerfield under the ball and takes a great defender's mark. Plays on with a slap kick to the pocket. 3 lines there. And Berry gets there before the boundary to take the mark.
That's a good question. How can you have 3 lions standing out there on their own?
Chips it short to Robinson on defensive 50.
Right.
He kicks back towards Hodge. Was there a hand there in the spoil? Yes, there was from O'Connor, the Irishman. So Luke Hodge will have the free kick just forward of defensive 50 at right half back for Brisbane. Early stages third term, Cats by 3 goals.
The gutsy kick by Robinson to come back inside to Hodge.
Hodge short to Robinson. Hodge directing traffic tells Robinson now to kick it to McCluggage, and he duly obliges. He marks centre wing members side of the ground right down beneath us. He's no more than 15 metres away from our luxury position here at the game. Oh, Berry
absolutely
took the mark.
Killed his mate.
Duncan has smashed him.
With his elbow.
The forearm elbow to the head.
Are you kidding? It's play on.
Kick.
Play on.
Oh,
play on.
Madness. Kelly's been caught. Zorko got him. Passion's overflowing. Berry's still down on the ground. Duncan absolutely nailed him. He's going to have a serious case to answer. Zorko plays onto advantage, having caught Kelly holding the ball. Kicks inside the 50. Enormous fly from Stewart. He's come down hard. McCarthy gave to Hipwood, dropped it cold. Rayner tries to win it for Brisbane. Can't. Dangerfield threw it out towards O'Connor. He's knocked on top of the ball. Tackled now by Rich. A ball up 45 from goal. A great opportunity, Craig Starcevich and Mark McClure to sum up that marking contest.
How the hell did the umpire not see this? Because there was 2 there standing there watching, and they just said play on.
Berry,
that's not play on.
Berry's up, which is the good thing.
Berry is up and will continue. And now Cam Rayner's been sent to the bench because he's got some blood. So a chance to just reflect further, gentlemen, if you've got another thought on that. Duncan came up with the spoil, and I don't think it was all that
I want to ask you a question.
ugly.
Do we get the best 3 umpires up here? Because this is the biggest game of the round, and have we got the best 3?
I'm not sure.
Well, I wouldn't be certain either.
I was chatting to Andrew Swallow about the boundary throw-ins last week, and he said that even with his playing days, the boundary umps are always shallow throw-ins here on another matter, but it's a good point. Selwood under the cold face, tackled by McCarthy. Hand comes free. Neil for Brisbane hands it to Robinson. Myers all over his back, tackled him, no free kick. Duncan there for the Cats. His hand pass turned over to Zorko from 60, kicks to the pocket. Spoil from behind by Henderson to bring it to ground level. Wins the footy, gets tackled, gets rid of it. Through it. Free kick, Brisbane.
It's good by Brisbane. Just up the ante with the pressure inside their forward 50.
Zach Bailey, the recipient of the free kick, although Charlie Cameron's close and he's saying, it's my ball up.
So
give it to me.
I'd like to know how many shots they've had on the angles that they've had. Most of their shots have been on really tight angles.
They have.
Cameron's call for his ball have been ignored by the ump. Bailey on the boundary, 40 from goal, right forward pocket, to narrow the margin to 2 goals. Missed before the siren at half-time, and that's a miss near side. 4 are behind, 17 points to lead to Geelong. Michael Price on the boundary.
Just having a look at Cam Rayner, who came to the bench, as you said, Q. He's got a little bit of blood coming from the left eye. They've just put a bit of bandage on it, and you'll see him back out there. Obviously, Alan Christensen not going to take any more part.
Hamstring issue for Christensen in the first half. Kolodjasny marked the kick in, went to Dangerfield, took a great mark, used it terribly out of defence to half-back. McCarthy in the road, squaring ball to Hipwood. Hasn't had a big influence. He's 65 from goal. He's going to kick into the forward pocket for Brisbane. Cameron on the lead, back with the flight, hands to it, Kolodjasny. It's off his hand and out of play. Left forward pocket for Brisbane, 25 from goal. They're going to the western end of the ground, trailing Geelong by 17 points at the 8-minute mark of the third.
At least Hipwood hit it quickly and got it in there. And all of a sudden they got another set up for boundary throwing, which they're really good at.
Throw in, tapped down by McInerney. McStay gets in the back of an opponent and gives away a free kick. It was O'Connor who was driven into the Gabba turf. Just forward or full back for the Cats. So the Irishman on return will get the free kick. Kick straight down the corridor. Buse uncontested. Marks at centre half back. But can't roll on. No one really ahead of him. He's looking to flare out across the half-back flank and does. Henderson the target, getting in the way, spoiling his Bailey, and then Henderson grabbed him by the head and gives away a free kick. Probably a professional one at that, just to slow things up a bit. Bailey now gets it, kicks to the pocket. McCluggage takes the mark. He's 40 from goal, hard in the pocket.
Going to be an important player, Zach Bailey, in the forward half, given that Christensen's off, Rayner's not touching it much and he's been off. McCarthy's had a quiet one, but young Zach Bailey is looking like a dangerous force down there.
Jared Berry was in the goal on his own, and they didn't go to goal. He went to the easy, the one that he could possibly hit out wide, instead of actually trying to hit the one at the goal square.
A very tough angle, but this is a sublimely skilled young footballer, Hugh McCluggage, 48 out, where the 50 meets the boundary. Oh, near side post. It just weaved right at the last moment. 35,000 fans were riding that. Looks good to the last bit of its trajectory. Geelong by 16 points.
Let's go to the MCG. Bit of a thriller going on between Carlton and St Kilda, Matt Clinch.
It certainly is, Al. The Blues are back in front with the first goal of the final quarter through Mitch McGovern. He has 3 goals. Carlton 8-11-59 to the Saints 8-8-56. Heine and Membry with 2 for the Saints.
Good on you, Clinchy. We'll keep you right across the developments there at the MCG. So McGovern with 3, Mark McClure. That's a fair return and a fair statement.
Well, they did the right thing by putting him out and making him work hard. And all of a sudden they're reaping the awards.
Cats out of defence. Sloppily used by Narkle. Answorth in the way. He's 60 from goal for Brisbane. Goes to right half forward wide again, Sellers.
Yeah.
Robinson now goes into the forward pocket. Big pack of players. Punched out of play by Harry Taylor of Geelong. A throw in right forward pocket for Brisbane.
Well, that may be the way they want to play, and I understand all that, but it's just not effective against the Cats. It's too easy to defend. They punch it away, they move it out of the way, they push you out of the way. Hipwood's got to start to hold his ground better than he has in the past. They just push him under the ball. All those little things that they've got to learn about finals.
Throw in, Brisbane in attack. O'Connor rose, but he is tackled straight away by McStay, and a ball up will be affected At full forward for the Lions, quickly tossed in the air. Martin gets rid of his opponent and snaps a goal, but hasn't given away a free kick. Yes, he has. He got rid of Blitzarves against the laws of the game. So no score, and Blitzarves will get the free kick in the left back pocket. Geelong 7-8-50, Brisbane 4-10-34, 11 minutes played third term. Blitzarves in the shadows of the left back pocket, Western End will kick towards left half back. Radigalia spoiled by Andrews, but Narkle roves. Hand passes boundary side, doesn't find teammate Parfitt. Out of play. Throw in.
It's been in Brisbane's forward half for at least 5 minutes.
At least.
And the pressure's building, but they just can't score, which can be frustrating for the team that's in possession.
I wish they could find the middle of the ground. That's all. I don't want to be rude, and I've knocked up talking about it, but they've got to try it.
We're yet to see a goal in the second half. We're 11 minutes into it from the stoppage. Duncan flipped it up to Narkle, off to Selwood. Shrugged the tackle, used his hips, got through, kicks into the middle of the ground. Hawkins to run onto the bouncing ball. He's 65 from goal. Hand pass towards Ablett. Gardner on his hammer. He knocked it to the advantage of Tui. Tui a hand pass. Colin Jasny never kicked an AFL goal, won't here. 45 out. Curling kick, top of the goal square, marked by Hodge. Hodge to Answorth in the right back pocket. He goes to Robinson at half back, and now Brisbane can counter. Short pass to Berry, and over his head it bounces out of play. Errant kick. Throw in down beneath us on the wing.
Yeah, it's a shame, that one. They need to keep possession if they're going to rebound like that, Brisbane. And just an errant kick there by Mitch Robinson, but the smooth movement of the ball out of the back half, it's promising, but they've got to get some result for it.
Ball hoiked in. Martin, clean possession in the ruck. Hand pass smothered by Narkle, but he loses it. Robinson for Brisbane. Hand pass back of the pack. Answorth hands it to Berry, right half back. Bit of space near the boundary. Bit off to March. Late arriving pressure from Myers, and the kick is out on the full. And Buse will inbound. Well, that's 7, is it, Sellers? 7 out on the full for Brisbane. Buse quickly chips in field. Stewart marks uncontested, just shy of the members' wing.
If you keep hugging it, that's what happens.
Stewart will use his right. Slots down the line towards left half forward. Two lines spoil each other. Adams plays on, having won the footy, hands it to Neal, hands it off to Robinson. Kick to half forward. Great use of the body from Henderson to get rid of McInerney and take the mark for the Cats in defence.
Just needed a contest there down the line. The idea was right, but just needed a contest.
Geelong by 16 points, 13-minute mark of the third quarter. High kick from Henderson. Adams, who started the game so brightly, takes the mark in the pack.
Been very good.
He's at right half-back.
Hawkins, no goals.
14th touch for Adams.
Kick 50 and 15 against the Lions coming in. Juggling mark, Hipwood. That's 50 metres. Duncan dragged him down after he marked. Duncan's being shown serious leniency. Left foot kick, hit the side of Narkle's shoulder. Duncan's got it, tackled, didn't get boot the ball, threw it out. Now play on to advantage Brisbane. Answorth into the pocket. Cameron up flies, can't pull it in. And there's a free kick here for a push. Arms chopped in the end, said the umpire. Free kick, Cameron, right forward pocket. They're going to get the shot at goal that they probably deserve here.
Yeah, but they need to score, and they're right in this game. There's not much in it when you think about it. There's 16 points in this game as it stands now. This goes in, it's 10 points. They've been bashing away for 5 or 6 minutes or 10 minutes into their forward half without any result.
And I'm with you. I'm nervous about Cameron being the target.
Don't be nervous about his finishing. Cameron's left foot snap from the pocket. Goes through for another goal for Brisbane. Their first of this second half, draws them back within 10 points. 5-10-40 Brisbane, Geelong 7-8-50, 14 played third term. Charlie Cameron's kick 2 has 49 for the season. Any developments at the MCG? Let's go to Matt Clinch.
Points with the first 2 goals of the final quarter, their biggest lead of the match. 8 minutes gone. Carlton 9-11-65 to the Saints 8-8-56. 3 goals to Mitch McGovern, 2 to Nick Hine, 2 to Tim Membry. All the stats in this final quarter have gone the way of the Blues through 8 minutes.
I'm glad he finished, and I'm glad the goal was made. But if he's your target inside the forward 50, we're on a hiding to nothing.
Who else can mark it? Hipwood gets pushed out of the way. He's the only one with pace.
I think the target was McStay, and ended up going over his head. But I don't know about Charlie being the tall target.
Martin, the tap down in the middle. Narkle roves is tackled, but hand passes to Kelly. He's under pressure, shoves it towards half forward. Myers goes to ground, pick it up. Dangerfield has a go, comes out Brisbane's way. Berry, legged by Narkle, plays on with a hand pass to Cameron. Brisbane out. Cameron to Lyons. Lyons back to Cameron by hand. Left foot kick towards full forward in the pocket. Oh, big piece, but no mark to McCarthy. He picks up, sprung up like an ex-cat. Hands it through McStay. Hipwood in the pocket has a snap. Front of the goal mouth. Rayner has a chance. Can't mark. Will Rove. Hand pass to Bailey. He but set upon and tackled. Ball up.
That was, see you later, wasn't it?
Mobbed. That was like some back alley mugging. And Mitch Robinson's down and hurt in back play. Feeling at a hip, I think.
Ferocious stuff. Goal-saving stuff from the Cats' defence. Dalhouse launches them to half-back. Harris Andrews launches it into row 13 with a huge fist.
10 points isn't insurmountable when you think about it. Another quarter to go. They're getting weary, the Cats, and Brisbane to keep coming at them. They've just held the ball inside 50 here for 15 minutes, I would say, of this quarter, and they just have only scored one goal.
This was where Craig Starcevich said prior to the game the match would be won. The team that could play it in their forward half the most from the stoppage. Lyons gets it tackled by Narkle, spun 360, barely got boot to ball. It goes out of play. Umpire says throw it in. They have been lenient at times today. There's no doubt about it, the men in green. Let's go over to the boundary on the far side, still in the sun. Michael Price.
Well, just in the sun, Al. Just watching Link McCarthy limp over through the interchange. He doesn't look in too much distress, but he is limping. And, of course, the Lions already won down.
Martin with a quick clearing kick. Rayner has a chance at full forward and a fumble at a crucial stage. Parfitt will clear for Geelong with a rush kick to the wing. The bounce evades Tui. Ablett's there pursuing with Gardner. Ablett wins the ball. Hand passes to Myers. He's got space on the members' wing. Has a bounce for the Cats. Holds up, gets onto the right. Low grubbing ball to attacking 50. Atkins couldn't pick it up. Hodge does for the Lions. Hand pass to Wandsworth under pressure. His kick half volleyed by Gardner. He attacked Guthrie. The pair collided. Both heads over the footy. And then the umpire's going to play holding the ball. And a free kick going to Geelong. Gardner's feeling his shoulder. The one that's heavily strapped. That might be something to watch. Free kick going to Buse from 60. He'll kick Geelong to full forward. Andrews backing back. Got a touch. Chance in the pocket for the Cats. Dalehouse hands it to Parfitt. Runs close to the pocket. He's infield now with a hand pass to Myers. 40 out. Hands it back to Dalehouse. And then
great tackle.
He's tackled by Mitch Robinson, who jumped out of the veranda in the front pocket to nail him. And the ump says no free kick. Ball it up as Darcy Gardner leaves the field. Happening everywhere, Al.
Oh, the tension's rising here in this blockbuster clash. Full house at the Gabba being thoroughly entertained. Martin took it down out of the ruck. Hand pass straight to Myers. His kick smothered. Knocked it towards Ablett. He's tackled. We'll have a ball up. Things are happening at the MCG. Let's go to Matt Clinch.
Where Jake Carlisle's been swung forward, the unlikely goal scorer. He's pulled the Saints back within 3 points. Carlton 9-11-65 to the Saints 9-8-62. Earlier McGovern kicked his third and Dow the other goal scorer in the final quarter.
Martin bashes it out of defence for Brisbane. Parfitt after it near the boundary line for the Cats. Missed it. Neale picked up cleanly though. Tackled by Kelly. Knocked it out to McStay. Hand pass off to Cameron. Hand pass to Berry. Berry runs away from Parfitt, almost legged. Has a bounce up to half forward. Berry of Brisbane takes on O'Connor. Had nothing to kick to. He chips. Took his time. He ran too far. Goodness me. It's a mark inside attacking 50 to Bailey, but it's coming back. O'Connor's free kick at left half back.
Atrocious umpiring.
Geelong lead by 10 points as O'Connor chips short to Myers. Tell us what you really think, Stark.
Oh, my goodness. That's carrying the footy. Did he run too far?
Well, he ran too far the first bit before he bounced it, and then after that he was okay.
He was a bounce in there.
But the first one he should have been pinged.
Yeah. Myers from left half back, kicks to the wing. Steph Martin plays on and bursts the tackle, runs to the wing, kicks in the Rayner direction, doesn't get that far. Hipwood tangling there with Taylor. The veteran makes the spoil. Ground level ball 50 from Brisbane's goal will be locked up. This is outstanding 1v2 footy. A week or so before the finals. Cats lead by 10 points, 20 minutes played, third term. Hot conditions. I'll tell you what, not as hot as the pressure around the footy.
They don't like desire, the Bears. Oh, not the Bears, the Lions. I shouldn't say the Bears.
They're part of the history, Sellers. You're part of the history here. And a former assistant coach, Kelly, lovely pick-up for Geelong from the stoppage. Short pass finds the chest of Hawkins. He's on the members' wing. He's got a runner in the corridor. He goes out in front of Guthrie. Perfectly weighted kick. A tap on, a pick-up, a run to 50, an open goal. Glorious! The Cats with the big carve up through the middle of the ground. They're back out to a 16-point lead at the 21-minute mark of the third quarter. Geelong 8-8-56. The Lions 5-10-40 on Grandstand AFL.
How good a run by Guthrie
to
actually take off. He's the defensive side winger, and he's back helping out his defence, but he's left Charlie Cameron come flying down the outer side of the ground there. Hawkins saw him, put it into space, and he finished. Just great anticipation, run, everything there by Cam Guthrie.
Around the grounds to the MCG, Matt Clinch.
Tim Membry with a goal for the Saints, his third. It puts them back in front by 3 points. 10-8-68 to the Blues, 9-11-65. 14 minutes gone, final term.
Michael Price on the boundary.
Mitch Robinson in a little bit of distress with what looks like a lower back or the hip. And, of course, Link McCarthy back out onto the paddock going okay.
Martin wins the clearance for Brisbane. Lyons picks up and kicks into attack, but Taylor out bodies Hipwood, takes a great defender's mark for Geelong. Hand pass to Henderson. He's tackled by Hipwood.
That's holding the ball.
No, it's not, according to the ump mark. Bailey picks it up. 50 from Brisbane's goal. Uses his left boot to kick high to the goal mouth. Kolodjasny with the fierce ball to the pocket. Bailey picks up, has a snap on goal, a floater, won't have the journey, picked up by Stewart on the goal line. He's got help and gives a hand pass to O'Connor. His chip around the pocket is precise. Taken by Duncan. He'll slow it down a little for the Cats. Kicks back corridor to Dangerfield. Berry arrives to spoil, but Danger robes his own crumb. Hands it to Ablett from centre half back. Kicks to Myers on the left half back flank.
He's got Answorth for company. Gets a hand pass through. Narkle's got it. Gives back to Myers at left half back for Geelong. His hand pass along the ground to Narkle. Confronted by Answorth. Nowhere to go. Runs the boundary line. Gets away from McStay, who's been quiet for Brisbane. Kick to the wing. Martin edged out Blitzarves. Couldn't mark. Picked up by Andrews at the back on the wing. His hand pass around the boundary line. Dribbles out of play in front of Lockie Neal, who's removed the tape from around his head that was put on early in the game, courtesy of a blood rule. Geelong 8-8-56. Brisbane 5-10-40. 23-minute mark, third quarter.
What an attritional game it's been. Ball thrown in. Blitzarves and Martin share it. Underneath. Who's got the clean hand? Well, Lyons picks it up, but he's tackled by Guthrie straight away. Another stoppage. Michael Price.
Lockneil went down into the rooms, obviously half-time, and I reckon they've put a couple of staples, perhaps stitches in there, and it's been heavily bandaged just in that round area.
There is Neil underneath the stoppage. Hand pass stolen, though, by Narkle. Runs defensive side to create space. Dangerous kick across the half-back line. Miss trapped by Rayner. He has a go as Selwood has a fumble. Gee, it's a hot game of footy when Selwood has a fumble. Locked up yet again. Ball up 45 metres from Brisbane's goal. Score check at the Gabba. 23.5 third term. Cats 8-8-56. Lions 5-10-40 on Grandstand AFL.
Thrown in the air. Tap down Lions in attack. McCarthy got it, tackled by Ablett. And the umpire will ball it up, still 47 metres from the Brisbane goal.
Darcy Gardner still on the bench for Brisbane as well. We'll keep Pricey with a keen eye on that as well.
Thrown in the air. Blitzarves and Martin share it. Down to Taylor. Taylor a clearing kick, a wobbler to the wing for Geelong. It bounced past Andrews. Dangerfield at the back. Got a hand pass out. Hawkins. He's done his knee. Oh, he's done his knee.
And Dangerfield
down too.
Dangerfield holding his head. Hawkins has got up and trying to run off. Now, he hit the ground hard. His knee buckled awkwardly. Hawkins is up and okay. There's a trainer with him, but he's trying to run off. He looked for that trainer initially. It didn't look good at all, but encouraging to see the big forward going back into the 50. Stoppage in the middle. Zorko a hand pass to McCluggage. Cleverly, magically over his shoulder with a hand pass towards Neal. He picks up attacking side of the wing for Brisbane. Long ball inside the 50. McCarthy up in front, couldn't mark. O'Connor at the back's claiming the mark. He got first hand and pulled it in. He's got it at fullback for the Cats.
Could all ambulances in the greater Melbourne region go to Corio Bay? Half of Geelong's just had a heart attack in that last play.
That did not look good. With Tom Hawkins.
Dangerfield and Hawkins down in the same play, but both are back and moving. Zorko roves the ball on the wing for Brisbane. Hand pass to Neal. Pumps the Lions back forward. 2-on-1 against Bailey. Couldn't mark. Roving Cameron. Cameron on his left. Up and under kick. Won't go far enough.
Wow.
Big pack in the square fist at the ground level. Guthrie dives in to win it. It's rumbled through for a point. A behind to Brisbane. Geelong lead by 15 points. 8-8-56 leads 5-11-41.
They have 16 shots on goal each when you have a look at it. This is just a difference of how many points you've kicked and how you entered the forward 50.
Stewart's kicked it out on the full, bringing the ball back in for Geelong. A Brisbane free kick with Daniel Rich at left half forward. Man on the mark too. He will be 52 metres from goal.
Now, I reckon Danger got a poke in the eye a moment ago, and Hawkins is moving okay.
Rich to the top of the goal square. Rayner flies in the pack. It's off hands again and through for another minor score for Brisbane. So it is Geelong by 14 points at the 25, nearly 26-minute mark of the third. At the MCG, what's happening there, Matt Clinch?
Saints lead by 3 points, 10-8-68 to the Blues, 9-11-65. 19 minutes gone, final term.
Stewart with a long kick in for Geelong. Ratugolea presents his hands and will be paid the mark, even though it fumbled out late. Upset, he had it for long enough. Ratugolea just beyond defensive 50 at right half back for Geelong. Cats leading by 14 points in a cracking 1v2 game at the Gabba. Ratugolea kicks to the wing. Free kick in the contest going Geelong's way. Tui was nudged out by Andrews with the ball not close enough. Free kick Geelong. In the sunshine of the southern stands. The ex-Blues Zach Tui for the Cats. On his right, very wide around the boundary. Just touched before going out of play, I fancy. It is that far side. Crowd thought it was out of the full. But Atkins got a touch. We'll see it thrown in. Attacking 50 for the Cats. Right half forward for the visitors. Left half back for the hosts. It's the Cats leading by 14 points.
After 26 minutes, we've got 1 goal each for the quarter. What a cracking quarter it's been.
Blitzarves won it down for Geelong. It comes free of the pack to McCluggage. He gets a high up and under. McInerney underneath it. Selwood knocked it down away from him. Picked up in the pack. Zorko got it from Lyons and he kicks towards the wing where the mark's taken by a tumbling McStay. Feeds a hand pass to Rayner. Rayner on the run for Brisbane. Kicks it out in front of Charlie Cameron.
Here he goes.
He paddles. He soccers. He scores. 50 for the season for Electric Charlie. Brisbane back within 8 points. 27-minute mark, third quarter on Grandstand AFL. The Cats 8-8-56. The Lions 6-12-48. And didn't Rayner know where to put it for Charlie Cameron opposed to Henderson.
He was amazing. Dan McStay's handball to him
fantastic.
Was really good. And that goes back to your point about moving the ball quickly once they've got it up around halfway. Just get it in there nice and quick.
Yeah, because you give yourself a chance with the pace of Charlie. He just tore away from his opponent. But it was more so the speed of the ball through the middle of the ground that gives him a chance and space. When the forward's best chance is when he's got some space. And when he hasn't got any, really difficult.
Developments at the MCG. What's happening, Matt Clinch?
A goal for the Blues to put them back in front by 3 points. A bounding Cade Simpson from half-back, able to find Josh DeLuca, who kicked truly. Carlton 10-11-71 to the Saints 10-8-68. 21 minutes gone. Final quarter at the MCG.
Cats the clearance from the centre. Henry kicks wide. Atkins gathers it half forward for Geelong. Hand pass to Kelly. Kick to the leading Hawkins in the pocket. He marks on his chest and he looks okay after sending palpitations through Catland going down on the wing a short time ago. He looks okay there, but he's going to be pushing off the fence.
Well, if he can kick a goal from there, he's a genius. That's a very difficult spot.
He hasn't got a lot of room either. They've put him on the angle. The angle means you're actually in, row 2?
Yep.
So you've got absolutely no room right up against the fence to move him.
Blitzarves now floating down deep as well. McInerney, the two tall timbers on the line if it falls short. Hawkins from the near impossible angle. 50 out, hard on the boundary. Right foot drop punt. Oh, just shaped the post. Far side, great effort. But behind, Cats lead by 9 points.
Second poster for Hawkins today. Let's go to the boundary. Michael Price.
Just to allay any fears for Cats fans, Danger is on the bench, but he's looking okay. They just checked out his eye, got a bit of a poke there. He's feeling uncomfortable, but okay.
Rich goes to the half-back flank. Selwood sends it back inside the 50 on the siren. 3 goals in that quarter, which went for the best part of half an hour, but utterly engrossing, absorbing football here in a battle between first and second on the AFL table. The three-quarter time score at the Gabba, Geelong 8-9-57, Brisbane 6-12-48. The goal kickers for the Cats, Myers has kicked 2, singles to Ratugolea, Narkle, Duncan, Buse, Guthrie and Dalhouse, while for the Brisbane Lions, Charlie Cameron has kicked 3, taking his season tally to 50. Goals to Zorko, Neal and McCluggage. At the MCG, a very tight contest unfolding in front of the watchful eyes of Matt Clinch. Clinchy, what's happening?
The Blues still hold a 3-point lead at the 23-minute mark of the final quarter, Al. 10-11-71 to the Saints, 10-8-68. The Blues with 3 goals to 2 in this final term. It's been a pretty even contest all afternoon, really. The Saints led by 5 points at quarter time. They got out by 24 points in the second term, where they kicked 6 unanswered goals from late in the first quarter to midway through the second. Carlton were able to wrestle the ascendancy in the third quarter, cut the margin back to 4 points the Saints' way at three-quarter time. There's a controversial moment where Jack Silvani took a mark right as the siren sounded. One umpire paid a mark, the other one paid it was after the siren, and the Blues were able to rock it with the ascendancy with the first 2 goals of the final quarter, and then a goal coming right as you join me. Harry Mackay, who's he might have had the wrong boots on today. He's taken some great marks, but been unable to find the major opening. Able to snap truly here to give the Blues some breathing space. They lead by 9 points now. 10-11-77 to the Saints, 10-8-68. So that's the last 2 goals of the match the way of the Blues. Mitch McGovern has 3 individuals to DeLuca, Ed Curnow, Lang, Kennedy, Murphy, Dow, Silvani, and now Mackay. Meanwhile for the Saints, 3 goals to Tim Membry, 2 to Nick Hine, individuals to Carlisle, Hanbury, Billings, Noon and Long. So not a lot between these two sides. We've got just under 5 minutes to go here at the MCG. It's the Blues by 9 points.
Good on you, Clinchy. We'll stay very close to you on the SMS 0437 774 774. Paul's here listening in Darwin. He's a Lions supporter, hoping the Lions can make it and go all the way in 2019. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Love the call. Out hiking for 4 hours. Gorgeous day listening via portable little digital radio, says Angela in Lilydale. Thanks for your messages. 0437 774 774. Let us know your name and where you're listening to the coverage. We're going to send you to the Adelaide Oval at the completion of our match here at the Gabba, where there is a late change, quite a late change indeed for Adelaide. Riley Knight is out of the side due to a hip complaint. Hip pain is what they cited as his issue. That was after the warm-up, and Chase Jones has come into the lineup for Adelaide. That match getting underway in around about 20 minutes' time. We'll keep you close to the MCG, where Carlton leads by 9 points over St Kilda in the final term there. Grandstand AFL unfolding for you. A huge round of football. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
The ABC, celebrating the UN Year of Indigenous Languages.
Did you know the original name of the Bundaberg suburb of Wangara is Wangara in the Tarablang language, and it means burning mountain? Find more place name stories at abc.net.au/thisplace. For news, local stories, and to find out what's happening in our region, stay tuned right here on your radio, online or on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
Now play onto advantage Brisbane. Answorth into the pocket. Cameron up flies, can't pull it in. And there's a free kick here for a push. Arms chopped in the end, said the umpire. Free kick, Cameron, right forward pocket. Cameron's left foot snap from the pocket. Goes through for another goal for Brisbane. Their first of this second half. He's on the members' wing. He's got a runner in the corridor. He goes out in front of Guthrie. Perfectly weighted kick. A tap on. A pick up. A run to 50. An open goal. Glorious. The Cats with the big carve up through the middle of the ground. Rayner on the run for Brisbane. Kicks it out in front of Charlie Cameron.
Here he goes.
He paddles. He suckers. He scores. 50 for the season for Electric Charlie.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Three-quarter time in the top of the table clash at the Gabba. Geelong leading Brisbane by 9 points. 8-9-57 to 6-12-48. Before the thoughts of Craig Starcevich and Mark McClure, will quickly take you to the MCG, find out what's happening between Carlton and St Kilda. Matt Clinch.
Well, the Blues lead by 10 points. Harry Mackay probably had a chance to end it, but he missed to the right-hand side, so the Saints are still alive at this stage. Carlton 11-12-78 to the Saints 10-8-68. As the Saints have it in the middle of the ground, 27 minutes gone in the final term. They've tried to throw Jake Carlisle forward in this last term. He's been able to kick a goal, but largely the last term has been on Carlton's terms. The Saints have it deep in their forward 50 with under 2 minutes to go now in this clash. So The Blues looking to chalk up another win under David Teague, having won 5 of their last 9 matches. It's currently the Blues by 10 points, 11-12-78 to the Saints, 10-8-68. Mitch McGovern with 3 goals, Tim Membry with 3 goals.
At the Gabba, over to Mark McClure and Craig Starcevich on Grandstand AFL. The Cats up by 9 points at three-quarter time.
Classic arm wrestle that quarter, wasn't it? Really good footy. Great fight back by the Lions too, where Geelong put a bit of a gap on them at half-time, but they fought back 2-1. A lot of ball in their forward half of that quarter. Now, this is going to be interesting because, actually, one thing we didn't speak about, Berry actually went to Dangerfield at the start of that quarter, and I thought kept Dangerfield reasonably under control. Yeah. And Berry got a bit of the ball himself. Gardner and Christensen both off the ground, which is going to hurt rotation-wise for the Lions. Gardner's back out there.
Brisbane kept the ball in their forward line. 15-10 inside 50s. They outnumbered them and they kept repeat entry after repeat entry. That's the best quarter they've played so far. 2-1 only, but gee whiz, they kept them under pressure. And that was terrific. The crowd loved it.
It's lived up to the billing all afternoon. Are we in for the grandstand finish? A 9-point lead to Geelong over Brisbane. Final term underway at the Gabba. Ruckman share it. Blitzavs rises again. Slapped away by Martin. Ablett gets it for Geelong. He wheels around. He kicks to half forward. Atkins comes out. Rich for company. Atkins clutches it to his chest. He's got it 65 metres from goal. Cats going to the western end in this final quarter. Atkins kicks towards Hawkins on the lead. Top of the 50. He takes the mark a fraction too far out to score. Right half forward for the Cats. Went down awkwardly with his knee buckling underneath him on the wing in that third term. And initially we thought it looked very serious. He did too as he called for the trainer, but up and okay. Terrific news for the Star Cat with 550 goals to his name. He kicks to full forward here. Dangerfield launches. Got a good piece. Probably should have marked it. Cleared away there by Gardner towards the half-back flank. Hawkins in the way. Gathers on the 50. Squaring ball over the head of Dalehouse. Lions through McStay come up with it. Poor hand pass. Pinched by Toohey. 45 out. Snaps for home. Misses. It's a behind to Geelong to make the margin 10 points. 10 points. A minute into the final term on Grandstand AFL. Dying seconds at the MCG. We'll get you to Matt Clinch very shortly.
35,608. The official attendance. Sold out at the Gabba. Ball out of side. McInerney off hands. Out of play. Dying moments there at the MCG. Looks like the Blues are home. We'll get a final score from Clinchy as soon as they hit the buzzer at the home of footy. Here at the Gabba. This one's not done yet. 10 points to lead to Geelong early stages final term. Shallow throw in. Martin and Blitzarves. Well, neither gets a telling touch. Dangerfield though for Geelong. Hands it to Ablett. He'll kick to the pocket. But Adams.
Great mark, Adams.
Had Radaglia coming back. Had Hawkins behind him. And Adams marks in the pocket for Brisbane.
Had a game and a half, hasn't he?
Hasn't he?
Let's go to the MCG. Matt Clinch.
Well, the full-time siren is about to sound. The Blues by 10 points, 11-12-78 to the Saints, 10-8-68.
Cats from half forward. Ablett to Dangerfield. Skids a kick goal, but it was on target. And Harris Andrews dives and takes the catch right on the line, just inside the field of play to deny the Cats a goal that would have made it very hard for Brisbane. Still a 10-point lead to the Cats. Harris Andrews goes to half back. No mark taken in front by Martin. He gets a hand pass from Lyons. Worked it out the side to McInerney. The big ruckman getting too involved here, it would seem. Answorth clears for the Lions off half back. Knocked down by Stewart of Geelong, but he couldn't pick up cleanly. Hipwood did. Gave to McCarthy. He kicks out in front of... Well, the intended target there was Jared Berry, but it's intercepted by Henry of Geelong. He's at left half-back, Stanley Street side of the ground.
Uses his right to kick back down the wing. Blitzarves all by himself, takes an uncontested mark, 70 from goal. Rolls on quickly with his right, kicks to full forward, Radaglia. Clean mark in the pocket. He'd given Andrews the drop, and he takes the mark, tight angle, but only 25 metres from goal.
Classy young player, this bloke, isn't he?
Oh, he is. He's... just developing very nicely. If he can get a run at the ball, he sometimes leads to spots that aren't that productive, but if he can get a jump at the ball, he's not too bad in the air.
He's hard to outreach.
Yep. He's already got the one today. This would be a huge fillip for the Cats, who currently lead by 10 points. Traditional drop punt from the pocket is a wonderful kick from Radaglia. That's old-fashioned class and execution there from one of the most exciting athletic talents in the game. Geelong by 16 points. It mutes the Gabba somewhat. for the time being. 4 minutes played, final term. Geelong 9 goals, 10-64. Lead Brisbane 6-12, 48.
And they separate themselves again to about a 14-point lead, a 16-point lead, I think, is at this stage, the Cats. And it was done by Radical here, but it was set up by the midfield again. And Gary Ablett with his hands on the ball, kicks to advantage. That's the point, to the advantage of the Tor, where he has the reach and the grab, and went back and kicked it easily. Radical has got 2. Done it very, very well.
Old-fashioned drop punt from the pocket too. Fantastic stuff.
McInerney's in ruck for Brisbane opposed to Blitzarves. Neal and Kelly stand one another. A perfect bounce. Blitzarves rises, knocked it down. Neal bashed it back the other way. Selwood picks up. Tackled by Berry. Got a hand pass out to Dangerfield, who puts the scoot boots on. He kicks inside the 50. Hawkins couldn't mark. Dangerfield followed up. Dangerfield goes for goal but misses. That would have been the complete play from Paddy D, but he missed on the right, and the Cats haven't yet killed this off, even though they've had some chances here. 17-point lead, 5-minute mark of the last.
Not quite the governor's pardon, but Brisbane on death row. Had that gone through, would have been very hard to get back with it, and with the kick into right half back and a pack punched out of play. Boundary throw in. Craig Starcevich, Mark McClure with you on Grandstand AFL through this seesawing affair. The Cats just holding the lines at arm's length here.
They need to spark the lines at the moment. This is critical time of the game now, just to find a spark from somewhere.
Ball to be thrown in. Left half forward for Geelong, right half back for Brisbane. Blitzarves with the tap down, but Berry a chance to rope for Brisbane. Does eventually. Hand pass to Robinson. Robinson to Gardner. Gardner to Witherden. All by hand. Here's the kick from defensive 50, right half back. Long to the wing. Hipwood presents. Wins the roving crumb. Oh, he took too long. Got tackled by Taylor. Got rid of it. Dangerfield, though, there for the Cats. Went to his hands and knees, gets up. Mungles a rolling ball to attacking 50, but Rich intercepts for Brisbane. Chip short and Robinson receives. Takes the mark for the lines at right half back.
Goes to the wing in front of the interchange. He finds Bailey. Bailey goes back, takes his time. He's not sure where to go. Shadows creeping across the Gabba on a warm afternoon. He kicks to half forward. McStay up in front. Should have probably marked that. Lines the front and centre row. He kicks inside 50. Buse edged out by Cameron. Cameron goes for goal. Words do not do him justice. From the right forward pocket, he's pinged another one. 30 out. He's kicked 4 this afternoon, almost single-handedly, keeping Brisbane in the game. 9-11-65, Geelong. Brisbane 7-12. 54, 7-minute mark, final quarter mark, McClure.
That was his 41st goal for the year, was it? Or 51st? 51st goal for the year. And let me tell you, he's exciting. It keeps him in the game. There's still only 9 points or 10 points in the game here. And they're still in it, but I don't know how. They've had not many chances to score, and he's done most of them on his own. There's only been 3 other goal kickers, and they've got ones. He's got 4 on his own. He's a star, this bloke. Absolute star, and they still got a chance to win this. Brisbane, don't let up. They still got a chance.
That Dangerfield running shot from 40 straight in front is just etched in my mind, and the gathered faithful realise Charlie Cameron keeps the pulse with the locals. Centre bounce. Who's underneath? Parfitt has a go, can't pick up. McCarthy pushed in the back, no free kick. Picked up by Parfitt, who had another go. Kicks Geelong to half forward. Hawkins couldn't mark row by Rich. Hand pass to Answorth. Hand pass to Andrews. Miss-kicked left boot. Bounces towards the wing. Holds up near the line. Goes out of play. Ump says throw it in.
I like that. That's a skill error, and the umpire's actually demonstrating the skill error out there on the ground off the side of the boot.
He's probably done it himself. That's why he's umpiring.
Oh, Matt. That's something not to say, mate.
Mark McClure and Craig Starcevich with you on Grandstand AFL. Boundary throw in. Selwood fights for it, loses it. Guthrie has a go. He's now over it, trying to knock it out. Oh, he's had it a long time. They pile in over the top. There's only one outcome here, although Lyons ripped it away in the end, and perhaps that wasn't the smartest of things to do, because surely Guthrie was going to be pinged for holding the ball. A ball up instead. Members wing down beneath us. Geelong 9-11-65. Brisbane 7-12-54. Earlier today, Carlton winners by 10 points over St Kilda. Lions get the clearance, but Henry's in the way. He marks it right half back for the Cats.
And time to assess. Looks in field, looks down the line, is going to go for the latter with a right foot drop punt towards half forward for Geelong. Gardner, third man in, spoils the pack, thumps it out of play. Looks like he's okay after he had some treatment on a shoulder injury just before three-quarter time. Michael Price on the boundary.
Reckon he might have just dipped down into the rooms there, Q, but just having a look at Lockie Neal on the bench, and just got the fingers around the eyes and the head, just looking like he's got a bit of a headache since he got hit in the head earlier in the game.
If you have a look around, there's bandages around Rayner.
Yes.
There's Neil, and there's hips and there's knees, and there's bits and pieces off everyone. It's a tough game.
It's welcome to the big time for some of these young players.
That's what it's about.
Yep. Ball thrown in. Members wing. Geelong leading by 11 points. At the coalface, Tui received a hand pass from Atkins. Rush kick to half forward. Gardner there for Brisbane to see it out of play. Another stoppage, but the Cats get themselves into attack. 45 from goal. Score check at the Gabba. 9.5 played final term. Geelong 9-11-65. Brisbane 7-12-54.
At the throw-in, 45 metres from the Geelong goal at the City end. Hawkins tangles up with McInerney. McInerney knocked it down. McCluggage got it. Great evasion through the pack. Spun through a couple. Spirals it up to the wing, but Harry Taylor's in the way for Geelong. He takes the mark on his chest. On the AFL logo. Members side of the Gabba on the Vulture Street side of the ground. He looked into the middle, but Kolodjasny closed down. Ooh. Wobbler, high one, up towards the 50. Radaglia in the pack. McInerney as well. Row front and centre by Selwood. He kicks into the pocket. Dangerous Tui, bouncing ball, picks up, dribbles towards goal. Gardner gets back. He picks up in the goal mouth and uses it calmly. Under pressure to the right back pocket and Rich.
The bloke on the bench over the other side there.
Lions fans want him to go. I don't know whether there's much petrol left. Beautiful kick.
And he found him.
Well, hold on. The umpire wants it all the way back in the pocket. That was a searing 60-metre pass which found a teammate.
To behind.
And he played on behind the goal line, so that's a point. Is that what we're seeing there, boys?
No idea. If you can work them out, tell me. I was from Mars at 2 o'clock and they go back at 5.
So that makes it a neat 2 goals of difference. It's a point to Geelong, 9-12 to 7-12.
Got no idea what they're doing.
Oh, there's the long ball out to the half-back flank, but no mark taken this time. There is a row for Brisbane. Hipwood works at forward, bouncing ball around the boundary line. The fans thought McCarthy was taken out by Stewart. Didn't matter. Zorko got it. He's tackled by Stewart. Ball dislodged. Duncan gets it for the Cats. Hand pass back to the wing. Henderson by hand to Guthrie. He gets round one. He kicks to half forward. Big fly from Radaglia over the back. Couldn't pull it in. At the full, Andrews knocked it out. It spills back into congestion. A ball up 55 metres from the Geelong goal. The Cats 9-12-66. The Lions 7-12-54. 11-minute mark final term on Grandstand AFL. It's a goal apiece in the last quarter.
For the sheer theatre of it all, love to see Brisbane get the next goal just to hear what the Gabba sounded like back in 2001, 2, 3, 4. Full house in. Quick kick towards the wing. McInerney takes the mark. It was just thrown on the boot.
And no one's left either, Q.
Of McCluggage, indeed. They're all in.
He's the wild card, this bloke.
McInerney was deployed deep forward at the opening bounce of the third term starts, but here he is on the wing for Brisbane, chipping short on the head of Neil. Easy spoil for Stewart to thump it out of play.
Lockie Neal said thanks.
I think the big Oscar, late in games, we've seen it plenty of times this year, just get the arms up. The old saying about the tall guys not getting any shorter late in games, but he's proven it a few times this year. So the more they can just kick it to him one out in the forward half, the better.
Thrown in Brisbane's attacking side of the wing. Blitzovs reaches round the front, but McCluggage, the rover, hand pass to Gardner. He's been good for Brisbane. Near the boundary line, sends the kick back to the half-forward flank at 2-on-2. No mark in the pack, but holding on. Free kick Geelong. At left half back to be taken by Kolodjasny.
That's probably where they need McInerney's presence, that type of kick, just that long one that goes inside.